Round 4 of the London Chess Classic saw a number of epic struggles. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave played a wild game against Alexander Grischuk, but had to settle for a draw in the end. World champion Magnus Carlsen pressed mightily against Englishman Michael Adams, but the Brit dug in his heels, leaving the champion frustrated and still in search of his first win. U.S. champion Hikaru Nakamura took complete control in his game against Viswanathan Anand and dominated his opponent to tie for the lead. But the game of the round was the 7-hour struggle between Veselin Topalov and Fabiano Caruana. The American defended spectacularly and saved the day. It's the midpoint of the London Chess Classic, round 5, coming up next.
Welcome everybody to the 2015 London Chess Classic. We are here in the 5th round, the round before the rest day, as the players gear up for some exciting chess in the final tournament of the Grand Chess Tour. My name is Alejandro Ramirez. I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Pleasure, Alejandro, as always.
As always. And well, we're going to be in for quite a fighting round the day before the rest day. What do you think?
Absolutely, and we've got some marquee matchups that I'm really looking forward to, especially the Aronian Magnus Carlsen game and Vichy and Veselin Topalov. What battles those 4 players have had with one another.
We're in for a treat. Let's take a look at the standings after 4 rounds in London. We have 3 people at the very top: Hikaru Nakamura, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and Anish Giri, all with 2.5 out of 4 or +1. Then there are several people with 4 draws: Magnus Carlsen, Levon Aronian, Michael Adams, Fabiano Caruana, and Alexander Grischuk. And well, the players that were leading Norway, Vishy Anand and Veselin Topalov, find themselves actually at the bottom of the table here in London, as they only have 1.5 points and 1 point respectively. The pairings for today: we have one of the most important matchups of the tournament, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Anish Giri. Both of these players at the top of the leaderboards. Fabiano Caruana will be white against Alexander Grischuk. Vishy Anand will be playing against Veselin Topalov. Michael Adams with the white pieces will be facing Hikaru Nakamura. And of course, a very classic matchup for us, Levon Aronian will be playing against Magnus Carlsen. And of course, here with us is Grandmaster Maurice Ashley to take us through some of the key matches of the day.
Well, yesterday's round was epic indeed. We had 7-hour games that ended in draws. The players are quite frustrated. Of course, they want to win as much as we want them to. And these 2 players definitely want to win. Epic matchup between 2 of the best players on the planet. Levon Aronian, a former #2 player. He's looked smooth so far in the competition with 4 draws. But he's going to have to face Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, who has definitely frustrated a couple of opportunities to win games that he has slip through his fingers. And he's going to definitely try to win today. We see Levon there smiling, feeling very comfortable indeed. But the matchup of the round has to be between 2 of the youngest players in the competition. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave playing some wild chess, crazy games. We love watching him play. And he'll face off against Anish Giri, a much more solid player who won his first game and drew the next 3. They have a lifetime record of 2-2 against one another with 15 draws. Expect them to try to make a mark today at the midpoint of the tournament. With the rest day coming tomorrow, we would expect fireworks in round 5 here at the London Chess Classic.
And of course, joining us live from London is our women's grandmaster, Jennifer Shahade.
Hey guys, as you can see, we have a wonderful Scholastic event going on here. So important for the entire festival that we get so many kids involved. I'd love to see that. But also really excited to see how the games start today. London Chess Classic, the final leg of the Grand Chess Tour. Let's get it started.
Thank you, Jen. Well, we're almost ready here for our 5th round of the tournament. I want to say that I'm really looking forward to the MVL Giri matchup. I mean, it's the matchup between the tournament leaders, but I also feel it's a little bit of a grudge. I mean, Not only are they 2-2 in the overall record, but I think this favors Giri a little bit, as Giri actually knocked out MVL from the World Cup in Baku just a few months ago.
That is right. That's right. And their rivalry is such that we can imagine it's going to be for the next 10 years. These guys are going to be taking the measure of one another.
Absolutely. Well, youngsters, as Maury said, two of the young players of the tournament, but Anand Topalov, that's a completely different story.
Well, again, you can't help but recall their World Championship in Sofia, where Veselin Topalov appeared throughout much of that match to be getting the better of Vichy, goes into the 12th and final game with the white pieces, but loses the match on home soil in front of the home crowd. That was perhaps one of the most important games in the history of chess.
Yeah, absolutely. A brilliant performance in that final stretch of the match, I would say, by Vichy Anand. And, well, he emerged victorious. We're going to have to see how it happens here. We had a disappointing game between them over in Norway.
Yes, in the final game, they were just securing their top positions with a quiet draw.
Absolutely, but it's going to be a different story today.
Totally, and they're, as you mentioned, at the top of the broadcast, they're in the cellar, and if they're going to make their move, either player has to do it today.
Right, and let's take a look at the Grand Chess Tour standings going into London. Veselin Topalov leads with 17 points. He'll have to do very well in the last half of the tournament to be able to actually finish on top, as Hikaru Nakamura is currently one of the leaders in London. He has 16 points, only 1 point below Veselin. Levon Aronian trying to find his first win in London, 15 points, just as Magnus Carlsen still hasn't won in London with 14 points. Anish Giri, one of the leaders in the London Chess Classic, has 13 points, but he'll need a little bit of help if he wants to win the Grand Chess Tour. Of course, they're playing for quite a bit of money. $300,000 is awarded at each tournament, including the London Chess Classic. And at the end of this event, we will be crowning the winner of the Grand Chess Tour. $150,000 extra dollars will be split by the top 3 finishers. They'll be split $75,000 for the winner, $50,000 for second place, and $25,000 for third.
Nice prize funds.
So we see some
Scholastics programs,
I believe. Yeah, Malcolm's always been a very strong proponent of scholastic chess in England.
without question, and has done yeoman's work. My understanding is they've got more than 300 schools involved in the Scholastics program that's going on there, and it's across the whole United Kingdom.
And actually, we had the opportunity of speaking with Malcolm Payne. Tony did, so we have a little clip from that.
All right.
Hello, I'm here with Malcolm Payne, the organizer of the London Chess Classic, the third leg in the Grand Chess Tour. Now, Malcolm and I, we have quite a history going back a whole year now, working on this Grand Chess Tour. Malcolm, can you tell me what your thoughts on the inaugural year, how it went, and what your thoughts are moving forward?
Well, I think we've had two fantastic tournaments already in Norway and St. Louis. The London Chess Classic is, well, a great honor, is honoured really to climax the tour. And the tour standings, of course, change with every round, which is quite nice. I think that very often in a tournament, you know, you get someone who's in the lead and they might stay there. It doesn't necessarily fluctuate. But actually, I've been looking at the tour standings, and they fluctuate every day, which is really, really nice. There's $150,000 of prize money at stake, in addition to the $300,000 here. And I think the players are playing probably for the biggest money of the year outside the World Championship. So it gives the crowd an extra thing to think about as well. And the take-up has been has been quite interesting. I had lots of people asking me, how does it work? How many points do they get? So I'm able to point them towards this wonderful website that you've set up, and I'm really excited about doing it next year.
And you know, the Grand Chess Tour, the players are competing for $1 million overall between the 3 events and the tour prize. Do you think that that's enough? And if not, what do you want to see the Grand Chess Tour grow to be?
Well, $1 million certainly in chess terms is great, but I don't like to think in terms of what where the chess world is currently. You know, I think we've got ambitions to make it much bigger than that, to have a named sponsor put in a bit more money to the Grand Chess Tour. What I'm pleased about, though, is that actually the prize money at London has been brought up. It's been increased by being part of the tour, and I think that's very good. The fact that the tour is, if you like, raising standards both for the professionals and also for the spectators, which is what it's all about.
And there have been other attempts at series of tournaments like this, the FIDE Grand Prix series, and there was the Grandmaster Slam that existed in the past as well. What's unique about the Grand Chess Tour that will make it stand the test of time and garner all of those great things that you mentioned?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Grand Slam Masters was quite a nice idea when it was worked out, but it never really had stability, and one never really understood exactly why players were in some of the tournaments. Sometimes it was obvious, sometimes it wasn't so clear. I think the good thing, and I think it's essential for any structure like this, is that the Grand Tour has very clearly defined rules, and so you'll know immediately at the end of the 2015 Grand Tour who's playing in the 2016 Grand Tour, or should I say who's being invited. I think that's essential. As for the FIDE Grand Prix, well, they were quite nice tournaments, but they didn't have. It was almost like Division 2. It wasn't Major League. It wasn't Premier League. It was the players below the very top. So the great thing about the Grand Tour is that it has the prize money, the conditions, and the attraction for the very, very top players.
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. The Grand Chess Tour 2016 promises to be better than any of the tours that have existed in the past, including this year. Thank you very much, Malcolm.
All right, we've got the players just taking their seats. We should be starting momentarily. Well, the Grand Chess Tour 2016. We do have, I believe, all of the dates announced.
Yes,
And
so far so good.
We will be starting with Norway in April. I believe it's mid-April. That will be the first leg of the Grand Chess Tour 2016.
And then the Syncville Cup, and once again the London Classic.
That's right.
And my understanding too, while it may not happen next year, they do want to expand the tour to include a fourth event.
Right, and there's a lot of rumors circulating about where the fourth and possibly fifth
event might
take place in 2017, but of course we don't have any confirmation just yet.
And we see the ceremonial first move being played on some of the board by the youngsters, Scholastics. Yes.
Whoa, knight h3.
Do you think Magnus paid the child to play knight h3?
There's some fishy stuff going on over there.
Something not completely kosher.
I think Levon is thinking, how long do I have to keep this knight there?
Please let me take my move back.
Next time. I'll pass you over to the Chief Arbiter. I'll advance the two get play underway. Thank you.
Yes, let's get play underway. Please remember.
I'm looking at the wild card player, Mickey Adams, who's had 4 draws. He's going up against U.S. champion Hikaru Nakamura. What's their individual score matchup? And they seem like they're 2 very good players. Who's ahead?
Well, Nakamura is leading their lifetime score. They have 6 draws, and Adams has 2 wins. Nakamura has 3. It seems like Adams beat him when he was relatively young. Still, he actually knocked out Hikaru Nakamura from the FIDE World Championship in 2004 back in Libya. Yeah, I was there actually in that tournament. And coincidentally, that was also the first time that Aronian faced Carlsen, as Aronian knocked him out from the event. And actually, I remember watching that game because I was there. It was a fascinating kind of Names are Indian with e4, a very interesting game, as we do have
some moves.
I think that Nakamura has been a tough opponent for Adams in the recent past, but Adams has just been extremely solid. I mean, he keeps holding on to a lot of his games, and well, Adams will be facing Berlin setup. He's going to be declining it by this d3 move, which we've seen already a few times, and he's going to quickly take on c6, which is a deviation from the game that we saw yesterday between Topalov and Caruana, which went c3.
Right. In fact, as I just look at the players' games, I'm seeing a couple of, well, I saw 2 Berlins, and look at this, we do have a Najdorf h3. I think it's called the Adams variation, by the way, H3. Back here, there was a time when Bobby played Bishop C4. That was his big move.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
he made a lot of theory in this line. But then later, he actually took up this move, H3 himself.
Did he really?
Yes, he did. In his My 60 Memorable Games, there's 2 games where he played H3 as white, E5, and again, this is the game between Vichy and Veselin.
Yeah, and Veselin's going to have to improve from his match against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, as they're still following the same line that they played in the previous round.
And again, the Berlin with Michael Adams, and there was one other. There we have it. The Berlin ending between our tournament leaders, MVL and Anish Giri, H7, H5.
Classic move in this position. I'm not really sure which Berlin Giri favors. I haven't really kept track of his Berlin as much as I do the others. I know that he tried to play it against MVL. I don't remember if it was this year or last year, but I want to say it was this year against him in Biel. And instead of going into the Berlin, Maxime decided to play this rookie 1 line that was the same one that Carlsen used against Caruana earlier in the tournament.
Right.
And actually won a beautiful game against Giri. So, it's, this dull kind of setup actually brought Maxime a victory over in Biel.
This whole
shebang.
I
Yeah.
gotcha. All right.
But instead, he seems like he's going to take the bull by the horns, go into the end game, see if he can actually take some kind of advantage from the opening position of the Berlin.
And again, that is such a key matchup between the tournament leaders. I saw that in the game of between, Levon Aronian and Magnus Carlsen. They have a symmetrical position on the board. An English opening with C4, Knight F6, Knight C3, and C5. That's a cagey way of getting into a symmetrical English. E6, and now E3.
E3, huh? I don't think that's the most ambitious way of playing.
No, I suppose he didn't, that is to say, Levon didn't want to go into a kind of hedgehog slash Queen's Indian with G3 and B6.
Of course, the other way of playing is to play D4 directly instead of G3, which leads to sometimes quite sharp variations.
Exactly. That, I think, is considered the best chances for White to get an opening advantage is with this immediate D4.
Yes.
Now, in terms of what he has played, as Black, I never felt under any pressures whatsoever against this E3 because of a little specialty, not just of mine, but of many other players. I really like this move A7, A6 here.
As opposed to symmetrically developing the knight.
Right. Knight C6, pardon me, takes, Bishop B5. I always felt that gave White a slight pull. Whereas I think A7, A6 is absolutely just a wonderful neutralizing move. I played a lot of Queen's Gambit accepted as Blacks. And whenever they get into a position where White plays some silly move like Bishop D3, you're in a Queen's Gambit accepted, a tempo up for Black, with the knight already committed to the C3 square.
Which is considered to be actually dubious. The knight doesn't belong in C3.
Precisely. Again, let's just go around the horn. This is our Nakamura game.
Okay. Whoa.
Whoa! I mean,
that's a lot of moves.
Wow. I mean,
I don't remember the G3 move, but actually this idea of Rook H6 has been played several times this year. Blanking on who's played it, but I want to say Karyakin had a couple of games like this. I know that Maurice later will be able to tell me exactly who played this Rook H6 move, but I do recall seeing it more than once this year.
Not just this year, but also in the past. I recall some World Championship, I think it was Vichy and Magnus, where Rook H6, supporting the bishop on E6, Black is very willing to undertake this trade as this rook on E6. It looks a little funny, but there will be an eventual C6, C5, which will release the captive rook. That did not happen, by the way, after rook h6, g2, g3.
And then bishop c4 was played still very quickly.
All very quickly. And so the players are well in their preparations. I mean, clearly both players are happy or willing to accept this position. They reached it very quickly.
Yeah, Maxime is thinking a little bit here before playing rook e1. I'm not really sure if he has a choice.
Right. I don't understand the pause on that.
Although the fact that he's pausing on such an obvious move perhaps tells me.
He has
played it. Yeah, rook e1.
Tells you what?
Well, I was thinking that maybe he wasn't really familiar with the bishop c4. I was trying to understand it. But okay, he played rook e1 fast enough, I think.
Exactly. Then in the game between Fabiano Caruana and Alexander Grishuk.
Another anti-Berlin.
Another anti-Berlin with d3. And the players also have played quite quickly to get to this position.
No, d4 is an interesting move. A very obvious threat. Pawn seems to be poisoned. Grishuk playing still very quickly. Sorry, Caruana playing very quickly, as Grishuk is the one that's playing black, yeah.
Yeah. So, in view of the threat to the e5 pawn, I'm assuming knight d7 would be considered the standard, but...
it looks like the most logical move, right?
Right.
I mean, takes.
Do we want to take or...
Or play knight d4, right? That's the option that we're given.
Those are
in
the
this
two
position.
options, yeah.
One is to immediately take on e5 and expand very quickly with f4. That looks somewhat tempting.
Right.
Kicking out the bishops with tempo. Or the other variation is, of course, as you pointed out, knight d4, also with tempo, attacking the bishop on e6. Which doesn't actually have any good squares to go to.
Well, I'll go to g4 just...
because I cannot go f3.
Right. And I've got ideas
Can wait.
like...
You
can go f3.
You can go f3, yeah. It's not so clear, actually,
Not
where this
so
bishop
clear.
goes. Yeah.
So this move d4, d5 has set Alexander Grishuk back a little bit, and he's now thinking about how to handle that. After bishop c4, by the way, between our tournament leaders, rook e1, rook g6.
Rook g6 seems to encourage white to just reinforce the knight with h4. But strategically speaking, that's actually not something you want to do, as you lock down your entire kingside. And as we've talked about before in the Berlin, the whole point for white is to actually expand on this side, push his pawns forward. Locking down the kingside would be a strategic failure, I think.
Exactly. I completely agree with that viewpoint. But I do have to reinforce my knight,
Right.
so knight c3 to e4 seems like a good way of doing it, aiming for b3 and c4 expansion ideas.
Definitely looks like the most logical, yeah.
I recall once again this World Championship matches between Vichy and Magnus, where there was an a2 pawn hanging in one of those games, and black very boldly just captured it. This is not the situation to do that, but it was a funny moment, and bishop takes a2 got a cheer.
No, it was an amazing way. The bishop somehow maneuvered through b1 and it escaped, and it was like unbelievable.
It was great. All right, those players and Hikaru. So we're having 3 Berlins, symmetrical English, and I thought I saw a Sicilian somewhere. Whoa, things have picked up the pace between Magnus and Levon as well. After e3, d5, c4 takes d5, knight takes d5. Okay. Normally, people are very, very willing to go into a Tarrasch IQP position when you don't have that Rubinstein method of fianchettoing the bishop.
Right.
But that was not Magnus's choice. He took on d5, and suddenly it was white having the isolated queen pawn position. You can reach this position through numerous transpositions, including an e4 Caro-Kann. Knight takes c3, b takes c3, queen c7. Okay, this is a little bit of a sideline, but still a main, the main theory.
Yeah, but I don't think this was good for white. This reminds me of...
It's not good for white?
Uh-uh.
Why?
No, because I remember that specifically this position with the hanging pawns
Yes.
is a particularly bad version for white as opposed to a normal hanging pawn position. I always felt like black was a little too quick to develop with b6, bishop b7, bishop d6, knight d7.
Okay.
And compared to like the usual initiative that white is looking to have with the hanging pawns, I felt in this case he didn't really have enough. And this is actually reminds me very heavily of a game that I played with Mark Esserman in a World Open. And that actually started as a Sicilian. It was a Smith-Morris Sicilian,
Okay.
which I declined with knight f6.
Okay.
And it went into this kind of structure. And I want to say the only difference between that position and this position is that there was a pawn on e5 and a pawn on d6 still, which eventually got traded. But besides that, they looks pretty much the same. Here, I think you have to play bishop d2 because
Sure.
sometimes you want to sacrifice the pawn, just play bishop d3.
But you're saying that the hanging pawns after c4, you're going to quickly swap another pair of minor pieces, and then after, for example, castles, bishop d3, you were mentioning that this b6
Yeah.
and bishop b7 just comes, that,
little-
as you say,
little too
black's
quickly.
too fast, and these hanging pawns are more of a liability than an asset.
Right, and of course white should have enough to equalize, but I don't think that's just the the purpose of playing with
That's
white.
not the purpose of white, yes. So bishop d2, I like that move, simply protecting the pawn.
And then again, you can play something like bishop d6,
Bishop d6, I will go bishop d3,
b6.
b6.
And I think it's relatively important to know where the pieces go. I mean, a lot of people will naturally put the knight on c6, which I think is a mistake. I think that knight actually belongs on f6.
Yeah, if you put your knight on c6 against the c3, d4 structure, it's definitely moving again.
Right.
Whether it be to e7 or a5, because it's not the ideal. And you're thinking that, well, if you go knight d7 instead, then you've got this option of going, probably importantly, a defensive option of knight f6.
Right, especially
Okay.
against different sacrifices of bishop takes h7.
Right. I had, yeah. In this position, we know the Greek bishop sacrifice so very well. Let me just toss out a really aggressive move, h4.
Very subtle move.
Yeah, not so subtle. And then you've got this bishop sacrifice,
Yeah.
which is so very well known in Grandmaster quarters that you're just checkmating the black king,
Basically.
basically.
Right. And it even works with castle. I don't think you actually need to play h4.
I was just worried about
Yeah.
something. I don't know. But having said that, I'm not. I still feel that white has chances to be aggressive by playing a move like knight g5. I'm not just simply discouraging castles, of course. It's just that I want to get my queen to h5 and put pressure on the e6 pawn as well as the f7 pawn.
Yeah, perhaps the move order here is relatively important. It's perhaps beneficial for black to play knight d7 instead of playing b6.
Okay, we'll just continue. Yes, b6 might, knight d7 might be a little bit more precise because in case of knight g5, as
I have the immediate knight f6.
and putting a stop to this early queen sally to h5.
Right.
Okay.
So personally, I like black in these positions, but well, maybe Maurice has a different opinion.
Maurice.
Well, the engines do disagree with you, and it turns out that they think white is a little bit better here. But some interesting lines to take a look at in this position. This line is pretty standard, and actually, what is the main move here? If I can pull up the online database. What the main move here is for black is knight to c6. Traditionally, knight c6 is played. However, in this position, you can also play c takes d4, as was played in the game. And after e takes d4, now the move knight takes c3. This is not a very popular move. In fact, the fourth most popular move in the database. So this position, b takes c3, is not seen, and then even queen c7 is not a popular response either. Bishop e7 has been played. But recently, 2 games from the Berlin tournament, the Blitz tournament in Berlin, where both Aronian and Carlsen were, Vladimir Kramnik, who's now number 3 player in the world, Vladimir Kramnik played this line, and he was able to win 1 game and draw 1 game in that tournament with this particular sequence. So it's a bit unusual, a bit of an offbeat line. I don't think that Aronian prepared very deeply to go into this position. So we'll see what is coming out of this position now. The traditional move here, by the way, is bishop d2. Again, not a lot of moves, not of games in the position, bishop d2. The Indians are even willing to play rook b1 and sacrifice the c-pawn, saying you can have that with rook to b1. That move has never been played, rook b1 in this position. The Indians are suggesting that that is a sacrificial possibility right now. Now, another game that's interesting is this one. This position we see with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Anish Giri, and this position has been seen quite a bit. The move rook h6 has been played often. It's actually the main move in the position. But bishop to c4 is not a popular move here. Only 2 times in the database, bishop takes knight is invariably the move played. But this line, again, we see the name Kramnik show up. He played this exact line against who? Michael Adams. And where? At this London Chess Classic last year in round 3. He played this exact position, and they played. White got a slight advantage in the end, was not able to do anything with it, and that game ended in a draw. Only 2 games in the database compared to all the number of games, so I don't think that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave would have suspected that Giri would switch into this particular line. So we'll see if he is surprised there. And another position worth noting is this one, the one between Anand and Vasilij Topalov. Anand has been in this position quite often. It's one of his pet positions. When he plays h3, he's won a number of nice games with this line. But he almost always plays knight 2 to c3. Almost always plays this move. In this game, he decided to throw out queen d3, an unusual move for the position. It seems to have taken Vasilij by surprise. And in response, Vasilij played the move g6, a move that has never been played. So we have a novelty on that board. Intriguing setups happening already here at round 5 of the London Chess Classic.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that move order with Aronian Carlsen. Now, I was actually trying to remember my game that I played because, well, I did quite a bit of analysis on it. I wanted to make sure that I was getting the right position. But actually, the inclusion of the pawns on d6 and e5 that was on the Sicilian I mentioned gives black an extra tempo because you're forcing white to at some point take on d6.
Do you recall the exact move order?
Let's
do it again.
It's e4.
So you were white or black?
I was black.
Against Esserman, yes.
e4, c5.
Oh, I apologize.
I will never play that move in my life. d4. Then I took c3, and of course, Esserman being a big expert in this variation, I decided to play knight f6.
All right.
e5.
Right.
Knight d5. Now, I don't recall if he took first or played knight f3, but I think he played knight f3.
Okay.
d6.
Okay.
cd, e6. And here he played a move that I consider to be inexact. He played knight c3.
Okay.
Bishop c4 is, of course, the main line. I took, and played queen c7.
So what the difference with the Aronian position is these 2 pawns have already been traded.
Have already been traded. And because, I think this is actually quite beneficial for black.
Right.
To have the pawns still on the board.
Right.
Because after he plays bishop d2,
right.
I played
knight d7,
which forces
the trade. And you got your bishop developed to d6 right
with
away.
A tempo. Right. So I'm actually up a tempo compared to the Aronian position. So that actually does change the evaluation of the position, of course. I mean, it's an extra tempo.
Yeah,
compared to what I was thinking.
And that made a strong impression, of course, because now you're ready to attack white center.
Right.
Okay. Interesting.
Little subtleties always in the opening, and a lot of grandmasters do this compare and contrast things.
All the time.
All the time. When you have an opening and you don't really know it, you kind of know the ideas, grandmasters consistently, they compare and contrast. They're like, I remember this game, I remember this structure, I remember this position, and they base their analysis on something they've already seen, they've already analyzed. They say, what is different here compared to here.
Right.
And in this case, it took me a while to realize what exactly is the difference. Like, it felt like black's better originally because I had a very strong impression of that game.
Clear.
But of course, I had to go through the entire move order to be sure that the position was the same. And considering that I was able to find out I was up a tempo, suddenly I have to be very careful going into this position.
That the position really isn't bad for white.
Isn't
or something.
bad for white, yeah.
Exactly. All right. We'll let those players. I wanted to bring in the game of Fabiano and Fabi and Sasha for a moment, because after this move, d4, we did see Alexander playing knight d7.
It did look forced.
And and then we had this trade and this moment of two tempting choices, knight d4 or knight e5. And to follow it up with your idea of f4 and just expand on the king side. So let's imagine that
Let's gain a tempo. Just give it a
check, and now it's a pause. I'm a little bit worried about f5 and that this bishop getting somehow kicked away and no longer in the game.
Right.
I probably prefer to have my bishop sitting on the diagonal it's currently on, so let me play the move f6.
You're not worried about a Fischer-esque f5 anyway?
Yeah, perhaps I should be. f5 attacks my bishop, forces me back.
Yeah.
And now, at some point, you got to go knight f3 and e5, I suppose, right?
Yeah, I think that's the point, but
Yes.
I think I can.
No, you should, by all means.
I'm not even sure if I should play now or prepare with bishop f4.
All right, either
maybe.
one. Bishop f4, black will certainly castle.
And now, perhaps e5.
Right, and now we get something like this position.
I'll take white.
Looks very promising. I'm still...
A little worried about that f5 pawn.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm still, the jury's still out a little bit
I
because...
think I would rather trade queens though, because I'm worried that if you play bishop d5, I can reply with queen g4. And I think
You think black should toss in the move queen?
it's not a move I want to play, but I'm very afraid of queen coming to g4, controlling g5, controlling h6.
I see. All right, then let's toss in the queen trade. Queen d1, rook d1, and now bishop d5.
Yeah, and perhaps this is not so easy for white, actually. This pawn on f5 is a little weak. The pair of bishops should not be underestimated.
Right.
I don't have any immediate threats either.
Seems like all roads lead to Berlin. Intriguing game there. We did see, by the way, after bishop c4, rook e1, rook g6.
Knight c4
As
predicted,
expected, yes. Rook d8, trades of the rooks on d8, and now b3.
Extremely fast play, by the way. Bishop d5 was also played very quickly.
Oh my. Well, I would imagine that white wants to ask the question: is black willing to trade his bishop?
The question is also which bishop and how.
Right.
He has a lot of options. He can also take on g5 first.
Take on g5.
He could also put the bishop on e6 and trade it there.
Right.
Or he can take on e4 immediately.
But it's funny. If you were going to play bishop e6, why coax the move c4?
Well, d4 does become a weakness. I think that the pawn net didn't necessarily want to go to the position on c4. I think it's slightly more vulnerable on the dark squares. So I'm not really saying that it's the best idea I've ever seen. But, but I mean, perhaps it's an idea.
Okay, but it's just intriguing that you want to encourage the move c2, c4, and I kind of think that that pawn barrier or that pawn chain from a2 to c4 actually looks attractive to my eyes. Maurice?
Well, they're still following the game between Adams and Kramnik right at this moment. And in this position, Kramnik played bishop takes g5 to answer that question. Bishop takes, knight takes g5, and bishop to e6. And just to play a few more moves, king to g2, c5, and now another trade of bishops. So the battle was between this bishop and this knight to see which one would be the superior minor piece. After knight to d4, the move g4 was played here, attacking this pawn, a trade, and then rook to a6, rook to d2. And then in just a couple of moves, this happened, a5, bishop takes, c takes, d4, and white had the better of this endgame. So after some moves, so maybe this is the kind of position they're going to, and they've evaluated that it's actually just fine for either side, and there's going to be a real theoretical argument over this critical game from round 3 of last year's London Chess Classic between Adams and Kramnik. Now, I'd like to draw your attention to a couple of interesting questions being asked in some games, particularly this position here. Yu Yang Yi, this line is right now championed by Yu Yang Yi, the Chinese phenom. It is the game that is being played right now with Nakamura playing with the black pieces against Michael Adams. And this position, Yu Yang Yi played it twice at last year's Millionaire Chess Open against Wesley So, was only able to draw. Played it this year against Luke McShane from England, only able to draw as well. His choices, more popular, castles is largely the popular move here, and also the move bishop to e3. However, bishop to d2 is what Mickey played today, and rook e8 by Nakamura. This has only been played once, and by Anand, of course, who's playing now. But Anand went a different path against Karyakin. He played the move a4. But look how Mickey decided to play. He said, I'm going to play the move queen to e2, suggesting maybe I'll castle on this side. And after f6, well, I'm just going to throw out h4. Wow. Aggressive chess by Mickey, figuring he's going to play maybe g4, g5, try to get an attack going already. A pawn storm on this side. Very aggressive play by the Englishman trying to win his first game. So that's a big move, h4, and Nakamura feels the pressure of that move and the aggressive intention of his opponent going for it in round 5, the day before the rest day. As we mentioned, that's a critical day for our tournament standings. Now, another game of interest is this one. Caruana Grischuk. Look at how this game went. We mentioned after bishop d6, d4 was the last position we looked at. Knight to d7, d takes e5, in full-scale trades. This line has only been played a couple of times. America's Sam Shanklin has been on the black side of this position before. There were 2 draws, but Caruana went for this position like he was completely prepared to play this exact line. The Indians like black, but that means nothing if he has some deep preparation in this position, and Grischuk, of course, could not have suspected he would go for a line that's not popular and considered better for black, maybe suboptimal. But what does that mean? Get ready for Grischuk to do a nice 40-minute think.
Thank you, Maurice.
Well, I wanted to pull your attention to Giri's last move, which I thought was pretty cool.
Knight d4. So we considered only 2 options, and both of them involved captures.
Yeah.
And out of the blue comes Knight d4. So clearly,
Wow.
Giri
Prepared all this, yes.
is not fearful of his piece being captured, because now this pawn on d5 will attack this knight on e4, which is needed to protect the knight on g5. Whoa, knight d4.
And he's also not afraid of neither knight d6 or knight f6.
Yes, so I can understand why he's not afraid of knight d6, Jack. After takes, this pawn could be a bridge too far, so to speak.
I think after this, well, I think even easier is king d7.
King d7, I wasn't
king
sure
d7 is a
of
problem.
knight f7, right?
Knight e5 is a problem at the end. I forgot
Right.
about knight, yeah.
Right, just sorry for the viewers. King d7 would be highly desirable, considering that there's a bishop g5, there's a knight f3 check in the position. The problem is after knight f7, winning a pawn, check, forks king and rook. But if you continue the line just a move or 2 longer, oops, there's a check for white, forking a king and rook as well, and better for white.
Actually, I'm not even sure. That's better for white at the end.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Are you really? Why not? Just a second. King d7.
Okay, I play king e6.
King e6.
You have to take my rook.
I certainly
And then
will.
knight d3. You're going to lose your pawn on d6 pretty quickly. I'm threatening king f6.
Dual threat, but if I just continue the line, Alejandro? We were talking about that bishop takes a2
Right.
in a variation of the Berlin. Well, now how about bishop takes a7 for white in this case?
It's not really a threat, right? King takes d6.
Well, what's the body count? King takes d6.
Equal so far.
Okay, well, let me tickle that knight out of
Knight b4, I guess.
knight b4. And let me tukas.
Well, now I can
take.
now I can take, right?
Right. And I was hoping that this guy might be a little weak, but I guess not.
And I also have knight c1 as a possibility.
Right. Well, maybe my tickle with king e2 was
It's completely unnecessary.
unnecessary. Let me just take this guy.
Yeah, now I have to spend some time to actually get your pawn.
Knight c1.
Knight c1.
Yeah. And let me take this pawn over here, h4. Sorry, we're getting sidetracked, but
Yes, very.
it
interesting.
looks like a good position.
lot
But
of-
hold on. I wanted to say, sorry, I
Yeah.
did want to say that knight d6 check. I'm sure Anish is more than willing
To
to
just
play
go knight a6.
Knight e6.
Yeah, that looks a lot easier.
And that pawn on d6 looks like it's far more of a liability than an asset.
No, I agree. Knight d6 doesn't seem very dangerous. Maybe we can look at knight f6.
All right, we'll go back. So knight f6 check. I'll have to take that one, presumably capturing with a check. All right, well, let's just continue the line.
Again, allowing knight takes f7. But in this case, I think you have
Check.
other tricks. King f1 seems forced.
And how is this weird position? Both guys have connected pass pawns.
But I have more.
You're about to have one more. Yes.
No, I don't think this is the idea. This
No.
doesn't look right.
That does not look right. Okay, so should I move my king perhaps to f8? No. There's knight 8. Oh, maybe no.
Unclear. But king f8, I have knight h7. King g8 looks forced.
Okay.
Then I'll trade off my knight for your bishop.
Check. Take.
But I guess after knight e2, black really has nothing to fear.
How
Knight
about-
e6 might be a little bit even stronger.
Yeah, with the double attack, and
Right.
thanks to the g3 pawn being an absolute pin, something went wrong here.
Yeah. Maybe something along these lines. Still a
This-
little tricky, though.
By the way, I mean, once
Okay,
again, it
and
does
just
show fantastic preparation by Anish Giri.
And I think-
we've spoken how he's undefeated. He's
Right.
been silky smooth through the whole Grand Chess Tour.
Well,
and he
Giri's had
came up with
awesome preparations. I mean, we've seen it over and over again. Sometimes they're a little passive. They don't give that much, but it's good enough. And
in
actually,
this particular case, this looks like a huge novelty.
it's a very nice novelty. And actually, we have a feature between the players as they described each other. And I was curious in what MVL had to say about Giri.
All right.
Resurgence.
Aggressive.
Aggressive.
Dangerous. Never stands up during the game.
Original.
Exchange sacrifice.
Pre-retirement time and just enjoying chess.
Decent.
Bullet.
Unpredictable.
Weird, I would say, as a player for me. Sharp.
Wild.
Aggressive.
Tricky.
Aggressive and also too passive at times.
Creative.
Very solid positional master.
Paired.
Witty.
Tricky.
Tricky.
Classical.
Lucky. Prodigy.
World champion.
Star.
Class. Too talented.
Strong.
Resurgence. Solid.
Amazingly talented positional player.
Cocky.
Future contender.
Young. Dangerous.
Myself.
Legend.
Ageless.
Solid.
Legend.
Anand is a genius.
Wisdom.
Difficult opponent. I don't know, just me.
Inspired. A French maestro.
Quick. Blitzer.
French.
My good buddy.
Talent. Unstable.
Machine.
The master of preparation.
Tough. Very focused.
Academic.
Serious. Good all-round player. I can't do myself.
Perfectionist. Blitz genius.
Time trouble.
Blitz.
Artistic. Unpredictable.
Russian guy.
Grinder. Technically sound.
Spider. Also solid.
Elegant.
Spider. British.
Underdog.
That's a really lovely segment. I really enjoy those one-word answers.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
And I like how sometimes they actually change, I think, between event and event because of the games that they've had between each other.
Mm-hmm.
I really enjoy it, definitely. So we're here with knight d4, a pretty cool novelty, I think, from Giri just leaving his bishop hanging.
Right.
I'm sure that he's studied it quite a bit, and I'm pretty sure he thinks he's fine.
Without question, and it looks like an excellent solution to a number of problems that Black normally has, I want to say, in Berlin's. Very often the e6 square is actually the ideal square for a Black knight, and if you can get away with this move knight d4 and not forced to give up one of your bishops in a compromising way, no problems.
No problems.
Maurice, has knight d4 the novelty of the tournament?
Well, it's kind of funny to watch moves like knight d4, and the players are so creative, they're so strong. Back in the day when someone came up with such a novelty, you'd say, wow, he spent hours and hours studying the position, looking at all the nuances, checking it twice, checking it thrice to make sure that this was correct. These days, just stick it in an engine and knight d4 comes up instantly. It's the very first move, in fact, of the engine, and it's clear to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave that he has fallen for engine prep, because knight d4 comes up as equal right away. This move says you have nothing with the white pieces. It just simply, basically, shows equality. That's it. So incredible. Maxime knows it. You can expect this game to go the route of a draw. He might look for something, some way to play the position, but it doesn't even make sense calculating all the tricky lines, because he knows that Giri has looked at all the knight f6s and knight d6s, all those tactics, what to play for, how to make this into a game that doesn't just peter out into a draw after 30 moves. And I think that is a challenge here, given that these two players are two of the youngest players in the competition. When you look at the ratings graph, the players, they're on different ends of the spectrum. Giri, being the youngest player in the competition, is only 21 years old. Then Caruana at 23, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Magnus Carlsen at 25, Hikaru 28 years old, Grishuk at 32. You start getting to the old guys. 33 for Levon Aronian, and then a jump to the previous generation, Veselin Topalov at 40, and Mickey and Anand, two of the older players in the competition. But still, it doesn't matter. These are all great players of any generation, certainly to be proud of their play as they continue to battle out here at the tournament.
Thank you, Maurice. So knight d4, first move comes right up, and nobody has played it before, I believe.
It's such an uncomfortable thing to face, because you know your opponent has equalized. You're like, now I have to try to win somehow, but I don't even know where to start.
Right.
I don't know what my opponent has looked at. He probably is sipping coffee somewhere.
Right.
He knows the next 5 or 6 moves for
Right.
sure. And how would you approach this position if you were MVL?
Disgustedly. I mean, I know I'm staring down a position that my opponents looked at quite deeply. Just as Maurice was explaining, trying to make a game of it seems like a very thankless undertaking. I probably have to reconcile myself to some idea that if I take, and for example, I move my king, and takes, oops, excuse me, I grabbed the wrong piece there, takes, rook takes, I might feel myself just happy to get a draw, run away, and kind of like
it's a rest day tomorrow,
yeah,
isn't it?
berate myself that I didn't work as hard as my opponent had before the game.
Agreed. No, this would obviously
It's
just lead
uncomfortable.
into a draw. But I mean, practically speaking, sometimes that's even the best decision. When you consider how strong these players are, you realize that, you know, one misstep, your opponent is very, very, very comfortable in his position. And the Berlin is one of those situations where if you overpress,
We've seen it time and time again.
We've seen it time and time again.
Yeah.
It's very tough to actually play for the white side.
All right.
Maurice.
And Maurice.
Important developments in the opening. We're still talking opening preparation. What can you get with the white pieces? Well, it looks like Caruana has gotten something out of his game against Grischuk. We saw this position. It's supposed to be more or less equal. 2 games that resulted in a draw, but we don't know what his preparation would have been to improve on the lines. But he didn't have to do anything extra. The 2 games that were played in this line, Bishop D4 check, King to H1, and the other game saw the move F6 more solidly in this position, not to allow F5. That's a critical game we should mention. We follow Shanklin played this game against Sem Gupta, and he was able to make a draw. But in this game, instantly, F5 shows up on the board by Grischuk to stop the pawns from rampaging down the board, physically stopping this. But the Indians don't like the move at all. Instantly say, this is a bad move. Queen H5 check. Also, Queen E2 is the Indians' top move, but G6 and now Queen E2. Little nibbles of weaknesses here in Black's position. Is this really that bad? Well, we can see that the Black, or maybe Black and Castle queenside. I mean, I personally would like to have a safe king. The Indians giving Castle's kingside as the key move here. Already there's a threat, of course, of just taking on the F5 square, and there's the pin to the bishop. The Indians definitely like Black, although they didn't really feel the need to play the check on H5, so we're in a new position. It looks as though Caruana has gotten the kind of position he wants. How long is Grischuk going to take at the board? At least it didn't take 40 minutes on that move, but it looks as though Caruana is quite relaxed with the position that he has managed to finagle in the opening.
All right, I'm still I'm playing catch up here a bit because I don't really see the big issues after castles.
No,
Knight F3.
Don't think that's a big deal, actually. You go back with the bishop on G7, I guess.
I was actually just going to put it here and try to coax or encourage E4, E5. Rook D1.
It looks okay for Black.
I think so. I didn't see why the computer felt that Grischuk's. I thought F5 was hyper aggressive. I was suggesting F6 is a solid move, but this hyper approach.
F5 definitely makes a lot of sense. You break the center a little bit, you open it up for the bishops.
No
E5, it does close the position, but on the other hand, it gives Black such a solid blockading square.
Exactly.
Maybe we should take a look at the other games real quickly, since we've seemed to neglect them just a little bit in favor of the other ones. I really like this Michael Adams game.
And the underdog, as he called himself, is going for a kingside attack. We left it around these parts. H4.
Yes.
Hikaru did the common maneuver of bringing his knight so that he can put it on E6.
Don't get ahead of yourself.
Eyeballing D4 and F4 squares. H5. Bishop E6.
Instead of knight.
Well, the bishop usually will go back to F7, right, and then make way for the knight. So knight comes to E3. Queen to D7. H6.
Well,
wow.
Very logical, right? If you play H6, he must respond with G6. I'm sure there's no other move.
Oh, right, G6. And now we've got to find a way to tickle the pawn on the F6, right?
Right, maybe just G4, G5 at some point. I would maybe start with castle. I don't know, because I like safe kings.
G4 and G5 at some point?
Yeah, why not?
How are you going to get G4 in?
I might just gift you the pawn.
Okay, so what would you do as white?
Well, I would first start with castle, I think, just because I like safe kings.
Short or long?
No. Well, we'll go the Mickey Adams route. We'll go long.
Long?
Yes.
Wow. Okay, you know me. Slap it down.
You're really going to take that pawn?
Of course. It's a pawn that protects your king. I'll be very happy.
I just want to punish that tactically with like D4 or something, but I guess I don't have any real resources.
Well, again, in honor of Jennifer Shahade, who's in London, not here, we love to show the basic checkmates. B3 would be a horrendous move.
Yeah, perhaps I cannot castle. You can just take the pawn. All right. Maybe.
I was thinking that you might play knight h2. I like this idea of targeting f6. So what you want to do, I think, is put the knight on g4 and play for f4 as opposed to playing g4, g5. g4, g5 looks a little bit weird to my eyes. What do you think about knight h2? Maurice?
Well,
sorry, I thought you were I thought you were pulling us over.
No, I was not. I was just a bit shocked by the last move played in the game. Very interesting move. He castled. Imagine pushing your h-pawn all the way down the board, looking like you're demonstrating a kingside attack, and then castle on that same side, leaving this h-pawn. It's like a pinky stuck out there, waiting to get lopped off. Very strange sequence, and he played it so quickly and confidently. I would never have guessed castle kingside. If you gave me this position and said, think about this position, what would you play as white after seeing the last several moves? What would you play? Castles would not have been on my list of moves to play. And it would have taken me time, and I don't think I still would come up with castle after I guessed all the other moves I could possibly play in this position. So interesting play by, I'm using the word interesting, confusing for me to see this on the board. The engine's like black here, and not surprising, but what is the Frenchman thinking in this position? Another position, I would ask you to guess a move right here. As black, you would probably be looking at some kind of developing move, maybe b5, bishop h6 is an idea, maybe knight attacking the queen, a lot of moves. You might not guess rook c5. Not that it's as weird as castles from the other position, but rook c5, pressuring the d5 square. Now his knight is trying to figure out how to force a trade and put a pawn on this square, but the engines are going a little crazy trying to figure out what the right way is to maybe punish the rook being on c5. The first choice being the move f4, a hyper-aggressive idea. The point being after takes to play the move queen d4, hitting the rook. This line, I thought, was some kind of demonstration. Knight takes f4 now, hitting this pawn on d6, so your bishop can't quite get away on this side, although the engine's saying, yes, you can. If knight takes on e6, f takes e6, queen takes on d6, now giving black the better position here after rook takes and king to e7. Interesting line after rook to d1, rook f8, and saying that black is the one who is better, though having lost the pawn, having all the activity in the dominant squares, rook coming to f2. Really interesting position, that idea. Wow. So queen to d4, f4 is possible in that way. The other line than f4, though, bit aggressive, is the line bishop to e2. Where are you going to live? This king has to castle at some point. g4 is ready and waiting. So that's one line for white, for black to worry about. So he's got to worry about g4. He's got to worry about f4. This is a real serious situation. He's certainly not dead yet, or by any stretch of the imagination. There's still play, but it's like it's building. That slow build we saw Anand try to do against Carlsen earlier in the tournament. Anand is a master, grandmaster, world champion at building slowly and then punching you in the face. This is what he's looking at right now, and Topolov's going to have to play some very good specific moves in order to make sure that he doesn't get blasted off the board. He knows this opponent can do it to him. It's happened many times before.
And the move bishop e2, by the way, was played by Vichy.
Vichy. And, well, before we go on our first break of the day, I actually want to go back to the Magnus Carlsen game.
Because that has been an intriguing game.
Yes.
When we had left it, we saw this very early queen move, queen c7, attacking the pawn on c3. We had mentioned that we didn't like advancing the pawn, which would allow a bishop trade. So bishop d2 by Levon, knight d7, a very precise move by the world champion.
Discussing that it avoided some knight g5 ideas in certain
exactly.
positions.
Bishop d3. Now the move b6 and knight g5.
With threats?
From the mind of Levon Aronian.
Right.
Knight g5, knight f6 to stop that aforementioned idea of queen h5.
But queen f3 is on the board with
queen
not a very subtle threat here.
Give me the rook. I assume that Magnus did not want to play bishop b7, as bishop d3 is a very awkward check to meet. So the world champion played rook b8, and we've caught up. And what was it you wanted to mention here?
Well, I just thought the position was crazy.
It is. It's rich.
It's rich.
For sure.
Strategically, if Black's able to develop all his pieces, he will be better because you're playing against the hanging pawns. But he's a very far way from finishing development. I mean, White's initiative is very real in this position.
I was about to say, yes.
I like pieces. Those pieces look funky. Look at all those white pieces. You're going to need to play the move h6 to get rid of that knight, and you're not, because the queen's going to land on h3. Wow. The queen's headed to the h3 square. In fact, the engine's saying queen h3 is best right now, but I just like seeing pieces just in those advanced squares. You've got to figure out a way to beat back those pieces, or else this looks like it's going to be trouble for Black.
Queen h3 is best right now?
Yes, actually, #1 move by the engine in this position is to play this move. Queen to h3.
Not even castles.
Not
queen h3.
Not castles, just queen h3 and hold them down. And oddly, h6 is the first suggestion, and now castles. And okay, go do what you have to do. Actually, what's interesting about this position is after bishop to d6, the engines want to play knight back to f3, and maybe daring you to go to that side of the board with castles. Castles right now would be met instantly by bishop takes on h6, and if you capture this, well, queen takes, and it's going to be all she wrote very soon. Magnus is not going to let this happen to him for sure, but these are the dangers that can happen in this position. Back here, rook b8, this move queen h3 is being suggested as the first choice by the engine.
Aronian's not known as an attacking genius, but man, when you're 2800, you can play any kind of position. He's going to be playing a very incisive type of game here, not his usual squeeze or a slightly better position. It's not a Catalan. No, he's going for the throat.
Well, I tell you, every time you try to cubbyhole a player like Levon Aronian or any of these elite players and say, he's not the greatest attacker in the world, suddenly he attacks like a genius. And I still remember from the Sinquefield Cup where he was white in a game against Caruana. He sacrificed the rook, and away he went on against Black's king.
Or now, the same tournament, he beat Wesley So, I want to say, in a
that was a fantastic
game.
Attacking game. So just going back, Maurice had mentioned that the queen sally, queen c7, was not the main move, and that a lot of players, or the most popular move for Black, was the simple developing move, bishop e7. And now we know why that move's the most popular. Keep that knight out of g5 and prepare to castle. Magnus had basically challenged Levon to attack him, and Levon said, okay.
Picked up the gun.
And said, if you dare me, I'll go for it.
Well, I think after this small fireworks, we'll see if it grows into a big fire. It's a good time to take our first break of the day.
All right.
And then we'll be returning with more openings from the London Chess Classic. Welcome back, everybody. We're here in the 5th round of the London Chess Classic. We got some very interesting games, very different approaches to the situations. Anish Giri with very deep preparation, probably still even already seeing the position on the board, probably with his engine. We have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave thinking currently how to get any kind of advantage, but it seems impossible. I think the Dutchman has considered all possibilities. But on other games, we have Magnus Carlsen playing a very sharp position against Levon Aronian, something that could explode in any moment. But speaking of positions that are dangerous, I want to take a look at Topalov's position.
And that game, by the way, I know the computer is very, very excited by the position for white, and yet, to my eyes, I thought black was doing fine. I was truly confounded by the move rook c5. I simply don't understand it. I would have kept that square reserved for black's knight, but rook c5 was played. Bishop e2, we talk about the slow play, just building up the position for white. b5, and I understand that the engine thinks that f4, now is the time to go for f4 and f5, that this is a very good position for Vichy, but to my eyes it looks normal.
It looks very difficult to explain, but it's just a very engine-like position, and Maurice, I think, has the insights for us.
Before we get to that, I'd like for us to take a look at the Grischuk game just for a quick second. I just want to see the board, and he finally, there must have been some kind of transmission error going on, because he was thinking for minutes on this move, queen takes e6. Does that make any sense to anyone at all? I mean, I was sitting here, so what's taking so long? But maybe there was just a transmission error or some kind of delay. So let's get to the position you guys were discussing, the one between Anand and Topalov. We saw the move rook c5 land on the board. Anand prepared a huge blast with the move g4, and immediately b5 came on the board. Now we understand that you want to attack on opposite sides of the board. The black king is still in the middle of the board, however, and these kind of weird positions I've seen before where the king is not being targeted on the king side because it's not sitting there, and in the meantime he's trying to get some kind of counterplay on the queen side where a king is actually sitting, but he's missing a bishop and a rook in this situation. So can it really be good? Well, the engines believe not after f4, which interestingly they don't give e takes f4 as the first move, queen to d4, and now if we follow the line with knight to e5, knight takes f4, and it looks similar to the line we saw before, but except the bishop is now developed in the game. So bishop h6 we saw in the other line now is not that impressive according to the engines, because now this does look like an extra pawn. b5 has weakened the a6 square as well, so there's no more king to e7 because you just dropped the a6 pawn. So that line no longer works thanks to the inclusion of bishop to e2. That might make the difference here. So again, f4 is the critical idea. Sorry, bishop e2, b5, now f4 is the critical idea. The engines give bishop takes d5. I can't say I'm that impressed by that move, bishop takes d5. If you have to play that, you got to get the feeling like something's gone wrong. And now takes on f4. Again, still this move. And in this position, if knight to d4, knight takes on f4, and black has some difficulties developing. Let's try to do something simple like bishop to e7, or the knight can bounce back. And castles again faces this issue of potentially knight takes and takes the d6 pawn. However, the engines say, forget the pawn. Go after him first with g4. Things are looking quite dangerous for black in this line as well. So f4 is a big move. I think you guys probably should analyze g4 as an interesting idea as well. Will this position lead anywhere for black? I would be a little concerned if I had black here. The engines say, yes, you should be. Bishop g7 trying to hold the position together. An interesting one, to be sure. Strategically quite interesting. Does Anand have enough to win the game?
Thank you, Maurice. Typical Najdorf. On the one hand, you can explode the position tactically with f4. On the other hand, you can play a strategical game with g4.
Well, Yasser, without looking at the position, whose clock is that? 1 hour and 50 minutes for white, 59 minutes for black.
Well, I know Grishuk's got to be on the, on the side with the least amount of time. But
Yes.
1 hour and
50 minutes for Caruana.
So Fabi's played all of his moves in 10 minutes.
To be fair, they're not the hardest moves in the world. but-
Understood, but still, it goes to show that he's been playing very, very quickly
Yes.
As compared to his opponent.
Absolutely. Well, Grishuk headed for his usual time pressure, and I decided to play slower with the move A3, a move that also I think makes quite a bit of sense in the position. You stop simply the move B4 permanently.
Well, it's a rather human move. As we've been talking about, Black has not given us the address of his king, so Vichy says, well, I'm just waiting to see how Black's going to develop his game. Maurice has spoken about the bishop on F8, the bishop on F8 and the rook H8 being undeveloped. You put the bishop on G7, maybe this knight could drop back to B4, attacking the pawn on A6, and with a double attack, I mean to say, pawn on D6 as well. So A3, and it's sort of like, your turn. What are you going to do to improve your position?
This position really reminds me of a certain variation of the Sicilian, which was kind of popular, I want to say, like about 3-4 years ago, in which Black played the move E6, E5 against in a Khan. White plays bishop D3, Black goes E6, E5, and the computer was like +1. Are you kidding me? This is ridiculous. And then it realized very slowly that it wasn't really so clear, and eventually it dropped down to equality, you know, once the opening phase was usually over. And it really reminded me of this position because it's the kind of same structure, and also the kind of positions where the computer always wants to open up the position, but it doesn't create enough threats that I'm completely convinced. And I'm sure the computer saw something very concrete, but I'm never fully trusting of the computer in the structures. I think it always favors white a little bit too much. I do think that F4 looked very dangerous for very concrete reasons, but I'm not so sure if the position was as bad as the computer said.
Okay, well, certainly F4 remains a good possibility for white. If we do take that move back for a moment, because the computer asks a very concrete question in this position after knight e5, what do you reckon Veselin would have played?
Yeah, that's the main question. And actually, the rook on c5 ends up being such a liability sometimes because knight d3 is always in the air.
There's even queen takes c5 on a certain good moment.
Occasions.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure. I mean, bishop g7 is so natural, but as we mentioned, it kind of just drops a pawn.
Maybe even two.
Maybe even two.
That's not good. Again, this is the line that Maurice gave, and you have a lot of regrets that playing b5 because queen takes d6 not only picks up one, but looks a favorite to pick up another. So why did Vichy not play this? Because if you put this position on the board and you see the advantages that white has, he's opening up the position when black's king is in the center, when black is underdeveloped, very classical principle.
Well, there are some clear disadvantages. And the main thing, and as a Sicilian player, I mean, getting the knight to e5 is usually worth so much. So, I mean, perhaps he didn't see anything concrete against, for example, bishop e7, and he thought, well, why am I going into this? Why am I giving you this square?
Yeah, but again, well, yeah, no, I get it. No, I really, really do. I could also toss in g4, but I just like the idea of now that the f-file is opened, just to kind of entrap, if you will, a little bit, black's king. The other thing I start to look at is playing for the possibility of a4. Now that this pawn sits out there on b5, a4 might be a very good undermining move as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm sure the computer must like white a lot, but in my first impression, it's not that clear. I mean, you do give up, as I said, e5, and
the
once
e5 square.
You've given up also the d5 square by taking on e6, strategically, it feels like the knight on e5 is really holding the position together. I would say that it's not so easy to evaluate it as clearly better for white coming from this position. at least in my first impression.
And so basically, having said everything you've just said, you might have played A3 yourself in that case.
Well, G4 looked more like the kind of move I would have played simply because I can also force the opening of the kingside in that way, and H4 seems like such an undesirable move for you.
To lock down.
To lock down, right.
Yeah.
So perhaps I would have considered G4. A3 is not the kind of move that I really like to play in this zone, but I mean, I think it would have at least crossed my mind, yes.
Okay. And Maurice?
Well, this position between Carlsen and Aronian just got very interesting. We liked Aronian's position here. We thought knight f3 was a logical move, daring black to castle. But instead, another dare, rook f to e1 is on the board, and he's daring him to steal this pawn. Bishop takes h2 with check is possible. If you play queen takes, which is the computer's first choice, looks like actually your best move. Queen takes queen, king takes, and now a takes g5 with check to the king. The king has different squares. Let's just play a safe one, king to g1. And now black is temporarily up a pawn, but this one is not so easy to keep permanently with the two bishops trained on it. But the engine gives knight to d5 as a move with the pawn, this pawn on c3 now under attack, and the knight headed to the f4 square as well. So bishop h2 is playable. Here, though, the engines are saying that white is slightly better. And what's the response to this move, knight d5? a4, looking to get pressure. Again, talking about the two bishops, really fascinating position to be sure. And Magnus is no doubt thinking about bishop takes on h2 as an idea. Does he like that particular ending or not? After a long think, the move rook f to e1 has been played. Now, a very nice line. I want to show you this one. They went into this endgame that we saw with knight to d6, Giri and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I'll just go back so we can catch up. cd5, cd5, knight d6, cd6, ed6 check. Knight drops back to e6, covering everything. This knight under attack, drop back as well. Bishop f6, bishop to e3, attacking this pawn, and he said, go ahead, I'll go after your d pawn. But when he took on a7, a critical move, very sharp and alert, rook h6, not allowing his rook to get trapped with the move bishop to e3. His rook is now headed back to safe territory, and this d pawn cannot be defended because bishop to b8, simply rook to h8, and then where's your bishop going to go? You can just get snapped off. So very smart move by Giri, showing his beautiful preparation in this line. And this game, this one with Adams, I mean, they get stranger and stranger. First, castle's on the same side as his pawn storm. Then after bishop g4, he trades this off. And then he plays the knight d4, supposed to be tricky, but even the end game doesn't look better for him with queen takes, knight takes. What's the pawn doing at h6? Nothing much. But also, black can play with more energy. Queen back to d7, queen to h4, any move. I don't understand the Brits' play at all here. We'll see if he is messing around or will Nakamura punish him. Definitely a good situation for Naka if he can pull off a win today, given that his main rivals are clearly headed towards a draw.
Thank you, Maurice. And I was just thinking myself that after Mickey Adams' move knight f3, I would actually like to keep the queens if I were black. I would probably play queen h4 myself, eyeballing this pawn on h6. If the knight were to come back, well, I'd maintain that pin with queen h5, angling for a g5 play and to one day pick up this pawn on h6. I'm a pawn grabber.
Well, I think Hikaru has a lot of choices here in this position. I agree 100% with the fact that keeping the queens is more natural, and I think a younger Nakamura would have definitely grabbed the possibility of the initiative. Mm-hmm. And we see that his stylistic change as he actually took the queen on e2 is going to be headed for the endgame. Now we're going to have to find out if h6 is a weakness or not. And actually, speaking of Hikaru, it's his birthday tomorrow on the rest day.
Happy birthday, Hikaru.
And we have a little montage of him as he's gone through the years.
He was so cute. What happened?
Don't tell that to Maria. I actually met him when he was 9 years old, and I vaguely remember him looking like that, yeah.
I remember him as preteens. He was like 12 in some of the open tournaments. I saw him. He was very shy at the time, too. He was a very, very cute young man. But happy birthday tomorrow.
Happy birthday. Tomorrow to Hikaru will be on our rest day, so we wish him the
Right.
best.
So what drew Hikaru to the queen trade? Is he game and thinking about playing G5, King F7, King G6, trying to lasso this pawn on H6, or how would you?
I don't really
How would you
know.
imagine that Hikaru is approaching this exact position?
I'm not sure that he would like to, as you say, lasso that pawn, because
Yeah.
the problem is that once you actually do that, it takes so much time. I can always play G3, King G2, Rook H1.
But that's the point. Then your rook is tied up to H1 square.
Maybe, but
Yeah.
honestly, even if you ever take that pawn, once you've committed to G5, it's not quite the achievement to give up so many light squares.
All right, but then
What's he gonna do?
yes.
He'll probably play something like 96, and I think he'll be happy with a drawish position. I don't think he's gonna be the type that's gonna force the game from here. I think if he wanted to go for a more must-win situation, he would have played Queen H4 or Queen somewhere.
Right.
But I think he's going to be okay with an equal-ish endgame and just play it out. I don't think that black has anything really to fear here.
No. In fact, I'm fearful as white that the H6 pawn is a long-term liability. I would like to get in the move F4, but in order to get in F4, I have to first begin with G3, King to G2, and only then, with a little preparation, play for the move F4, where I'm hoping that by doing this, I'll manage to keep that pawn on H6 for a long time.
Well, and hopefully the more you expand on the king side, the more threats you
Maybe.
create there, and actually the pawn can become useful.
Exactly.
It's definitely a double-edged kind of pawn. I think that if the pawn was back on H2, we would be just calling this a snooze fest.
Exactly.
But with the pawn on H6, actually, the position changes considerably. A lot of the endgames that you think would usually be okay for white are just lost because you're going to lose the pawn very easily.
Right.
And it's up to Michael Adams, I think, to actually prove some kind of active play to justify having a pawn so far up the board.
Yeah, it definitely brings a lot of spice to the position that the pawn is on H6, and as you say, not on H2. Going back to the game of the world champion, Magnus Carlsen, Maurice mentioned that the move rook on F1 to E1 came after a long think.
Right.
And that's really, really surprising because I really like White's pieces. They're all geared for sacrifices against Black's king the moment he castles. And I wouldn't want to have given Magnus the opportunity of playing bishop h2 and trading off queens as well as a minor piece. I would have played the move knight f3.
sacrificing a pawn either way, though, because after knight f3, what are you playing against bishop b7?
Against bishop to b7.
No, I have a strategical threat of bishop e4 just to neutralize.
Yes, rook fe1.
And then I take on f3.
And you take on f3.
I mean, it's a pawn, right? You're sacrificing a pawn as white.
But I think that this sacrifice is a lot different. First of all, I am keeping queens. Secondly, you're going, thanks to the threat of g3, you're going back, so I've gained some time.
Right.
And where's your king actually going to... Okay, if I go d5 immediately, you'll play e5 and shut down the position.
Yes.
I get that. Okay. But I don't know where your king is going. First, let me just toss a check at you.
No choice. I think I do have to go to f8.
F8. And I'll play a4, or I'll borrow a page from a position that Marie showed, where you're playing for a5, and you're just basically saying, okay, I'm a pawn down. I'm not trying to win it back immediately. I'll just slow play the position, and how will Black ever untangle and bring this rook on
It looks like
H8?
it's the same position, but the king is worse placed, and I kept the queen. It's definitely an improvement, I would say, over the variation that we were looking at with bishop h2 after rook e1.
Well, but as played in the game, rook fe1, and again, this move, bishop h2, looks like a great bailout decision. I'm a little bit surprised that the computer considered white to have the edge in a position that he was a pawn down. I like this move, knight d5, very much, by the way. And, you know, I've got knight f4 as a way of protecting my extra pawn. I've got f7, f6 in the future. And this position, for some strange reason, the computer says compensation and then some.
Then
Do you
some.
see that? Do you,
It's not my first impression.
Not my first impression either. I thought that black should be perfectly
okay.
happy with this particular outcome. And again, trading queens and avoiding those sacrificial attacks that lurk over black's position, I would think the world champion would be happy to bail out like this.
I agree completely.
Maurice?
Well, a fascinating position now taking place. We've been watching this one between Anand and Topalov, and Topalov's played all these demonstrations on the queen side. Rook to c5, knight to b6, now looking to trade off everything on the d5 square potentially and maybe equalize if he can get those trades off, but I don't think that Anand's going to allow it. Now, there are a couple of choices here. With all these things happening on this side, it's got to be g4 or f4. Let's look at f4 for the moment. If f4 is played, there are options here for black that are quite interesting. One important move to look at is bishop takes on d5, and if e takes d5, now try to steal a pawn with e takes on f4. Well, this one is not going to be so easy to keep after knight to e4. The knight's trying to get to the f6 square. If this rook moves away, then the queen's able to go to the d4 square. But take a look at this line. Rook to c4, not trying to allow this move, and now b3, threatening to win a whole rook. And I mean a whole rook. Bishop to g7, ignoring this attack on the rook. B takes e4, B takes c4. Now only 2 pawns for a rook in this position, and the engine's saying it's just about equal right now. Why? Well, let's make a few moves to see. Queen f3, threatening this pawn. Black will calmly castle. You can have the pawn back, and now comes the move f5, and suddenly you realize the danger in the position, because if knight takes on d6, now queen to f6, and the engine's giving winning for black. The threats along the dark squares are tremendous. Well, now saying it's actually only a little bit better for black. Rook to d4 is forced. Got to give away the rook back because the mating attack is so powerful. There's nothing else to do if you don't put something in the way and give back an entire rook, and then black will be fine. So it's because of variations like this one, little unusual, a lot unusual, but certainly the dark squared bishop getting this wonderful counterplay that has caused Anand to say, no, I'm not letting this guy wake up. And instead he's played the alternative g4, and by playing g4 he gets his break he's looking for. He can play f4 at a later time if necessary, but this aggression on this side of the board with g4 is just what we expected after his slow play preparation, shutting down any initiative for black on this side. Looks like he's ready to go hunt down poor Topalov, who's already lost 2 games in this competition. A third loss would just tumble him even deeper into last place. Game of interest is the game between Caruana and Grischuk. Grischuk actually made a couple of moves, surprisingly. But take a look at his clock after 21 moves. He is at 41 minutes. Seems like that's just a bucket load of time on his clock, given how badly he has managed his clock over this tournament and previous tournaments. Caruana with 1 hour and 49 minutes. You don't see that every day in a position that was not very sharp, that was not very tactical. That was just such a simple-looking position. Grischuk could have gotten this position on the board easily in 10 minutes, easily. And instead, he's already at 41 minutes and counting.
Thank you, Maurice. Just thinking about Topalov, I'm still shocked that he did not win that 7-hour marathon yesterday. Not because of the queen ending, certainly not, because his position was screaming for a king march across the board and e5, as we saw Bobby Fischer taking out Boris Spassky, and exactly the bishop on c4 versus knight on f8. For a 2,800 former world champion not to win that game, I I'm calling that a 95%er, you know. That was a big failure. So we're just seeing Veselin in a very poor form.
Very poor form, absolutely. He hasn't found his footing in this tournament, and I think Caruana was extremely tricky. He mentioned after the game that he felt proud
to have saved that.
To have saved that position, and the way that he saved it is very, very tricky. Just giving up an exchange, seemingly, but
a rook,
and it was actually a rook sacrifice.
Right.
Very difficult to calculate all the way through.
But yeah, but he gave Veselin the bait, and Veselin took it.
Yeah.
Going to the game between our tournament co-leaders at the moment, Maurice was explaining this very important move, rook to h6, how that rook on g6 is temporarily in, well, a bad shape.
It's a limbo.
Yeah, limbo.
It's just a limbo, yeah.
And rook h6 in order to bring back this rook into play.
Rook d1.
And the players have reached this position. And Anish should be very happy. He's got a pass pawn in the position.
And we got
no
the possibility
weaknesses.
of a repetition, so I
We
expect
do?
this to end pretty quickly. King
What is
c6 was played. Rook c1 check.
Okay.
King d7. And Maxime went back with the rook to d1. And I'm not so sure that it's a bad idea to bail out, considering that this pawn on d5 is passed, the king on d7 is pretty active. I'm thinking that if he starts pushing, I mean, black's the one that can push back.
Black can push back really very well. d5, king d5, and you'll be begging for a repetition once black adds those two moves in.
Right. So for now, it
we
seems
do
like,
expect a draw by repetition.
And importantly, d4 doesn't work immediately because I'm pretty sure that bishop a7 just picks up the pawn.
Precisely. Bishop e5, bishop a7. I apologize.
Yeah,
yes.
that's good.
Agreed.
Yeah. So without the possibility of doing that, it seems like Anish is going to pick up his king, put it on c6, and we expect this game to be over rather soon.
Moving to the game of our other co-tournament leader, the players had just traded queens when we left it. Knight e6, g3 as expected, and g5
okay,
as
so Hikaru
expected.
will be going for this pawn.
Right, and we're going to see the move king g2, I'm sure of that.
Yes, that is clear.
Yes, and now here's the moment. Well, king f7.
King f7 is possible, but what will you play against f4?
Well, I was hoping to be able to bring my rook, quickly to the g file.
Yeah, king suddenly feels uncomfortable in this position.
Yeah, you don't want to put it on f3 because then you're in front of the rook.
Right.
But you definitely don't feel very happy putting your king on the h file either. So you got to make
like it just gets mated. On
yeah. So you got to make an awkward decision.
Yeah.
Probably you're going to have to play king f3, and now I will take this pawn on f4, not to allow.
And still, the king feels uncomfortable.
Yes, there's knight g5 check issues, there are knight d4 check issues, and more concretely,
rook g6
and doubling the rooks along the g file. White's king can feel a little bit drafty on f3, so maybe f4
too ambitious.
Is too ambitious.
But once I get rook g8 in anyway, I'm going to be able to prevent you from playing f4. And if f4 is not playable, then
there's nothing in the position.
There's nothing in the position
for white.
Perhaps I should try something like bishop e3, taking advantage of the fact that trading is probably not desirable anymore.
Yes. Oftentimes, these double pawns on e3 and e4 are favorable because they control many key squares. Again, the added ingredient, the spicy ingredient of this pawn on h6, put the pawn back on h2, we could be talking about who stands better. Put the pawn on h6, and suddenly it becomes very, very concrete. And I'm not a big fan of white's h6 march in this position.
After the trade?
Yeah.
But I love white's position.
You love white's, and because?
Well, because I wanted to get a knight onto f5.
I haven't realized that you have an idea.
Yes.
You have an idea.
Once in a while I get that.
You're shocking me. Yes. An idea. How is it how is the position if I play g4?
But
To
now,
stop your knight getting to f5.
now we have a different beast in our hands. Well, I don't know, rook f5.
Okay, let's go. Let's play some moves.
You got your own weakness. King g6, I think.
Yes, that was the intent.
And then I wanted to play rook h1.
Coming after my g pawn.
Indeed.
Rats.
Perhaps better for white also.
Rats. Agreed. I'll have to play, well, with your rook on f5. I want essentially to play rook here and rook here. I couldn't do it immediately because it's not the f6 pawn that I lose. It is actually the e5 pawn. And much better for white.
Much better for white, of course.
Okay, so
perhaps bishop b3, king g2, king f7, bishop b3 is something that white should be looking into, although I'm not really sure why you helped me out and took on e3. I mean,
because I was just trying to grab the pawn.
I thank you for it, but
I was being particularly greedy. Here, let's just one more look for a second. G4. No, sorry. Where was I? It was G4. It was rook F5, and a different approach. Knight back to F8, so I can play knight here and then king G6. How does this work?
I think you're losing.
Wouldn't surprise me, but how does it work? How does it go?
No, you still have this rook G8 idea, so...
Right.
Okay. You're not actually that much worse. So if I play rook H1, you just want to play knight D7, right?
Yes, correct. I want to meet the move rook H1 with knight D7, protecting these two weakies, and being able to swing my rook to G6.
But I'm wondering, once you get your rook to G6, exactly what you're going to do. For example, if I go rook H4, I could tie your entire army to the G pawn, play something like knight C3, and reroute it to F2.
I see.
And it seems like we are in a position where...
Of mutual zugzwang or something?
Mutual zugzwang. Every piece looks stupid.
Well...
Yeah.
Yeah. We're stuck.
We're both stuck, yes.
Okay. Very good. Very good. Have we seen a draw yet in the game between our turn?
Not yet. It seems like MVL is still thinking after the move king c6.
Okay.
But as we say, he'll rapidly approach regret territory if he doesn't
go for it.
The draw immediately. He can probably play a few moves and he's still okay. But it's very likely that black would be the one pushing relatively soon.
If he wants to play, how is the position after bishop e5?
Probably what he should play, yeah. Extremely ambitious play would probably be something like rook h8 and just going for some kind of activity.
All right.
Sacrificing the pawn structure.
And putting your wagers behind the d pawn.
Not only the d pawn, I mean, I think I would never go for this, but the fact that my king is so active.
Right. This king can easily swivel up the board.
Yes.
In any kinds of minor piece or king and pawn endings. Yeah, I wouldn't want to play this actually with white, even though you're right, this black's structure of f6 and f7 has been compromised. The other factors outweigh the double pawns.
Yeah, it does seem like that.
All right. And Maurice.
Yes, we have an important development here in this position. Takes on g4, and it looks like Anand is not certain how he wants to play the next move, because he has a choice. If he takes back with the pawn on this square, it is very possible that this knight will be captured after rook takes, and, rook takes on h1, and now bishop takes on d5. And this could freeze a weakness on the d5 square. E takes d5 and then just bishop to g7. And this pawn is not so easy to get it going, and black doesn't have to worry about any incursion with this rook on the h-file. So even though it looks pleasant, certainly for white, it's not exactly obvious how white breaks through this position of black's, just because the pawns are so solid and there are no real easy breaks in this position at all. So that's an idea that he has to be concerned with. So he might think about maybe getting rid of this knight so that he at least keeps the open D file. And now queen takes on B6 and now take back on G4. And by the way, he has the option of taking back with the bishop as well. But let's go with A takes G4, rook takes, and rook takes. And once again, we see that if a bishop lands on G7, it's not the greatest square in the world, but with a king on F8, rook, there just seems to be no penetrating points. And it doesn't look as though he has any advantage here either. So G4 was the alternative to F4, but it seems that this is not as complicated as all that. And after H takes G4, he's stopping to look at the position, and he has finally captured on B6, Queen B6, and we're in this line. And the engines are saying, White doesn't have that much. Meantime, the two youngsters have decided that it's time to repeat moves, and they have agreed to a draw, so they maintain for the moment their tournament lead. Nakamura just walked by feeling very pleased about that result for sure, knowing that now if he draws, he will be still atop the leaderboard with them, and if he happens to win the game, then he will be our sole leader after 5 rounds going into his birthday. That would be a nice gift. In another game, I should point out, an important move was played. This game was weird. Queen H3, H6. We expected knight F3, rook E1, knight E5. Instead, rook FE1 first, and castles was played, allowing knight F3 instead of bishop takes H2, and bishop F4 by Magnus, stopping any kind of funny business on the H6 square. And now it just looks like black has solved most of his problems. This move, rook E1, may have just been too slow. It is possible to take here, queen takes, and maybe play for knight to E5, but after bishop to B7, White might have a slight edge somehow. I'm not sure if rook E3 was my first move. The engines give rook A D1 as the right move here. Rook here, I guess, runs into this move, and now I'd be thinking about some kind of funny business, but the engines are completely ignoring me and saying, do your worst. What do you have over here anyway? And now that I'm looking at it, doesn't look like much. So, if anything. So it looks as though bishop F4 has been the neutralizer here, and the world champion is out of rocky seas.
Yeah. Two wobbly moves there. The rook Fe1 and not to have played the earlier knight F3. I think it was, pardon me, let me just put this on the board. So this was all good, and this move we really don't like.
Right.
It was this opportunity right here to play knight F3 that I think was a key for Levon to maintain the attacking posture he has.
And why is that? For example, if I just go bishop F4 anyway?
Bishop F4 anyway. All right, let's take a look at what the differences might have been, pardon me, after bishop F4. Okay. I've got some opportunity here of throwing a bishop B5 check. I don't know if that would necessarily impact. Let's see. Okay. I think I'm gonna take.
All right.
Okay. I'm gonna help you out there by letting you recapture. Check. And here's a little bit maybe of a difference, that I'm going to throw D5 down. And what I'm trying to do is keep your king in the center by hitting this D7 knight.
I understand.
And this might cause some discomfort. I'm not sure how much.
I would be very thrilled. I mean, I think after knight C5 for...
Knight C5 for the moment.
Yes.
Okay. Oh boy. That knight on E6 is going to be very solid. Not easy to dislodge at all.
No, and even the knight already on C5 is quite strong.
Yeah, I'm going to have to take, knight D4. And it's funny, that's the major piece ending of Caruana versus Magnus. Magnus was the one after, he had a powerful pass deep on.
Yeah, but with so many...
But this
doesn't look like anything.
This looks like a draw, as Magnus himself understands.
Right.
So I don't know. Maybe it was just a visual advantage, and
there must be something. I mean, bishop F4.
Okay. Well, what else?
I mean,
the other option is knight E5 here.
Knight E5 right away, just castle.
And then what am I doing? Oh, I've got an idea. Maybe I can trap your queen. Knight e5. Castles.
Supposed to the other position, I don't have my rook on e1 yet. So you can play rook a d1, and you want to...
play g2, g3, and embarrass your queen for a moment.
I'm not sure how you're planning on doing
How I'm going to embarrass the queen. So
okay, so bishop b7.
Bishop b7. There's a rook on b8 and f8. So
yeah, that actually very tactically...
It does win material for white, because the black knight needs to protect the d7 square as well as his queen.
Overloaded.
Right. And that spears an exchange.
All right, so, I mean, is this really so different from the game position? Because in the game position, basically...
Well, let's see the game position.
We have the same thing, except we got the rook e1 and bishop b7 already on the board. It doesn't look like it's that different.
Except maybe the rook on e1 isn't big shakes, whereas bishop b7 is much more useful.
Maybe that's what this was. Although, a little hard to believe, I think.
Yeah. Let me just refresh my board for a second. Hold on.
Yeah, Maurice, what do you think was the difference?
It's subtle, but it is that. The bishop on b7 is an important tempo, and with the knight being able to go to c6 at different points, that square is covered, and that's what the engine's giving the idea of trapping the queen. It's interesting, chasing the queen around, just showing a line here after castles g3, showing that rook e1 is just a waste of time. And if you just back up, because penetrating doesn't lead anywhere, although it is the best move, f4, just to demonstrate this line, knight takes, and then a4, and the engines are giving better for white here, significantly better for white, as a matter of fact. The idea being that this bishop can develop because of knight to d7. Knight to c6 is always in the position. There's a minority attack going on and potential passed pawns. I'm not sure that it's that big, but it does look very attractive for white in this position. Levon is kind of slow-plated, and it looks as though with the bishop on b7, that position could go towards equality. Now, going to another position, here Nakamura has stolen the pawn. He has just said, what is wrong with me just going after the pawn? After bishop e3, he played bishop f8, king g2, takes and moves his bishop back. The bishop looks putrid there, and the pawn structure does look quite bad. The engines are actually giving white the slight edge, despite being down a pawn, but not with any kind of dramatic demonstration, just saying that the negative aspects of black's position looks to be compensation here for white. It looks like if I were white, I wouldn't feel that badly about having lost this pawn, have the nice H-file and all the light squares. The other position I wanted to look at was this one, the one with Vishy and Topalov, and we see the line has occurred. A trade on g4, a trade of rooks, bishop on g7, and black looks comfortable in this position, although not really with a lot of counterplay. His bishop is not the most happy piece in the world, being blocked by this pawn. But then again, this bishop compensates in some ways for this bishop not having any real potency, and it's not that clear what white is supposed to do here to get a big advantage, or any advantage, as a matter of fact. The engine's saying this position looks fairly equal. Can Anand do anything whatsoever to press the issue?
This position is chilling.
I like black, actually. I mean, this backward pawn on d6 is not a weakness. It's easily covered. And, you know, if somehow the queens were ever to come off the board, I could easily visualize that this bishop might make some kind of great maneuver over towards the d4 square and lord over those central positions. So I think long term, black's got some real trumps. And I'm really looking at this bishop on e2 and saying, what is that guy doing?
How can I trade it?
Yeah, he really needs to have a role. So maybe some move like g5. I'm a little bit reluctant to allow an exchange sacrifice on the c3 square, but something like, yes.
With such reduced material, you're really worried about it?
I'm not sure. Yeah. Okay, but if I am going to go for the bishop g4 idea, That's the only thing I can see, because this bishop on e2 needs to earn its oats, and
No,
it's
I
not.
think he needs to play something like this. The other way of playing with like knight d5 doesn't look like it's anything at all. So I think that he will play g5 either this move or very, very soon.
Right.
And he's going to eventually try to trade off his bishop on e2. You get rid of the pair of bishops, you get rid of that important bishop on e6. That looks like the way to go.
Yeah, well, first of all, there's no burning necessity, I should put it like that.
Yeah.
That black is forced to take immediately on the d5 square. You can always play cagily and keep the bishop. On the other hand, after takes, I mean, a move like king f8, and I live in perpetual fear
of e4.
And there was one line where white played the move b4, won an entire rook, but once black got his queen and bishop on that battery,
it looks very dangerous.
Yes, it could easily go not attracted to white's position in this game. I'm not.
Okay. Aronian, well, trying to create something against the queen, it's really all he has left in the position. I mean, his kingside advantage has dissipated, and it's funny that it was just this one tempo with rook e1 that seems to have given up the advantage. I mean, from a human eyes, it might not have seemed like much.
Right.
But I guess the computers, ever knowingly, kind of told us, yeah, you really needed that tempo, dude. Queen g5 was played, by the way, in this position.
Queen g5
yes.
by Magnus. One of the ideas that we have witnessed on a number of occasions where the queens were traded, that white often was relying upon the move a4 and a5 to get some kind of initiative on the queen side. After the move rook on a to d1, white loses this kind of option. And, okay, queen g5 is a perfectly reasonable move. I'm just wondering what white's idea might have been if black had just challenged, played the challenging move, rook c8.
He might have had to go for the exact same variation and just, without as much of an advantage, try to use the fact that the knight would have been on h5, maybe a little bit away from the game, play c4 at some point. But I agree that the rook on d1 looks a little strange.
Yeah. So okay, so the knight is temporarily forced off sides, but, okay, there is a concrete threat of playing rook takes c3 in the position. c4?
I guess.
What else am I supposed to do? Knight comes back to f6.
f5 or something along those lines.
Right. I had wanted to put my rook here before you get in f5. But, all right. So Magnus said, I'll step aside. Pardon me. Magnus said instead, I'll step aside. I'll play queen g5. And avoiding the g3, f4 threats. And saying to white, your turn.
You can play g3 on it anyway, right? But I guess that in that case I can move my knight away and I can retreat my queen back on the h4 d8 diagonal.
Sorry. So after the move g3, move the knight away.
Right.
Okay, there is still this gloom and doom pending, but I'm not sure that's a bad exchange sacrifice.
Well,
after the move g3. Right?
I wasn't sure I was exchanging, sacrificing anything, Yasser.
Because...
I think knight d7 loses to knight f4. And then queen d5.
Ooh, sweet.
Actually, there was a cool line. Instead of playing knight d5, I was thinking of playing knight d7.
But knight to d7. That's really... an intriguing idea.
But okay, maybe it was a little too clever for myself since
right.
I still have knight f6 check.
Of course, but still.
But it was kind of cool.
Definitely a nice idea. Yeah, no, the move g3 just...
It's not the move you want to play.
No,
I mean, you're just weakening every single
doing?
light square you have. It's not what I want to play.
Exactly. Neither myself either.
Now, rook e3 seems something more along the lines of what a human being would play, but still a lot to calculate. You still have to worry about knight d5, knight f4. I mean, suddenly Aronian's position went A little uncomfortable, I would say.
Well, again, I'm still not too sure. Let's say I would go c4, okay?
Yeah.
And let's just say, for argument's sake, I'll put down a reasonable move, rook d8.
It's very reasonable.
And if I play bishop f1, protecting g2, and I don't know, on a very good day, going either for the queen trade with queen e3, or maybe even this crazy idea of queen a3, you know, me grabbing pawns. What can I say? It's in the DNA.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like black does have enough counterplay in this kind of positions. And I always feel like either knight h5, knight f4 might give counterplay. I think already the fact that there's hanging pawns gives counterplay. I think Carlsen has a lot of choices in this position. Aronian definitely not out of the game by any means. He has a decent position, but he'll have to be careful of his weaknesses in the long term.
We have a special guest in our studio.
Absolutely.
And I'm with Shannon Bailey, the chief curator at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Hi.
Shannon, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
It's a festive time of year here in St. Louis.
Yes.
All kinds of decorations, Christmas decorations. There was a party last night, karaoke party. I attended. Oh, we all attended. It was a little bit of fun. Maybe we were a little bit tired today because of that party. But tell us the kinds of things that you're doing here to celebrate the holiday season.
Well, we've got gorgeous decorations outside. We're taking part in the Central West End window walk. So we've got the big king is decorated with a crown and a big cape, and oh yeah.
We're seeing it on screen now. That's a big king, and that's a very big cape. Where'd you find that cape?
Joy Bray helped us find that.
She always has all the party goodies at Joy Bray. And we see the king on top. Now, you have some fantastic exhibits. What is this one we're seeing right here?
This is called Ladies' Night, a female perspective on chess. And this is the first time that we've looked at all female artists that created chess-related artwork. We have 12 artists in the show.
We had our very own Jen Shahade.
And Jen Shahade is one of the artists in the show, yeah. So we're kind of looking at different groups that we haven't kind of highlighted yet. So here we've got Yoko Ono's Play It by Trust. We've exhibited this twice now, but it's an all-white chessboard. It's all about trusting your opponent and kind of taking a game of war and making it into a peaceful.
That's a hard one to play, all white pieces.
Yeah, Jen's played that before on it when it was in a gallery in New York.
It's very attractive. I think I stepped on it once. And
no, you stepped on the
base.
It wasn't it was just a pedestal. And this is a Perling set. It was commissioned by Perling. They commission contemporary artists to do sets. This is by Crystal Fischetti. It's called The Sun and the Moon. And it is supposed to be telling a story about that the sun and the moon are chasing each other. They're so in love that the sun dies every morning so the moon can breathe. So she uses these beautiful colors to represent that. And this is another Perling set, and we definitely wanted to show. We've got two of them in the show, but I wanted to highlight these since we are talking about the London Chess Classic. This is by Daniela Raichev, and it is it's called Addictions. And so you've got like a peaceful kind of a good side, and then the black side has different types of addictions painted on them. So, you know, gambling and shopping and eating disorders, and so another very powerful piece. So the one thing that I love about this show is a chess player could come in and really appreciate it, but they're just beautiful works of art in their own. And then on our second floor, in quite a contrast, we're working with kids. So we worked with women on the first floor. On our second floor, we partnered with the Magic House. This is called Kings, Queens, and Castles, and it's got a life-size chessboard, a gigantic castle, slides, dress-up stations. There's two craft-making stations, so you can make a crown and a shield. And then there are a couple places to sit down and play chess.
Looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah, there's a lot of photo opportunities. You can stick your head through some big chess pieces.
It's something Alejandro would appreciate for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
We'll send him over there.
I've seen him go down the slide a couple times.
And I see you brought some goodies to share with us as well.
Yeah, so.
Is this the craft from the show?
Yeah, and we have these really cute stations set up. So there's markers and fancy stickers, so you can make your own shield and a crown. And we're just getting all these kids in. We had 500 people in over the weekend when this Winter Festival went on. And then our opening weekend of Kings, Queens, and Castles, we had 600 people come, almost 600.
Fantastic. Chess is big here in St. Louis.
It is.
Well, thanks so much for joining us, Shannon Bailey, Chief Curator of the World Chess Hall of Fame, and fun partier. She can dance.
And sing.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you, guys.
Speaking of singing, boy, Maurice really bailed us out on that karaoke, didn't he? He took the mic and we sang backup, and we were both happy about that, I think.
We sang backup? Is that what we're calling
I
it?
think that's what our claim is, that Maurice was the man. Okay, c4 by Levon Aronian.
Very sensible move. You just get the pawn out of the weakness of c3.
Right.
You gain some space to get the knight away from d5.
And I'm figuring the earlier demonstrations of White trying to go after Magnus's king essentially failed.
Yes.
So I'm now thinking that the queen on h3 is a passive piece, and I want to play the move after c4, bishop to f1, in order to bring the queen into the game by a3, and maybe even eyeballing the e7 square.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it definitely makes a lot of sense. I also like remaneuvering the bishop away from d3, as we mentioned. The kingside attack is no longer really in play, therefore the bishop on d3 doesn't really belong there.
Mm-hmm.
I think on f1 it protects c4 and protects g2, sorry, very important couple of jobs it has,
right,
instead of on d3, which I think is just in the way of the pieces.
Right, and in particular the rook and the queen, yes.
Yeah, Carlsen quickly played rook d8, by the way, rook d8.
Rook b. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was thinking, I don't know if he was afraid of the sacrifice necessarily, but in case of the rook on f8 moving away, there is a slight possibility of something of this nature. You do get two pawns. Hold on, I'm just about to move my king. Sometimes I click, and I get two pawns.
And a resignable position.
That's it.
Yeah.
Oh well, but he didn't use that rook anyway. I don't know if it was out of fear or he just felt that this rook was actually better.
Well, it just feels like the rook on b8 is not that useful. Even if I put it on c8, it's attacking a pawn that's very defended. I don't think it's really that great.
Yes.
And I think on the long run, just having the safety of not having to worry about an f7 sacrifice, that would eventually might be a possibility. It's just better. Yeah.
All right, and now after a move like bishop f1, again with a very direct threat of, well, threat is strong, but with the direct idea of queen a3. With the bishop on f1, by the way, one of the things I do give up is the control of the e4 square.
Yeah,
right?
You have to watch out for this, actually. The knight coming to e4 is a very common idea in this kind of hanging pawn situations.
Right.
Once black controls e4, it seems like he's really relieved of a lot of tension. The knight on f6 is actually not a very good piece nowadays. It doesn't really control any squares that it needs controlling. So either trading it off or remaneuvering to a better square seems to be pretty ideal.
And you had mentioned even the idea of knight h5 to f4.
Right.
How would this have, how would the game have transpired, for example, after queen a3, challenging knight f4?
Right.
Of course, you're focusing all your energy on the g2 pawn. How would this, this is getting sharpish?
Ish, but I mean, I'm not so sure that either side's really in trouble. I don't particularly like putting my knight on f4 if it's not going to have any direct threats.
Okay.
So I'm not so sure. I mean, the problem is if you go into this variation at the end after I play g3, White really neutralized the knight, which doesn't have any good retreat square anymore. I think the knight on f4 is really misplaced, and immediately I'm threatening h4, just winning a piece.
Right.
So I'm not so sure.
That would be a trap-ish for black.
So maybe just trade it. Just play knight d7.
Right.
Get rid of that knight.
Well, the only issue, nothing is wrong with the knight on d7. The only issue I can imagine being an issue is something like d5 in order to
exploit the pin.
But I guess just rook d1 and there's nothing to exploit anymore.
I don't see any problems. There's kind of a couple of important lines. For example, pawn takes e6.
Let's take a look.
Rook takes d1.
Yes.
And sometimes there's a trick here with e7.
Yes.
But it doesn't quite work because the queen's defending d8.
Correct.
It looks perfectly fine for black.
It looks like a whole rook, in fact. Yes.
Yeah, so you cannot take on e6 means that I'm going to take on d5 next move and just be up a pawn.
Right.
So if knight d7
is a good move,
it looks like a way
it's
to go.
completely neutralized, and
right.
black is just doing fine.
Right, after you take on e5, you're going to be able to put your queen on f4, start pressuring d4, and I'm pretty sure that you're actually threatening e5 because you don't want to take with the pawn.
Rook d1,
queen loses and queen e5, and if you take with the rook, I just take it with the queen and
two rooks,
but more than the two rooks, the first rank, so vulnerable.
Sorry, for what we're just discussing is the one thing White would definitely not like to do is allow this queen sacrifice where black gets two rooks, but in addition, this fatal pin on the first rank. Do not walk into that absolute pin. So knight d7 looks like a very good move to not only trade. As there's a strategic principle when playing against the hanging pawns, the more pieces that you can trade when you're facing the hanging pawns, usually that's better for the player who's defending against the hanging pawns.
And don't you hate when you just give a concept and immediately the players violate it? White played queen g3, offering a trade of queens.
After the move rook g8.
Which might be just trying to bail out, I think, a little bit. I mean, White's probably not worse in the endgame. He has more than enough to cover his pawns. The activity should be sufficient for equality, but I don't think he's playing to be better anymore.
Right. And just to boldly state the obvious, the pawn is not hanging at the moment. Rook takes d4 is met by a discovered check, picking up this rook. So the pawn on d4 is indirectly defended.
Right. Well, it's going to be still a long game, I think. These are players that are actually known to play long games. They average 60 moves per game.
And they played like 50 games or something?
Yeah, they played a bazillion games, which is actually pretty cool. And we actually expect them to play, well, at least 3 more games next year, as they will be invited, I'm assuming, into the Grand Chess Tour. They're very top of the top. And we actually have the dates for the next year's events. We have the first event going to be in Norway. I believe it will be Stavanger again, April 16th to the 29th. Then we'll be coming here to St. Louis for the Sinkfield Cup, which has become, well, the strongest tournament of every year.
Yes.
August 19th to September 2nd, finishing just before Labor Day. And then the Grand Chess Tour will finish with the London Chess Classic a little bit earlier in November next year, November 30th to December 13th.
Got to make room for the holidays. And do we know how the players, the core group of players on the tour, are going to be decided? Is this a strict rating criteria?
I actually don't know. What they did this year, I believe, was the top 10 based on the January list.
Right.
And I think that Kramnik declined because of previous commitments. And besides him, I think we had all the top 10. I want to say.
Was Sergei Karyakin in the top 10 at the time?
I think he was not.
Okay.
And that's the reason he was not invited. But I do not know. I think we'll have to ask at some point Tony Rich, who is in London. But for now, we'll take a commercial break, and we will be back with some more games here in the 5th round of the London Chess Classic.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the 5th round of the London Chess Classic. We still have 4 games going on. We did have one draw already, as Anish Giri was able to easily hold Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to a draw with a fantastic novelty, in my opinion, in the Berlin defense.
94.
Absolutely, and we still have plenty of chess on the other boards. Actually, Hikaru Nakamura is up a pawn against Michael Adams, but not really able to say that he's in a better position.
Right, because Mickey has good compensation in the form of the light squares. I'd like to turn our attention to a game between two former world champions. Hold on. This is, the names are wrong, but it's actually Vishy Anand versus Veselin Topalov.
Right.
And Black has really stabilized his position. I want to put it that way. And after this move, Rook D1, I was thinking, okay, if I'm Black and I really, really want to press or try to win the position, I'm going to want to play A5 and B4 to drive away this defending knight on c3 and hopefully get some kind of attack. But I need my queen on b7. In the game, Topalov chose the move queen c7, and I think I would have played king e7. I wanted to ask you your opinion, Alejandro. Since you can't castle, there's no reason not to use the king. Why did he use the queen and not the king? What do you think was going through Topalov's mind?
Huh. Well, there's no problems with check because you obviously have bishop f6. I'm not entirely sure why he would choose
the queen
instead of the more obvious king.
Maybe
e7.
Check. I could.
No, I don't think he was afraid of this.
Well, then you've got this, and you've rather committed the queen to
a
the
worse score.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
sure.
I'm not sure either. I'm just saying that
he's trying to keep the option open of having the bishop on e7, because we're assuming that at some point Vichy will go g5.
Right.
So perhaps he wants to keep the square e7 clear to remaneuver his bishop over to f8 and e7. That's my theory, and I will stick to it.
That's okay. I mean, but again, I was just thinking, because the position has been stabilized by black, and if you were seeking to go and take the initiative, you want to be able to do it vis-a-vis a5 and b4. Topalov has played the move queen c7, and that game looks rather evenly balanced, let's put it that way. Moving to the game between Levon Aronian and Magnus Carlsen. We did see this queen g3, and Magnus traded queens and went rook f8 to e8.
Very subtle move. Well, just overall, I would say useful.
Well, yes, and the way I see it, Magnus wants to play king f8 so that he can threaten to capture this pawn on d4. I would probably, as white, play the move f2, f3.
And he did.
And, oh, he did?
Yeah.
Oh, very good. And after king f8, I'd step over here to the c2 square so that on a good day, I'll have a trick with bishop a4 if you played a move like knight d7 prematurely or something of that nature.
It's a kind of position where black's only going to be able to do so much because, well, once the king gets to e3, there's certainly a lot of defense on the pawns. However, because of the weak nature of the pawns themselves, it's difficult for white to do much, as he has to consistently keep an eye on them.
Right. But
about equal?
Maybe I have a small preference for white.
For white?
Small. Because one day maybe I could do something, g4, f4, g5.
I'm not so sure that I really like white any better. I think it would be awesome if white would be able to keep his knight on e5 alive.
For a long time.
For a long time, because, well, it creates so much pressure. But I feel that the knight on e5 is so valuable that once I trade it off, I don't think that white has any possibility of being better.
All right.
He could play knight d7 immediately, even.
Immediately.
I'm actually surprised he didn't play knight d7 last move.
But you can't.
Sorry. Not
rookie. Sorry, f3. I went king f8. You're suggesting knight d7 at once.
Well, I thought we were going to see that previous move. I think if that was going to happen, he would have played it immediately. I don't know why he would have waited.
With the move rook e8.
Rook e8. Knight d7 looked so logical in this position.
Agreed. I would probably keep the knights, actually. I'm thinking knight to a g4, again, with the idea of rerouting this bishop over to a4. And if you force me to bring my knight to e3, that's okay.
That's perhaps it's the best way of playing for white not to trade off these pieces.
Right.
Yeah.
But by the way, did Magnus play king f8?
No.
We're not there yet.
I'm pretty sure he's going to play king f8.
Yeah, well, again, if he does. Exactly, because I think that, you know, king f2, what you mentioned, bring your king to e3, stabilize your pawns, and that knight on e5 just looks very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, while we were on break, Tony Rich had the opportunity of catching up with Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Anish Giri.
Thanks, guys. Anish, it seems like the Berlin defense is very popular, not only in this tournament, but in recent years. Can you tell me a little why you think the Berlin is so popular?
Yeah, it's a very original position, which many computers didn't understand in the past. Fritz would say that it's just winning for white. And of course, when your computer says it's winning for white, it's difficult to play an opening. And there are only few people who resisted that. And once the computers evolved into saying that black is fine, perhaps they exaggerate a little bit, but if you look at the computer, Berlin seems to be such a great opening. So maybe this is the reason why people play it.
And Maxime, can you tell me, do you think the Berlin defense would have the same popularity today if Kramnik hadn't used it to, in part, defeat Kasparov in their World Championship match?
It's actually a good question, and I've been wondering that. I think people would have stumbled on it at some point, because that's the way it works in modern days. I mean, really, you can revive pretty much anything with the help of the computer. So, but of course, what Vladimir did back in the days was actually pretty impressive.
And do you think that what Kasparov and Kramnik figured out across the board in that Berlin defense, do you think that's still applicable today, or do you think we've reached a different level of understanding of the opening?
I don't really know about understanding. There are a few concepts that actually hold quite well, especially for black. And there was also, I remember a game in Astana where Kasparov found the idea E6, which is one of the main weapons white still has at the moment. But of course, in general, the progression has gone much deeper, and the lines they were playing at these days are not exactly the lines we are playing now.
And Anish, can you tell me a little about what your thoughts are with regards to playing here in London? What is it that you like about being here, and what do you enjoy about this tournament in particular?
Well, it's a great tournament. The lineup is very strong. The prize fund is even better. The tournament hall is excellent. There are a lot of kids playing chess here, a big open tournament, which is nice if you have wives which are playing chess. And there is little bad I can say about the tournament. The hotel is quite nearby. Since we are doing a translation for the St. Louis fans, I can only say that the only tournament which is better is St. Louis. But since I'm Dutch, I should also add that Vacanze is better as well. But otherwise, London is a great tournament.
London, St. Louis, Vacanze, famous cities in chess. Back to you.
Compliments are most welcome. Thank you, Anish. St. Louis, the Sinquefield Cup.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be happy to have him back next year.
Oh, we certainly should. In the game of Mickey Adams and Hikaru Nakamura, Hikaru just went knight d4, and I think that was a very opportune moment for him to make this move as he seeks to use his extra pawn. Knight takes d4, e takes d4, and this cute little discover check trap means that the pawn on d4 is poisoned. I'm assuming that after bishop d2, Hikaru's intention is to try to use his extra pawn by playing the move f5. Check takes on f5 and rook here. What do you think about this line? Rook e2,
I think
attacking the bishop.
Go to c1.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Instead of d2. Precisely because of this position.
Oh, this move.
Yeah.
You think the bishop's going to go to c1? Let me take that move back.
I was actually surprised he took with the knight.
After the move knight d4.
Yeah, don't you think it's more natural to take with the bishop?
I think the problem was after bishop takes, f5 check, very, very important intermezzo check. Pawn takes, pawn takes.
So
he's got an issue with his knight. If the knight, for argument's sake, retreats,
then I just recover my pawn
with rook on the 7 to f7.
I mean, it still doesn't look winning, but definitely a black advantage. I mean, I don't think we can really talk about anything else.
Exactly. So that was why Mickey decided to take...
Very nice 94 opportune.
Right. And he needed to hit it quickly before White did establish light square dominance on the kingside.
Right.
Bishop d2, I'm still maintaining this move. The reason is because after rook e2, I suddenly realized there's a bishop b4.
Yeah, but even in this position, if I just move my rook, for example, to f7, how do you defend c2?
Not easily. Good point. All right, so that does mean, in fact, that I should retreat my bishop all the way to c1. And now a difference is that with the bishop not under attack, maybe I could meet the move rook e2 with f4.
Perhaps some kind of more active play, the bishop on c1, definitely putting some pressure on that kingside.
On the g5, and
this looks a lot more reasonable.
Exactly, than the previous line. So, still compensation for white, but...
We'll see. What does Maurice have to say about the position?
All right.
Well, the engine definitely thinks that black is perfectly fine in this position, but saying it's basically equality, white does have compensation, as you said. Nakamura certainly doesn't want to lose this game. If he were to draw, he would maintain a tie for first with the other two youngsters we saw earlier. But they will have a road to go yet. And let's take a look at the final four players they will have to play. First of all, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He's already played Magnus Carlsen. This is the big difference in this lineup. He has to face Caruana with white, Anand with black, Adams, and then Aronian. Certainly not an easy lineup, but none of these players are contending with him right now, although Adams and Aronian and Anand are all chasing him. Only a half a point. Actually, Anand is a full point behind. So Adams and Aronian still trying to somehow get in the fight and win the tournament. Giri, next round, Magnus Carlsen. That will certainly be someone he has to contend with. Will have his hands full. He also has Caruana with the black pieces, and then Nakamura, who he is tied with going into this round. And finally, Anand with black. Definitely not an easy task at all. Right now, we see that Nakamura is still in his game against Adams. He should be fine in the position. He will face Aronian with the white pieces, and then Magnus Carlsen with black. That will be a very difficult matchup for him. As we know, he has never defeated the world champion with either color in classical competition, and that will be a big game for Magnus Carlsen, coming off his big game, that is Carlsen's game, against Giri in the next round. And then finally, Nakamura plays Giri in round 8. That should feature to be important in this matchup. And then Topalov, who is the tail ender, not doing so well in the tournament, might be a bit of a relief, but a bit of murderer's row that he'll have to face Nakamura in the next 3 games. It seems like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has the easiest time of it. Nothing is easy at the London Chess Classic, but certainly that he doesn't have to deal with a Magnus Carlsen. He must be feeling better about himself and his chances going into the next 4 rounds. Should be interesting to see how this shapes up.
Especially Carlsen with black. I mean,
yeah, no, I'm just thinking that when the pairings and the schedule were announced, that Hikaru looked at that and circled that date with Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces on his calendar, and that's a big challenge for Nakamura because of his personal bad score.
Wait, Carlsen is playing white against Nakamura?
I thought so. In that graphic?
What we saw on the graphic?
I thought so. Maurice, could you just confirm that for us? I thought it was Carlsen with black. Hikaru in round 7.
Because I thought in the Singfield Cup, I remember very specifically the game Carlsen-Nakamura was the 2 bishops against... Didn't we have that 2 bishop position from a... We had a Queen's Gambit declined, Carlsen was slightly, well, almost winning from the opening.
Gosh, I'm drawing a blank. I apologize. I apologize. But in any case, I'm just saying that that's a big
It is a big matchup, but
tournament.
I'm pretty sure that Hikaru's playing white this time. Because Carlsen played black on...
Oh, you think our graphic is wrong?
I might be wrong on this one, but I'd like to check up on that one.
All right. We will do that. We'll get back. Let's just see what has happened. We didn't see the move f5. Okay, we did see the move bishop c1 as expected. We have rook e5 on the board and f4. well, you got to play f5 check. I just don't see any other move. And White should not dilly-dally. He's got to take. He can't play some silly move like King G5 because thanks to this rook pin, oops, that would be fatal for White. So captures, and then something like Rook E1 and attacking this pawn on G5. It's perfectly fine. It looks like everybody's heading into a draw in this game.
Yeah, this doesn't look like much even with the extra pawn for black. I mean,
let's go.
Plenty of compensation in that position.
And it doesn't seem that much progress for either side has been accomplished in the game between Vishy Anand and Veselin Topalov. G5 was played by Vishy, and Topalov has just played the move Queen C6. Nothing to write home about here. Magnus Carlsen did play the move we had expected.
Absolutely.
Knight
King
D7.
F8.
Pardon me, King F8, King F2, King F8. Bishop C2 with this threat of skewering rook with Bishop A4. Knight takes. If I were White, I would have wanted to keep those knights. I think we mentioned that already.
Yeah.
I certainly do not want to capture with the pawn. I'll have to capture with the rook. And something like rook takes, rook D6, possibly even rook C8. And can Magnus squeeze anything out of this? Now I feel the pawns are... No, I'll always be able to play King E3 at a right moment. Nah. So this too looks very drawish to me.
Well, the pawn's being pressured. I mean, as I said, it really hinders White from trying to make any progress. It's not so easy to get in D5. The pass pawn is really not going to be worth anything. Same thing with getting in C5. And even in those positions, Black doesn't have to take on C5. It simply establishes some kind of light square blockade.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems very drawish, I agree.
Very, very drawish. Rook D6 is mentioned, rook dropping back to E2, rook D8. I can really see that the players could potentially just get into a position where neither side can make much progress. If Black tries to refocus his energy against the C-pawn, well, White can redirect his forces to its defense easily as well.
It's almost impossible to break through for either side in this position.
Agreed.
Yeah.
So let's continue. Look, we haven't seen the game of Grishuk for a while. Where are you? All the way up top. All right.
Oh,
so when we left a very solid light square blockade by Black with his queen on E6, A4, all the rooks got traded off.
This feels so minimal.
It certainly does.
Well, in the case, hypothetically, that the queens are traded, isn't this very close to a draw?
I would say it's a near certainty.
I mean, it's true that you cannot create anything with the pawns on the queen side, but you have no penetration scores for the king whatsoever.
On the king side.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not even sure the king pawn endgame is lost. It should be lost, though, right?
I'm not sure either. I mean, yeah. Well, you should somehow be able to. Right, exactly.
But with the bishops on board, I mean,
right.
It's very difficult to believe that you can actually win this with White. It looks, again, pretty drawish. Of course, Caruana, the only one that can win, definitely a two-result game, but
the one big expected result, I think, was a draw. So we're not seeing much adventure. The great novelty by Anish to neutralize the Berlin.
Yeah.
Other than that, the round has been pretty plain. Plain Jane vanilla.
Well, here Hikaru still up a pawn, but his position is hard to say he's better. I mean, you see all of White's pieces being so active, the black pawn relatively useless back on the double C pawns.
Yeah, I don't see any advantage actually in the position. The double pawns really neutralize that extra pawn. If that extra pawn were for argument's sake, on the e6 square,
Right.
we would be talking about black trying to press.
But
not in this case. No.
No, the bishop on g7 is so useless. Even if you somehow manage to get f5 in, just the fact that the pawn on d4 is on the way of the bishop, it
Yes.
makes it very difficult for him to actually establish anything.
Yeah. If I were black, I'd be a little bit concerned that I might even fall into a worse position. If white were to be able to play like 3 moves in a row, f5 and king h5, I'm just a little bit worried that things could go south for black. So in Hikaru's shoes, I think I would play f5 check once again. Then I'm wondering
At least
why
we
the
try
need
for that, right?
Yeah. Why the need for rook c5? Because the rook on h3 is no great shakes. So it seems to me that the move rook c5 just forced white to improve the position of his h3 rook.
Hard to create anything in this position. I think we've said that for about 3 games.
All of them in a row.
Yes.
So in the game of Magnus Carlsen, I was a little bit reluctant to leave the rook on the e5 square. That was why I withdrew it, so that before I played king e3.
And I can see why. I mean,
but on the other hand, Levon is saying, hey, my rook is perfectly perched. I can get it back into the game, and maybe on a good day, if I get in a4 and a5, it might actually turn out to be useful one day on the e5 square.
A little brave, actually. I would be a little fearful that this rook on e5 does get trapped. For the time being, e6 is rather weak, so the only way of attacking the rook, which is f6, is not really playable.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, you want to make chicken salad. You need chicken, and you want us to commentate on exciting games. You got to give us something. And right now, we don't have much in the way of play. We can't talk about great strategic plans, great ideas, as too much blocking is going on in today's round.
Blocked games. Yeah, it seems like players reach positions which are just hard to break through for either side. I mean, we're not saying that they're not trying.
Right.
But it's just the positions that don't lend themselves to actually creating much.
Right. In snooker, they might call for a re-rack. Re-rack.
Can we tell them to start over?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's try this one again. We didn't get a good position worthy of play. Anand and Topalov, also very, very blocked position, and
it has
all
some
across the board.
still, of course, but it's
maybe
hard to create much.
Maybe that game offers us the most. Just going through the horn is just very little that I can say.
I mean, even the Grischuk Caruana game, I'm very soon running out of ideas here.
What was the move bishop h4 all about? Let me try to add some
spice
with g3.
Spicing the game up with, absolutely.
Bishop takes g3.
You're threatening checkmate and the c7 pawn.
Right.
Okay, we got something.
Something.
And even this is probably nothing.
Because?
I mean, I think after g5, black's doing okay.
After g5?
Oh no, but you have queen takes g5. Then there should be some advantage.
Why bishop h4? I thought king e8 was an automatic. I didn't even consider
of course,
the move
just
bishop
defend.
h4.
Well, it's not like the king's doing much on f7. On e8, it at least keeps the d8 position controlled.
Yeah, 2 business squares, in fact, d7, and you were saying what would happen if you even went into traded queens.
Right.
So king e8 is a preparatory move to trade queens. Bishop h4.
Though after g3, I mean, I can still play bishop e7, which...
Okay, but in that case, I have actually my e-pawn, my protected pass e-pawn, white's chances of winning, I think, have increased.
Significantly?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree.
Significantly. I think that's about right, yeah.
All right, well, we're going to see if g3 is possible. I think it's just about as good as any idea on the position.
I mean, I can go king here, prepare the move g4. Trying to create a weakness on the f5 pawn.
It's a
something in white's pocket.
Yeah, it's a long and torturous endgame here for Grischuk. I'm not entirely sure why he would allow g3, forcing a trade of bishops. Unless bishop takes g3, there's something immediate?
Well, f8's pretty immediate.
Well, for black, but I mean,
yeah,
I don't see
understand.
any solutions.
Right.
Well, we'll see if g3 is found by Fabiano Caruana. We'll take a little break as we hope that the players try to somehow create things in the game, and we will be right back.
Mr. Matheny, what's your favorite part about this sport?
I think the strategy.
How much do you hate to lose?
I don't like it at all.
What about being second guessed?
I don't like that either.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't have moved that rook. Checkmate. Sorry.
Whether you've played chess for years or never before, come experience all the sport has to offer at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
Back to the London Chess Classic, round 5. I have been informed that we actually have a little special on some activities that happened
at our party yesterday. Oh,
the Central West End yesterday.
Groan. This may be our moment of great embarrassment.
Oh my God.
2, 3, 4, what you waiting for? Hip hop, hippity hop, the hip hop, and you don't stop. I rock it to the bang bang boogie. Say I can put these on boogie. Chicken tastes like wood. So you try to play it off like you can by saying that you're full. And your friend says, Mom, you're just being polite. He didn't finish up the ball. So your heart starts pumping. You think of a lie, and you say that you already ate. And your friend says, man, there's plenty of food. Go find some more. And you're making myself nauseous with this ugly food that stinks. So you bust out the door while it's still closed, still sick from the food you ate. And then you run to the store for some quick relief from a bottle of pain. And when you call your friend 2 weeks later to see how heavy he is, and he says, I understand about 2 baby boys, but we're still friends. With a hip hop, hip hop, don't stop rocking to the bang bang.
That was brutally embarrassing. Okay, that was really bad. That was really, really bad. Tom, our producer, he's off.
No, Kite. He's filming the whole thing.
The Christmas
That's
A-list.
the real,
That's it.
the real bum. Never again we have any parties. I'm going to any of their parties. I'm going to go to the east side or something and party.
Wow.
Oh, man. That's not right.
But
That's not
that
right.
added a lot of spice to the games, guys, because otherwise we were falling asleep here.
Woo, okay.
Embarrassing moments.
But
it was a great party.
Yeah.
It was a great party.
Look at Alejandro.
Okay, I would rather blunder a piece in the London Chess Classic than watch this again.
Yeah, and the way Ben was throwing off everything, every so often he'd just jump in and randomly say something that would be offbeat, and then I'd get thrown. But was pretty hilarious.
But you were doing a great job. Alejandro and we're trying to discover how do we burn these things. Once they get out on the internet, it's really
But I
hard
had to, but they didn't show the dancing that was going on while they were filming us. That was what they should have shown, because we had a packed house in front of us. And they were jamming.
Yeah.
You got to. I'm being told that some garbage reasons why they can't show that. But there was some serious dancing going on while we were
rapping. Good entertainers.
Yeah. Well, that was not pretty.
Leave that alone for as long as we can.
Hey, we did a better job than the guys are doing here in London today, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, that's probably not the most embarrassing thing they could have shown from last night. To think of it, there was more stuff that happened that was more fun, but we won't talk about any of that stuff.
Okay.
Chess?
Yeah,
Anybody?
In the game.
Really, there's a chess tournament happening?
In the game
really, these games?
Mickey Adams and Hikaru Nakamura, F7, F5 has been played. There has been a trade. I'm expecting Mickey just to take control of the E file so that he could play moves like Rook E7, Rook E8. I think the wild card is doing wild card seed is doing
completely fine,
quite well. Yeah,
I mean not better, but just perfectly fine for white despite being down a pawn.
Exactly.
Chris Shirk, well, we still have this idea of G3, which might be the most exciting thing to happen today, but I mean I still don't think it's that special.
Right, but I do see this as an achievement. I want to put it like that. For Caruana, why is it an achievement to trade those bishops off? Because we can imagine that if I can get my king to...
let's not imagine. Put it on the board.
Yeah, king G2.
I'm curious on how
king
dreamy this position is. I'm going to put my king on E6, actually, because...
sorry.
I'd rather have my queen be active than stuck behind the pawn.
Okay.
And, well, you cannot check my king anywhere useful, so now I start passing, I don't know, king F7 or something.
Okay. Well, the difference that I wanted to say is once you have the dark square bishops on the board, a bishop on E7 would control these squares. On a good day, it's possible that white can bring his king to G3 and go visa the H4 square to get some penetration.
Yes. Well, I think that even this is nothing.
Okay, but it's an achievement of sorts. I mean, what can I say? I mean, when Grisha got this position long time ago, the blockade, it was impossible for me to imagine that Fabi would even get this much.
That's true.
As little as it may be,
yeah,
it's
something. Still pretty little. I mean, I still don't agree with having to trade bishops for black. I think that if he could have avoided it, he should have.
Definitely.
It made a lot more sense not to trade the bishops.
Exactly.
Is there a 30 move rule here at the event?
I don't know.
I'm just curious.
I'm not even sure they can offer each other draws.
If they cannot offer each other a draw...
don't quote me on that one, I'm not sure. Because I see that players are very hesitant when they draw, even though it's a very clear draw.
Yeah, it's like they call the arbiter over,
right.
And like, we want to make a draw here or something. Yes. So I'm sure there is, in fact, some kind of rule, because I've been seeing all the players do that.
Yes.
So.
And even in the case of repetitions, well, repetitions is sort of standard that you would have to do that.
But even then, they've been calling the arbiter when it's positions that they repeated because it was a dead draw, but they didn't actually agree to it beforehand.
Right.
You know, it's somewhat humorous. There have been some discussions about the draw frequency in this event, and I remember when there were 10 games played, there were 2 draws. And
2 wins.
2 wins, excuse me.
One, I want to say, out of 10 games.
Was it 1 out of 10?
Yeah.
5 draws, 1. That's right. 1 out of 10. And a friend of mine on Facebook posted an item saying that 1 out of 10, that's ridiculous.
Yep.
And someone argued, well, chess, you know, it's a draw with perfect play, so we just have to accept it. It's the way it is. And then, of course, it became 2 out of 15. And then 3 out of 20 games. And now possibly it could be 3 wins out of 25 games. This has to be close to some kind of record for super tournaments this high frequency of draws. And the topic will come up over and over again until something is done. Certainly, I've been very vocal about trying to do something about the draws, because you get in situations like this one, and certainly the fans can't be riveted to their chairs watching these kinds of games. The top players, they're fantastic players, but something has to put them under pressure in some way to make the action a bit either speedier or more tension-filled, something. Well, because this is just not as and you know, we've been spoiled. The Norway Chess and the Sinquefield Cup, those were some incredible battles.
Yes.
And lots of fun. But unfortunately, these kinds of things happen as well. And you get games that go on for 6-7 hours, or even actually, you look at Topalov's game against Caruana. That went on for a long time. It was topsy-turvy, but it was entertaining. You can have games that have just been, how long, 2 hours in, and it feels like paint drying.
The tea is not ready for the boil. We were in the car together when we were on our retreat, and we had this conversation. So let's bring it to the attention of our viewers. What we could do, what might be done, and one of the discussions, and Maurice, you were very supportive of it. You take a time control and say it was Kazimzhanov's suggestion. In case of a draw, you reset the board, change colors. Time goes down on the clock, so it's a much, much shorter game, and you play again. Mm-hmm. You make another draw. You keep doing that until there's a result, and you get in the tournament, you get a point for the result. But this idea of, look, you're coming to play a game, we're going to play till a decisive moment. And Maurice, you were quite supportive of Kazimzhanov's idea, and why?
Actually, I'm very supportive of that idea, but I think that it should just be tried. I think that in chess, we have the sense of what has been done is what should be done for all time. And clearly, progress has been made in many areas. We don't have adjournments anymore because of engines. Time, digital clocks have changed, time controls. But I think that this particular idea should just be tried. Like, some tournament should just attempt it. As a matter of fact, I did help to sponsor an event at the Marshall Chess Club just this Thanksgiving that this was done. It was a Game 75 event that was played over the weekend, and the players played with the time, and when it was a draw, they turned the board around and they continued to play. Very exciting tournament. The winner actually won all 6 of his games. Yuri Lapshin, International Master Yuri Lapshin, and Sergei Kudrin, GM Kudrin, was in the competition in their head-to-head matchup. Lapshin actually defeated him, but Kudrin had a couple of draws that he had to turn the board around and continue to play the game, and he ended up winning the game. So did Jay Bonin. He had something like 4 draws that he had to turn the board around again and play and continue to play in his game. So that made the event much more exciting. We had comments from the tournament director who said that the players were stressed, and because of it, it was more fun because the chess players like stress. We enjoy being in that kind of exciting situation game after game. And it worked just fine. You can look it up. Again, it's a Thanksgiving tournament. It was called the No Draw event at the Marshall Chess Club. It looks, when you look at the ratings, when you look at the results on uschess.org, you look at the rating results afterwards, it looks like a normal tournament. You'll never know that the board was turned around at all because only the first game was rated. The second game was not rated. Only the first one was. So it just looks like a normal tournament and a winner and all. But that's exactly what happened. And it was just a tournament. It was all it was.
And Alejandro, how do you feel? What can we do when we have days like today? How can we make chess a little bit more exciting?
Well, I've always been of the thought of quicker time controls. And I think in that car ride I was mentioning that there's a lot of people that are clinging on to this old ideas of good chess, quote, good chess. exact chess and like.
Well, Garry Kasparov himself was very, very forcefully arguing in favor of these 6-7 hour time controls, if you will.
Yeah, but I don't really like good chess. I mean,
perfect chess.
Perfect chess because, well, we got great chess today, guys. We got awesome, perfect moves, and look where we are.
Right.
I mean, I think it's more exciting when you add this level of difficulty to the players that, hey, you have this certain amount of time. True, you can't make the best moves, but deal with it. I think Rapids are just a perfect time control. We've had so much fun casting Rapids here in the St. Louis studio. We saw the match between Fabiano and in St. Louis. Oh, it was so much fun. Every game was fun.
Right.
I mean, it wasn't even necessary for them to play perfect every round for them to be good games.
Right.
I mean, there were combinations, there were strategy, there were end games. We had everything, and it was, I thought, very, very entertaining to just watch a quicker time control.
I'll just throw it out there because I thought it was an absolutely brilliant idea. I was in Norway for Stavanger, and I was having lengthy conversations with Silvio Danilov. And Silvio, who has great experience in putting tournaments together, the MTEL event, the World Championship in Sofia, he was very strong, firm believer in you get 2 hours, your opponent gets 2 hours, that's it, no bonus time, no increments, no second or third or fifth time control.
Right.
If you get into a situation, Alexander Grischer gets into a situation where he's a minute down and he runs out of time, he misused his time.
Yeah.
So maybe just this drama, you know it's going to be a 4-hour game, that's it, use your time wisely. I think there was something that was very appealing to that suggestion that I found personally very appealing.
I find it curious that organizers don't just try these ideas. It's always the same thing over and over. Why not just try an idea? Actually, there is going to be a tournament like this in Zurich, I believe it is, right?
That's correct.
They are going to have a game 90 in Zurich. I believe that's the time control, is game 90. I can check on that. But it's going to be just a simple, abbreviated time control. The players go in, that's their time. It may be increments or shortened increments, but it will definitely not be a long time control. And the players are going to play. And I'll tell you what's going to happen. They're going to be exciting games. They're going to play great chess. There are going to be mistakes like there always are. And the fans are going to say, that was good stuff. You want to do something like that again? The players, as Geary said yesterday, as long as you pay us, we'll do anything. Just whatever. They're capable of playing like geniuses at any time control. They play blitz, they play classical. The question is, what is the audience for the various types of chess? You know, I'm looking at the audience there in London. It's not as though the crowd is packed, throngs of people dying to watch this kind of chess at this time control. I'm not sure if any time control would have mattered, frankly, because chess is not necessarily a super popular sport in terms of visual appeal. But still, you get the feeling that you have to try novel ideas, and it has to, I agree with you, Alejandro, pick up the pace, time has to be an issue, and you certainly want to see decisive games. That's what the general fan will want to see. Now, if chess wants to be exactly like this, we could do this for the next 100 years, but it will simply keep this kind of.
I feel we'll kind of get
appeal.
stuck, especially with competition of so many other sports improving themselves, trying to become more mainstream. As we see that probably Levon Aronian and Magnus Carlsen, yeah, this seems like they drew their game.
Exactly.
Which was quite expected. And Maurice, to go back to your point, yeah, the Zurich Chess Challenge of 2016 will be played mid-February. Participants will be Anand, Kramnik, Nakamura, Aronian, Geary, and Shirov. And, well, it's going to be 40 minutes for the entire game.
40 minutes?
Yes, with a 10-second increment.
Wow.
And the games will count, the rapid games, 40 minutes plus 10 seconds, will count for double, as there is also a blitz portion that counts for the total result. But, of course, the blitz counting for half of what a normal game does actually count for. As well, Grister has something to say about the position. Isn't this guy in time trouble, actually?
He is in time pressure, and clearly he pays attention to other things other than his own board. He's down in 9 minutes while Karan is thinking, but definitely a fan of high-level chess. These guys, know a lot about these kinds of things and will be intrigued by any kind of position, but still not much more to talk about here, as this game was pretty much a nondescript draw.
Right. For the record, however, what was played, D5, a different approach by Levon Aronian, takes, bishop drop back, F4, F6, very importantly.
Okay. So
Trading everything off.
Swapped.
Now we're in a straight rook ending, even number of pawns. And here the players agreed to a draw, I'm sure.
Rook c6 check.
Rook c6 check, and the king would drop back, I presume. Actually, I wasn't even sure why you didn't just play rook c7 check immediately, but rook c2. But there's going to be a repetition down the c file. So the players agreed to a draw. Again, not a thrilling game. Maybe a little bit of opportunity at a certain moment for Aronian, but it was a very, very, very narrow window indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. And even then, it was not completely clear.
Right.
It was something that was, well, very, very, very precise. If we can show it earlier with this knight f3 idea.
Oh, sorry.
That was pretty much the only chance that I found. But let's take a look at the Topalov game. Maybe there was some slight development there. Some pieces got traded, but I wasn't so sure that it made sense for Topalov to do so.
I was more than surprised. I didn't think either player was going to be able to achieve much, if anything at all. But Vishy did manage.
Sorry, real quick. We do have Levon Aronian with Tony Rich over in London.
Thanks, guys. Levon Aronian, another game with a world champion and a draw. What are your thoughts on the game?
Yeah, I wasn't aware that Magnus knows openings so well, so I was sort of impressed. And then Rook F1, of course, is a bad move. I should probably play F4, but during the game I thought it's a bit asking for too much.
And whenever you get in a critical position like that, where you have to make a decision stylistically that really changes the game, what is your thought process like? How do you go through that and ultimately come to a decision? Is it more about playing the player or the position?
It's normally playing the player, understanding how your tournament situation is, and just moving from there.
Are you satisfied with your results so far in the tournament and this game in particular?
Not really, but I didn't want to jeopardize it even more.
And finally, what are your plans for the rest day?
I'll visit a friend of mine, a wonderful violinist, so that's my plan.
Sounds like a good plan to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Thank you, Tony. And intriguingly, Levon hit the nail on the head when he said that he had actually played this poor move, rook on f1 to e1. And he said, he asserted at least, I should have played the move f4, a move we simply did not consider.
Well, we can ask Magnus Carlsen what he thinks of f4, as we have Tony Rich in London with him.
Magnus Carlsen, we just spoke with Levon Aronian, and he said he was hoping to surprise you out of the opening. Were you surprised?
Yeah, well, a little bit. But I think I messed up the move order a little bit, maybe. Since he soon got a bit of an initiative, then maybe there wasn't much anyway, and he didn't go for the sharpest possibilities. And when I managed to chop off the bishops and castle, then I'm just fine.
And do you think that was the critical moment in the game? He says this rook fe1 idea wasn't necessarily so good. He might have gone f4 instead.
Yeah, it was critical, but I mean, after f4, we're sort of playing for a 3 result. Black is serious counter chances, I think. So, but it would have been more interesting in the game, and there wasn't so much to do. Black is very solid, but it's hard to win.
And do you have plans for the rest day?
Yeah, I'm doing an interview. Apart from that, I don't know.
Sounds like a plan. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you, Tony. Well, interestingly enough, Magnus agrees that F4 would have made the game much more interesting.
Critical in his words, which is normally, well, chess line for, well, I was actually worried about this.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's deciphering what he actually meant.
Yeah, F4, I mean, kind of preparing F5, definitely. I think the most important part of F4 is it disallows the bishop F4 trade of the bishops.
Precisely.
Yeah.
To keep the pieces on the board, if you will. Yeah, and it's a pity because that would have been the most interesting game of the round.
It would have come at a good time.
It would have been brilliant. It would have been well accepted. Where we had left it in the Vichy Anand game is I thought the position was very, very static and that neither player could achieve much. If anybody's achieved anything, in my view, it's definitely Vichy, because trading these light-squared bishops at least has given him an opportunity to plunk a knight on d5. And maybe there's no follow-through or follow-through.
I guess the
in
problem
the ending,
with the position is that once I could my bishop to e7, the pawn on g5 is so weak.
Perpetually weak.
Perpetually weak.
Yeah.
That I'm not going to be able to do anything with my knight.
Right. Or not anything good enough. Well, let's just see how that line might go. For example, let's say I just start with f3. I don't know why, but we're going to give you everything you want, and we'll give me everything I want. So what do you want?
Well, I want to get my king to e6, but I can't, so I'll put my rook somewhere.
b8? No, because there's a check.
c7. Go bishop d8, I guess.
Okay, so bishop goes back to d8. Let me go c3.
All right, then I'll transfer my king.
Transfer your king. I'll transfer my king.
Yeah.
Let me go king b3. So I'm going to try to play a4 and maybe knight.
Okay, here's where I start passing.
Okay, how?
Rook b8, rook c8, I guess.
Rook b8, rook.
I'm even going to let you play a4. I'm not even going to try to stop you.
Very good. And I've achieved the great something.
Absolutely. You are in a fantastic position.
Please, I'm a sucker for compliments.
All right.
And now?
I'll take on...
You'll take?
Probably.
Wow. All right. Well,
it's a very typical Sveshnikov idea to just play rook b8 in this position and hold on, as you don't have any penetration squares. But I guess after b4, c4, b5, you have some...
I'm making some headway.
Yeah, it's suddenly, okay, we have established that if black does nothing, there are some ways for white to actually create some progress.
So if anybody has achieved anything, I'm just going to give Vichy a hat tip.
But I was actually very surprised back when the bishop was plunked into g4. Like, why did he take on g4? Was this necessary? Because you always want to take on e6 with the pawn.
Right.
That's in order to keep the knight away from d5.
Exactly. No, I would have just simply rerouted the bishop. Well, actually,
Well, he's turning knight d5.
Yeah, I think that after rook g1, queen d7, queen g3, I might have just ignored the idea of bishop coming to g4 for a moment and played, I don't know, again, something of this nature.
Well, I think in this position we can finally play your favorite sacrifice. We play bishop takes g4 and then rook takes c3.
The Sicilian sacrifice, yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, in that case, I could have had maybe my bishop or king in a better position, but here we go. And the exchange sacrifice on c3 is one of the most common sacrifices of an exchange.
Black should be fine.
I think perfectly fine.
Perfectly fine.
Yes.
Well, let's take a look at the standings as we do have 2 games finished, I believe, in London. Yeah. Fabiano Caruana still trying to press something against Alexander Grischuk, and VL drew against Anish Giri, and they're still at the lead. Michael Adams has some compensation, actually plenty of compensation against Hikaru Nakamura, still playing on that board. Levon Aronian drew Magnus Carlsen in a relatively uneventful game. Had some promise at the beginning, but it kind of faded off. And Vichy Anand, well, maybe he has finally established a small pool against Veselin Topalov. We'll take a break here, and hopefully we have more moves as we come back into the 5th round of the London Chess Classic.
To make you rock, I said 1, 2, 3, 4. don't stop. I rock it to the bang bang boogie. Say I can put these on wood. Chicken tastes like wood. So you try to play it off like you can by saying that you're a fool. And your friend says,
could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at ExploreSt.Louis.com.
We're back here with the 5th round of the London Chess Classic. We already have 2 results, as Aronian did draw with the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen, and Anish Giri with the black pieces easily held Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to a draw. We have 3 games going on. None of them seem to be the most exciting at the moment. Perhaps Vishy Anand with the greatest winning chances of all players right now, Yasser?
I would agree with that. But it has not been a round that has thrilled us and moved our hearts and minds. It's just been, the players have been playing incredible safety first chess, and we have been struggling, quite frankly, to spice the games up. I'm looking at the game of Hikaru Nakamura. For the moment, he's a pawn up. It's not the most useful pawn, this pawn on c7. And that looks like a very balanced game heading towards a draw. Sorry, that's the other game. The Grishuk game also heading for a draw. And in the Anand game, the players followed the exact plans that you and I had discussed. Vishy has brought his king to the b3 square, and black has put his bishop on d8, eyeballing the pawn on g5, and I was suggesting that white might want to play rook to g1, put his pawn on f3, and maybe one day trying to force some compromises by black with maybe a move like knight d5.
Yeah, this is not so easy.
So easy for Veselin.
Now, yeah, there's still some issues here for black. I think he has going to suffer for quite a bit, and we didn't think at least that this was quite necessary to get into.
No. Yeah, Vishy has definitely achieved something out of nothing.
Yes, I agree completely with that. Well, it might happen in other games, we'll see. Okay,
having said all of that, how bad or how difficult is the position in truth for Veselin Topalov? You mentioned that there was a Sveshnikov idea that you see in the Sveshnikov to trade on a4 and play a5.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem so favorable in this position where you can easily create a passed pawn on the queen side. That being said, maybe my rook would become somewhat active. The pawn itself cannot be pushed too far without it being at least pressured by that bishop that's already on d8. So perhaps playable, but I mean, it still looks like
aesthetically easier and better for white.
Yeah, and Topalov decided to put the rook on c5, which looks rather normal. At least start defending this pawn on b5.
And I like putting the pawn on f3 so that there was. I'm seeking to increase the scope of the rook so that I wouldn't have to meet a b takes a4, king takes a4, rook c4 check accident, picking up the pawn on e4. So I'll go with f3.
F3 looks like a very natural move to me.
Right.
Then it challenges black to actually find something useful to do, which is
a challenge.
Well, yeah. I mean, I could go takes on a4, perhaps.
All right, let's just put that move on the board to see.
And I wanted to go rook a5 check. And then penetrate down the first rank, just to make you uncomfortable. and try to create some threats, maybe?
No, that's a brilliant idea, in fact, and that was probably why I was trying to play f3 and rook a1 before going for this a4 move. So rook c5, there is a threat. I don't have the time in the position that I need. That being the case, I'll have to take on b5 then.
I still can take with the rook if I so desire.
I think you more or less should,
yeah.
Right? Okay, rook takes.
And this happened, by the way.
It did.
Yes.
AB, rook b5. I'll drop back with a king, king c2.
Well, king c2, maybe rook a1? Maybe
no, you...
Getting ahead of myself. Rook a5.
Rook a5.
And perhaps you want to play king b1?
No, I was going to, in this case,
b1.
yes. Stopping the rook from activating on a1.
Yeah.
Still a little...
Doesn't look like much.
But, I mean, a little bit something here for white.
Perhaps, not something to work with at least.
Yeah.
Not much.
Well, we haven't seen much to work with in all of the games.
Yeah.
So we're looking forward to some advantage for white in this one game.
Let's get an update of the Caruana game, because we did have a couple of... Well, Vishy played king a2. I didn't expect that move at all, actually.
King a2.
Because what? Oh, because who's going to play king b1, I guess, after...
Rook check.
Okay, so let's go back to the Caruana game. I wanted to see if we've had anything happen in this position.
Well, Fabi played the move queen b4.
When we had talked about the trade of queens probably just being a draw.
Trying to set up threats against f8, e7 squares, as well as the b-pawn. That provoked b6, queen c3, c5, shutting off this bishop's diagonal and being ready to meet g3 with bishop e7. Nothing. Just dead. I think Sasha's done everything he's needed to do to ensure a draw. All right. U.S. champion Hikaru Nakamura. A pawn did the good against the wild card, Mickey Adams. Hikaru, as we know, he likes to squeeze as much out of the position as he can. It looks like the players are heading towards a 4-rook ending. But again, I just don't see anything that Hikaru can do.
It seems pretty dead because the pawn is completely worthless.
This extra pawn on c7, yes.
Mickey went ahead and took on d6, transposing into a piece endgame.
Did he really? So he's giving a possible opportunity for c7 takes d6, trying to make the pawn a little bit more useful?
Yeah, but okay, this doesn't look like much. Maurice has some updates for us in the Caruana game.
Well, finally, some excitement happening in one of the games, and it looks as though Grischuk has played a very risky idea in this position after a couple of moves. Queen, let's go back a little bit more. Queen b4, b6, queen c3, c5. He played very concretely, and Grischuk only has 1 minute and 39 seconds left on his clock. And in this position, Caruana played bishop to b2, and suddenly things are very tricky because there's a possibility of e6 in the position. He played the move queen to d1. Queen to d1, ignoring this move, but the engine saying that this move is valuable. It gets something for white, more than he had before at least, and after takes on e6, queen to e5 with check. The king has to go this way, of course, doesn't want to have queen g7 happen with check the wrong way, and now bishop to e7, and queen takes on g6. Now, is this enough? The engines are saying that this position is good for white, maybe not completely winning. I'm wondering if he can guard these pawns. It looks like the h-pawn or the f-pawn is going to drop, so nothing there. B takes a5 looks horrible, and queen takes f5 with check. Is it enough here? Maybe not, but this is something to play for at least. I would be surprised, and in fact it has happened. e6 check did happen in the game. On the board, queen e5 check, Grischuk down to 138 to make 4 moves. His moves will be simple. King d7 will happen, so that'll be 36 moves. So 4 moves left to play the rest of the position, and no doubt this has to happen just this way, and he has played king d7, Queen, the G6 check is the next move, and the Indian's giving the bishop dropping back. He can also move his king, but whatever he does, this G6 pawn is going to go, and the position has been transformed radically. Of course, in Grischuk's time pressure, he did not have to allow this idea at all, but he let it happen on the board. Now it's here, and there he goes. Is he going to lose this position? Especially, he also has this move, very risky move. Queen takes on b5, and here the Indians are saying that White's not completely winning here at all. Queen d5 check, and bishop to d6. This position, a dramatic sharpening of the game. Even here, as the Indians are looking at it, saying White's the one with the edge. Surprising decision by Grischuk, as he is now at this point, this point in the game, at 1 minute, well, I have 38 seconds. Is that correct? Let's take a look at the board and see him playing in the position if we can. And he has 38 seconds left in the game right now as we speak. And he's played bishop to e7 on the board. 3 moves to make after queen takes g6, which is clearly the obvious choice here. Crazy that he sharpened the game this dramatically, but that's Grischuk. He's a poker player. He likes to bluff, and he doesn't mind going into some wild situations.
I'm thinking this is simply suicidal.
It looks
what
bad.
on earth
And
is
playing it with such little time. It's so strange.
And he had such a picturesque blockade at that, allowing this move e5, e6 check, and losing
all his pawns with check as well.
Losing his entire king side. I want to just he lost the g6 pawn. He's going to lose the f5 pawn with check. Whether the position is a big advantage for White or not, I'm just saying this is a suicidal attempt by Alexander Grischuk. I'm really, really shocked.
I think objectively the position is probably still okay, but why get into this? Why get into this? The position was completely okay before.
Agreed. Wow. Really, really, really surprising development, I must say.
Yeah. Well, 38 seconds to, how many moves is it?
3.
He'll have, yes. And he actually has a tough choice after queen takes g6 because, well, he can take on a5, he can take on b3, he can somehow try to guard f5, he can throw in queen c2. There's a lot of ways he can make a mistake.
Oh, for sure. And anything that, and queen takes g6 has been played by Fabi. Grischuk thinking.
Not a good time to think.
Wow.
Thinking.
Incredible.
This guy.
26 seconds left and counting down, and he's reached for a piece and moved.
The arbiter right in front of the clock. Oh,
and he has played queen to c2, which the Indian thinks is an absolute blunder, a mistake, after the move a takes on b6. Ignoring the threat to the bishop, a takes b6, and if you were to take the bishop, suddenly the Indians go nuts. After the move b7, queen takes on b3, and suddenly queen takes f5 check is winning. The king is in trouble because this queen will be able to go to c8 check or play queen d5. That's lost, so he better not be thinking that line. Queen c2, a takes on b6. You have to capture this pawn back. You have to kill it. And then bishop to e5. And this is overwhelming. I mean, dominating with the pawns, weak pawns everywhere. What did Grischuk do? He just completely blew the game. He has wrecked his position incredibly. And all Caruana, with all the time in the world, has to do is find the tactics associated with a takes b6. And it's basically game over. He's going to have a gigantic edge, plus the fact that Grischuk has only 23 seconds left. This is ridiculous. This complete suicide on Grischuk's part.
Complete suicide. Well, wow. Allowing the sharpening of the position when you have no time. That's what I was saying. You have so many options, so easy to make a mistake. In this precise position where you can play queen c2, queen takes b3, there are so many options. And I'm not surprised that he chose a blunder considering he had no time left.
Wow. Wow.
Overhandling of the clock in a position that was just even.
Shocking.
And also a position where he didn't really have to calculate anything previously. I mean, getting to a situation where you're just down on the clock so much is so surprising.
Stunned. Just
Completely
absolutely stunned.
And all we're waiting for now is Caruana to calculate the ramifications of a takes b6. Not hard at all. very easy for him to calculate this line. We could take a look again at this position. A takes B6. He's got 18 moves to figure this out. Caruana could figure this out in less than a minute, but he's just checking, making sure everything is right. And if A takes B6, the critical point is that queen takes on B2 is not possible because of the simple B7. The king cannot get closer because of that pawn, so therefore you have to stop it in some way. There's another line here, queen to D4. Well, let's just look at this line first. Queen takes on this square. Now queen takes check, and this is pretty straightforward. Don't go here. Mate in 1. Queen drops in with a mate, right? I'll just show that on the board. So king here is also very simple. Queen check, and the king has to move, and you queen the pawn. Also, what else is there to play? Here's another. I mean, how many mates are there on this board? Ridiculous. And again, after queen f5 check, king e8, then the engines are greedy as ever. They feel like, take the pawn with check, and then queen anyway. We're going to get the same stuff, but let's grab this one while we're at it. But simply, any human would just play queen to c8 check and queen the pawn, and they will have to resign.
Moves,
so the move has been, and he did not take on b6.
But he played bishop e5 first.
He played bishop e5 first. Okay. And the instantaneous response, h4. Bishop e5 is also winning, by the way. Also a winning move, and h4 is on the board. He saved his bishop. That's surprising that he did not see that right away. But now he saved his bishop, and h4 instantly on the board. And now he can take on b6 yet again. And what is he playing for? Is there a perpet? There's no perpet. That's just a pawn. That's just going to be a straight pawn, and you will have to take, and then a freebie, and he's going to pray that somehow he can hold white down in this position.
I think what Sasha is aiming for is after queen takes b6, queen d3, he's trying to set up that perpet, what you mentioned, Maurice, by going queen g3 to e1. If you go back to g6, then queen takes b3. But show us why the engine thinks that this is just winning.
Well, queen takes b3 or queen f5.
Pardon me?
On queen takes b3 at the very end, in that variation.
Well, but the problem is that the issue is that how does white fix this, though? How does white make progress despite being up a pawn, right, in this line? So after this queen d3 move that you suggested, that would be move 41, and he's going to get to this position. Queen to c7 check, king moves. Let's just run to e8, queen to c6 with check. The king now has to make a decision. If it goes to the d file, then a trade of queens is possible.
Right.
And if it goes to f7, also queen d5 trades queens. So king here, but that allows this one, and ooh, whoa, mating idea suddenly. And this game is completely won. So this does not work.
I see.
This just doesn't work. You have to be careful trying to get your perpet too quickly. So c takes b6, queen takes b6, queen d3. If that's what he saw from afar, he's going to be in for a big surprise. And anything else doesn't get any perpet, and pawns are dropping, and king's exposed, then what are you doing? Why are you here? Queen e4 is another move here, but after queen a7 check, king, let's go to e8, give us this pawn, and there are no checks anywhere. This is lost.
Right.
This is dead loss. Grischuk just literally committed suicide. This is dead loss. The capture has been done on b6, and he has his time to look at the mess that he has made. And after queen takes b6, it's just winning for Fabi. Fabi will surge, and he has taken the pawn. He will surge into a tie for first with this victory.
Yeah.
Making it a very crowded leaderboard, to be sure. And Caruana, we saw him up a pawn against Nakamura, not able to win the game. I cannot imagine him blowing this one. This one looks over.
Looks pretty
wow.
clear.
Well, for Fabi, you know, when you think about the fact that he was lost yesterday against Veselin, he manages to save that game. It was dead to our eyes. And I'll just recall that when Magnus and Aronian agreed to draw, a very animated kibitzer Alexander Grisha, thinking that his game's such an easy draw, came over to help analyze and tell the players what they did right and wrong.
Well, he definitely got himself into trouble at the worst possible moment. I mean, I think even if he got into such a delicate position after Queen D1, if he had time to figure it out, he might have been able to.
Right.
But getting into that position with only seconds left on
And
your
just
clock.
allowing E6 check, that's just...
Why would you allow E6
Let
check?
me just go back to this position and demonstrate how really, really bad this move Queen D1 is. If we look at it, there's a bishop and queen battery. Obviously, white is, positioned his pieces to play the queen along the diagonal.
Right.
Stop it. Just don't allow the guy this opportunity to play E5, E6.
I'm sure he was worried about Queen F3.
I understand, but that's a different worry than this, because
Yes.
what happened is the position just absolutely was lost.
Actually, as given some more time, you might calculate Queen F3 to be too dangerous for you as well.
Okay.
It's not necessary to allow it at all, because Queen D7 absolutely stops everything. This E6 move doesn't do anything. You just take it. Done. Start, stop. And now Queen G7 check is playable. And now King back to E8. And what exactly are you doing if you were to take on C7? Now suddenly Queen to E3, and there are no mates down here, but guess who's coming to dinner on the other side of the board with threats? It's time for white to bail out very quickly, because black is the one threatening in this position. So that would have been a very straightforward defense. You have some time to calculate. You would just calculate and say, oh, okay, I'm good. If you got no time on the clock, making these quick moves, there's no time to calculate. So that was the drawing. That was a steady move. E6 is no big deal. The problem with king to E6 is Queen F3 does start some kind of rambunctious possibilities coming in either on C6, on B7, or even on A8 in some lines when the queen leaves. That would be impressive enough for you to say, nah, I must find something better than that, because Queen F3 just has too much power. But what he did, Queen D1, I mean, you leave the house when the thieves are coming in? Bad time for that. E6 check. Clearly just too much of a threat to be allowing with Queen E5, King D7, Queen G7 check. Why would you even go here? Why would you even be in this position?
Exactly.
I don't understand how you got into this.
Right. Suicidal. Hikaru Nakamura's game, the 4-rook ending, extra pawn for Hikaru. This time, the C pawn is transformed into a D pawn. A little bit more useful, but
not much.
Not much. No. I think that game's heading towards a draw. But let's take a look at, Vishy continues to make progress. Now he has at least established a passer for himself.
Yes.
And we're waiting.
Well, I'm not entirely sure what your next move is.
For white.
Yes.
Yes, exactly. This pawn on G5 is an important unit.
Yeah, you can't just gift it. You would like
No.
to, but I don't think you can just gift this pawn.
Yeah. Well, if I'm going to gift it, at least let me put my rook on a position where I wait one more turn.
You're tricky, man.
So, okay, I gift it in this way.
Okay.
By the way, you could play rook b7. It's not like my g-pawn is actually running away. And
it was more for argument's sake than anything, but rook b7 is probably much more precise.
Agreed. Now here, I could see that white might have something. Also depends on where you're going with your king. E6 or E8. What do you think?
No, probably.
Not E6.
No.
Not
Six
E6.
drops knight C7.
Knight C7.
Yeah.
And oops.
Okay,
Well, you could have gone F6 and leave,
this
leave
is-
to the other side of the board, but that's too...
This is pretty unplayable. I think you have to play rook b7.
There's no reason to take on G5.
Yeah, I think that's just too bad.
Just play, as soon as you move, just play rook B7. No, not that one. Rook
Yes.
B7.
Yeah.
I get it.
And ask you what you're trying to do.
Okay, well, I'll tell you.
Okay.
I'll play here.
I'll take.
You'll take. I'll play here.
I'll go back.
and now I regret. No, nothing to play for.
No.
No. I think this is just a mutual stop.
I think the pawn on g5 is just too weak. You would like to sacrifice this, and obviously, I really don't think that even if you lose the pawn on g5, white's in any danger. So, but suddenly, but I don't think you're.
But we don't like being a pawn down.
Well, yeah, we don't like being a pawn.
Agreed.
You know, guys, it occurs to me that we're very unlucky.
We are.
Because move 40 happened to be queen takes on b6.
Right.
Move 41, that is. And if only it could have been maybe move 38.
Right.
Then a couple more moves get played, and then the guy realizes he's dead, and we get to go. But Grishuk might sit and think for 40 minutes now, and we'll be commenting and waiting for him to make his next move. And he's not even at the board. Like, what the heck? He's already let over 6 minutes go on his clock, and he's not even at the board. What is he doing? Is he banging his head against a wall somewhere for letting this position happen? Like, incredibly, instead of drawing the stupid position, he is now going to lose the game. And what is the cure? What is going to be the cure for such a fantastic chess player to simply not consistently get himself in time pressure with weird shenanigans? I mean, it's just one of those things. It's as though it's just built into his biological mechanism that if he has time, he must find a way to spend it. Like, seriously, what is he supposed to do? Because this is like the end of his career if he keeps this up.
Tragic. Yeah,
it's really tragic. He's going to keep tumbling in the ratings. He will not be invited back on the Grand Chess Tour, right? Because he's not going to be in the top 10, anywhere near it. And
wow,
he's just losing all these opportunities because of one disease, and that is
time trouble.
Just time pressure, time trouble. Incredible.
It's always affected him, and well, sometimes he has great results with it. I mean, he almost broke 2,800 if he didn't break. Did he break 2,800? I want to say that he did.
Well, he's had so many 2,800 performances
in his life.
Career. Absolutely.
And they're all played by time pressure anyway. So,
right.
I mean,
and he recently led his team, the Russian team, to a gold medal.
That's right.
In the European Team Championship. So,
well, that's just part of who he is.
Yeah, but this was really revolting.
Yes.
Wow. My goodness.
Queen D1 was such a weird move.
My goodness. And not much to say about the Hikaru game either. By the way, if Mickey would like to see Black, for example, playing a move like C5, in that way he would get very, very good counterplay against this pawn on A5, and I think a draw would be more or less immediate in those cases.
Yeah, perhaps Hikaru can try for something like maybe Rook G4 and H4, perhaps some kind of mating tricks.
Rook G4, let's say I tickle you.
Sure. Okay, then I was planning on playing H4. I'm not sure if it's any good.
And we'll take it, and you want to go downstairs, yes?
Yes, and I want to try to remind you that you're getting mated.
All right. I don't see myself getting mated, but okay, king back, Rook G2.
Yeah, I was trying to like capture pawns or something, but I'm not very convinced about my variation.
Looks really much, much closer to a draw than anything
else. Yeah, I agree.
Well,
Hikaru decided to put the rook on G6 and just passively defend the...
After rook F3, he has played?
Yeah, rook 5 to G6.
Okay.
And...
Well, Mickey can
ask
ask the question.
Yeah. How are you going to defend it?
And he can ask the question again.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with this continuation.
Looks
pretty trash.
Definitely. Definitely. Oh, boy.
Okay.
And back to Topalov for a moment. We think that the game is very balanced.
Yes.
And lastly, has Grishuk returned to the board, and he's now surveying and realizing that when he played this move H4, it was obviously with the intention of being able to get himself set up for a repetition. Now he's probably coming to the realization that after queen d3, the queen trade, queen b7 check, and the queen trade threat is too powerful, in fact. So can he try for the repetition?
Games are lost, I'm assuming, right? I mean, there's just too many extra pawns.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only other way for him to try for the repetition is with the move queen f2, but queen g6 not only defends that threat, it attacks the f pawn, and if you are forced to defend it, well, let's go collect this guy.
Can we see the
Please.
bishop endgame just real quick?
Which bishop endgame?
Because you said that the threat of trading the queens was too big, right?
Right. So it was queen d3. Yes.
Queen b7.
Queen b7 check.
King e8.
And what did we play last time? It was queen c6 check, I believe.
Okay.
So king f7.
Then you trade queens.
And I trade queens.
Takes.
Okay.
It looks pretty bad.
It does, especially because with the move g3 or with the move g4, I'm getting another passer, one or the other.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks bad. I mean, it might even be the best hope to maybe play a5 and try to get in some c4.
Exactly.
Pass a pawn or something, but...
So a5, g3, or g4.
Yeah, maybe.
We're assuming we'll get to a position like this, and what you were mentioning...
Maybe c4 takes
is on a
f6.
very good day, some counterplay here.
Yeah, like this, right now.
Oh, did you want to play something else?
No, this might as well, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Although here you have d6.
D6. And you can't go bishop f6 anymore, by the way, because of d7.
No,
then it's
everything looks too slow.
Yeah. Then it's just simply going to be hopeless. Maurice.
What do you want me to say? What was his word? He's busted in lots of lines. Going back here, queen takes b6, queen to d3. You guys just looked at very accurately. Queen to f2 is the other line. In this line, you mentioned queen g6 has much more potent, actually, is queen to c7 check and hunt down this king. After queen c8 check, he's in big trouble. He cannot go to the f-file because of the f-pawn. And if he plays bishop to d8, now he's hoping for that perpet if you get greedy for the pawn. But no, this very nice move, queen to c6 check, just flushing out that king. It just is going to have very limited protection. If you play the move king to f7, then the geometrics are working for white. Now, this fork is not meant for this bishop. It's meant for this pawn. And that way, once white collects this guy, he can just bring the queen back very comfortably. If you were to leave it alone and play the move king to g7, trying to g6, excuse me, trying to save the pawn, I was anticipating the move queen to g7, king to h5, and then queen to h7 mate. So the geometrics are all in white's favor back here after this queen to c6 check move. Just nothing real to do. Even a move like king to e7, hoping you have a chance. Nope, bishop to d6 check, and the engine's already calculating mate in 12. Not nice when that happens. Of course, if you go to this rank, then check with the queen and on your queen. And if you go to this rank, then here they come. The pieces are streaming towards the king. You know, you can start calculating. It's going to be ugly. As long as he avoids letting you block again, this king is just being hunted down miserably. Very instructive way just to make sure the opponent has no chances whatsoever. And once you go here, now you can take with check, and then that's all she wrote, as the two pieces will massacre that king. Horrible situation for Grischuk. And again, like I said, the problem is he's probably going to sit for 40 minutes before making his next move because that's what he does.
I don't think resigns is out of the question here. I think he's just coming to the, not the slow, but the realization that he is really, to his horror, he's pitched the game.
Yeah, he's pretty busted. There's simply no active counterplay. Too many variations in which the queen simply gets traded, and when you are not trading the queens, you're actually getting mated.
Exactly.
The bishop on e5 is really, really powerful. I think that's the main issue here with Black's position is that the bishop on e5 is mating you both on the queen side or the king side, depending on where you go.
Yes, indeed. That wow.
Nothing to say. The guy played terrible. I mean, when he had no time left, that's it.
Yeah.
And what's terrible about it also, I mean, he gifted, who did he lose to earlier in the competition?
No, he hasn't lost in the London Chess Classic yet, but he gifted half a point to Giri.
He had 4 draws, but right, so that point he gave to Giri, that he was just crushing him in that position, only the reason he did not win that game was because of his time pressure, that he mismanaged so badly and ended up not winning the game. So that's a full point. Well, let's call it a half a point. He would have had extra if he had won that game. Giri would be the one in the cellar.
Along with Topalov.
Right? Well, Giri would have actually been at even because Giri had a win. But Giri would have been the one at 50%. Right. And it would have been Grishuk tied for first right now. And then he would draw this game, and there would be another half a point saved. Instead, he loses a half a point when he should have won, and loses another half point because he should have drawn, and is putting himself in a miserable position in the tournament. And, of course, making people like Giri smile, and now Fabi smile. Like, oh, wow, I was dead yesterday against Topalov. I blew that win against Hikaru, but now I get a free point today. How nice. Well, at least a free half a point. Just poor guy.
Chess is a cruel game.
Yeah.
But chess is a cruel game, we know. That's why we try to manage our time properly. At least there's some things we can control. The chaos of chess you can't control. You try your best, you study opening theory, you learn positional ideas, you go over all the games you want. You're still going to get in positions that you've never seen before, and you have problems to solve. But at least you decide to make practical decisions at the board and manage your time properly. Not this guy, and it's so ironic that he is the World Blitz champion. Go figure.
Go figure.
Well, we do see that Anand
has
sacrificed his pawn. He decided that he wanted to at least try to create something in the position.
Right.
It's not clear that he's going to be able to do so just because he let the pawn go. He did activate his rook, but that doesn't...
So I think where we were at in our analysis was a position like this.
With still not a clear plan.
Yes.
Right.
Well, at least in this case, I do see this idea. Let me just make a move for black that may not be a particularly good move, just to demonstrate what I can imagine Vishy wanting to play, which would be to go b6, followed by king to b5, followed by rook to a7. Then he is working. Then he's pushing.
And on king c6?
Knight b4. Yes, sorry, let me just put that on the board as well. So, and on king c6, knight b4 check, driving the king backwards a bit, and making room for king b5. At least I understand this is how Vishy is trying to use his pawn. Next, he wants to go knight d5 and rook a7.
Yeah, not just for argument's sakes. Let's say that I have, can I take it?
Yes. Will this be enough?
Yeah, I wanted to play f5.
You get 2 pawns, but I think this knight is just tremendous.
I don't think it's enough.
I think it is. Let's see.
All right.
F3.
So I take.
Take.
I just push the pawn.
You push the pawn. I put my knight on a good square. You push the pawn.
Yes.
I put my knight on a good square.
You have to push the
push
pawn.
the pawn. And now I make a pass.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the question is this endgame 1. It looks pretty
convincing, right?
Yeah.
I'm coming back on a speedboat to deal with this guy, and then I will win. Right?
So in king e6, you go king c4.
King e6, I'll suddenly do a change of direction.
You'll go this way.
Yeah. So you can't go king e7, unfortunately. You would like to pass like that, but that would walk
into a nasty fork.
A nasty fork, yes.
Yeah, so it's not immediately drawn. Let's try again. Let's go back to the position with f5. You played f3.
Yes.
All right, if I go king e6 immediately, you're still going to go...
Oh, sorry. I don't think that changes anything too much.
And on g5...
I'll go knight e3 again.
Knight e3.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, this is the same position.
Except your pawn is on g5 and not on g3.
Well, I can get it to g3 by force. Takes, and I can just go...
How about this?
Maybe.
Maybe this is a better try. Because in this case, if
you
I...
get t5. Well, you
right.
can go
so
knight t5, though.
My move, knight...
No, that's okay. I think you had knight d5 at the end. I don't see how that improved my position greatly.
G, knight comes to d5. Uh-huh.
That's crushing.
Still looks lost.
G4 doesn't do anything. Knight always comes back.
Right. That looks losing.
I agree. Yes. So Vichy cannot. Pardon me.
Topalov cannot just bail by sacrificing a piece on b6 later, which is relatively important. And it might look like it's an academic discussion, but actually has some practical implications that if Vichy is allowed to put his pawn on b6, he doesn't have to worry about a sacrifice somehow of the bishop.
So I mean, but I started with a very compliant bishop c7, bishop d8. It just goes to show that maybe the position requires a little bit more play, forceful play. How about a different approach for Topalov? How about, should I play king e6? Or here we go. Let me just make this move. Rook down. So on a good day, what I want to do is I want to go king e6 and f5. Get ready to sacrifice a piece on d6, but at least get more activity before having to do that.
Yeah, that's possible. I think we started with the move. I'm not actually sure what he played because Anand played f3, seemingly on a vacuum. How did that happen? Oh, he played f3 instead of b5.
Right.
Okay, so he's not going to hurry up with b5. He's going to take his time, play f3 first. Makes a lot of sense to put the pawn on f3, just covers the e4 pawn, which was important in so many variations, and it removes it from a dark square, which is
Gentlemen, may I point out that the engine is saying that Anand is ahead by 0.46, which is half a pawn. Anand is currently down a pawn on the board, right? He's down a pawn, but the engine, you know how engines are. If you're down a pawn, then you have to have incredible compensation just to be even.
Right.
But how much more do you need to actually be ahead? And I think the engine is not calculating a win for white, but is saying all of this position is all white. And we can see it optically. The question is, how do we execute? But it should be noted that the engine is definitely saying it's not equal. It's not triple zeros, you have enough compensation kind of thing. It's saying that white is the one who is ahead here, and that does not spell well for, or bode well for Topalov.
Right.
In any way.
Yeah, a lot of suffering here.
The lines that you are showing, white will make you suffer.
Yeah.
It's clear that it's not pretty.
Let me try a different defensive tactic for Veselin. He put his bishop on d8 a long time ago, so that that pawn on g5 was always under observation. Now that the pawn's not there, there's no reason for the bishop to remain on d8. And let me try to reposition the bishop to d4 so that you can never go b5, b6, rook a7. How is this as a defensive attempt?
We won't know because Topalov decided he's not going to wait around. He played the move f5.
Wow.
Yeah, I was a little surprised it weakens the
g6 pawn very much.
And also the king on d7 feels a little vulnerable. But on the other hand, I mean, this should probably be playable.
The right move, you think?
I'm not sure if it's the right move, but I mean, I also have ideas of perhaps bringing the rook around.
The engines think that move made things worse. Really? That f5 is not a great move. b5 is just the right thing to do there. We should point out some developments, though. Nakamura, after sitting for some time, has now played the move h4 in the position. The engine saying there are a couple of ways to play. You could take on h4. You could even ignore it, unbelievably. Rook takes on d6, and if h takes on g3, simply king g2. Very nice way to blockade this pawn. Nice. And now the rooks can't leave because of rook g3 all the time. So easy draw for Michael Adams. We see this game going to a draw. And Sasha did find it within himself to play a move. He did play queen to d3, hoping for some draws. He took, it looks like, 21 minutes to do so, or 20 is 39.55. So it took him a little over 20 minutes to make the move. And the win, as we said, is simply queen to c7, king to e8, and then queen to c6. There's still some accuracy needed by Caruana. The good news for him is he knows this is Prepet, and he doesn't have an easy way to stop it. So all his moves must have some durational quality. It can't just stop and, oh, I just want a pawn. It's check. It's perpetual. So therefore, it's going to make his life even easier as he just calculates lines that keep going and going and going until he finds the win. And there he is, thinking things through. He's in total control of the position now, by the way, because as long as he does the right thing, there's really nothing Black can say about it. It's just up to him to keep checking until he gets that killer position.
Well, I'm pretty sure that we're going to see that bishop endgame. I think that Ristruk is kind of hoping that there's some, as we said, c5, a4 resource. We didn't make anything work. It seemed relatively very slow.
Yeah.
But, I mean, what else could he do?
Right.
And Mickey Adams, well, it seems like he has more than one way of making a draw. So.
And I really like
this rook d6 idea.
Rook
yeah,
d6
very clean idea.
Very clean. I mean, this idea of using that g3 pawn as shelter for White's king. White's king basically untouchable once any rook moves away from the defense of the g pawn. Rook takes g3. And in the meanwhile, there's a lot of vulnerable pawns in the position for Black as well.
Black
d4.
can't even move.
Right. There you go.
Yeah, so this would be the easiest draw. I think he did take on d6, actually.
He did. Yes.
Yes, and okay, we expect this to end very soon, I think.
Yes.
Position is pretty dead. Hikaru.
Hikaru definitely realizes it as well.
Oh, fast move that had nothing to do with the position.
I think he played c5.
Yeah, c5. I don't think it changes anything. Interestingly, you can still ignore this pawn on h4.
And just go rook here.
d5, yeah. Which actually also threatens h5 check, and, well, White's suddenly better after that.
Right. A dual threat.
Is this also a draw? Yeah. I cannot believe that Black has anything in this position.
No. Me either.
Yeah. This should be a draw. So yeah, rook d5 probably also taking on h4 is... I don't see anything wrong with that either.
Yes. Wow. So the only decisive game is going to be...
Well, we don't know.
Sorry.
Anand might still have some chances.
Right.
Especially the way Topalov's playing. It looks a little strange to put this pawn so vulnerably on the G file. I mean, I understand that he wants to push it, but I didn't like giving up the 7th rank.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just didn't feel right. Could we go back a moment?
Yes.
And before he played this move, f5, how would you have judged bishop b6?
Well, I didn't really know if your bishop was really all that much better, because I could still play b5, bishop d4, rook a6.
Okay.
And this plan of playing b6 just looks as strong as ever. I understand I don't have rook a7, but I have other ways of making progress.
I see. So f5
and b6 takes g5, and okay, now you have some counterplay, but you're not doing anything, so I'm going to go king b5.
Yes, I got a little tickle in my throat. I apologize.
Now I might not want to go for the pawn because that's just a draw. So knight f6 check is just a draw after king e6, knight takes, and rook takes b6.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And d5 eliminates the last pawn.
Exactly.
So g4 is completely playable. I would have to be something more clever, but I do like rook a8, and you might be in a little bit of problems to be nice, but I think you're in a lot of trouble.
Really?
Yeah, because I have rook g8 after g3.
Rook g8 after g3. And how am I getting killed? Oh, my king a6.
King a6 looks really, really bad.
I trap myself.
Yes.
That wasn't clever. Sorry, that was not clever to trap myself. Very good.
Yeah. So still, yeah, the thing is I didn't really know if the bishop coming to d4 helped you. And if it didn't, then perhaps pushing the pawn immediately made more sense.
Well, again, let's just see this. You put here, maybe somehow I need to move. Okay, so f5, you went here. King here. This was that same ending as before. Nothing changes, right?
No, I mean, you even lost a lot of tempo with the bishop, I don't think.
Well, before I was being compliant, playing bishop c7 to d8.
And here you're being compliant.
Putting bishop on d4.
Yeah.
I get it. Huh.
Looks horrible.
It looks horrible. Well, okay, let us see what has happened, in fact. Because Vishy has played b5 now.
Okay.
He's ready to launch further with b6 because he'll have a pin along the b file. Well, maybe rook takes b6.
I'm not following.
No, I'm just saying he's just played b5. He's ready to push the pawn.
Why is he
forward.
ready to push the pawn? Like, let's say I pass.
Yes, exactly. How do you play?
Let's just say g4, just for argument's sake.
Okay, and if I go b6?
It must be late, but what if I take it?
Rook b1?
King c6?
Oh, it's late for me. Sorry. So, well, actually, in this case, I would just go after the b pawn then.
Yeah, okay, of course, but
Yes.
I mean...
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the threat here, according to the engines, is to put the rook down on h8 and put it at g8.
Yeah, that looks very strong.
And just crack your brain open. That does not look like an attractive possibility. And Anand did not play this totally accurately by putting the rook on h1 after the move f5. The engines preferred the move b5, being prepared to bring the rook to a7 at the right moment, that there was no need to bring the rook over to the h file. And Topalov should have played rook to b8 instead of trading on e4, but... And apparently would have had some fighting chances. Matter of fact, let's go to that position. Back here, f5 on the board. Here, rook h1, the engines say just move the rook back and allow this kind of position to happen. Putting the king on e6, talk about a surprising square, as though they're mating ideas everywhere. But the point is that you need to activate the rook. So, for example, this move picks off this pawn, but rook to c8 check, king moves, grab this guy, and now bring the rook on the other side of the board down here, being able to harass from behind, and ready to sacrifice the bishop at any point if you can somehow get at this pawn. And this looked like a very tough defensive try. It seems rook h1 was inaccurate. I don't see another line, let the engines analyze for a little bit, that White could have done to improve this. Instead of doing rook h1, the simple b5 was a much better idea, and you get into lines where the rook is prepared to come this way instead, and it's better for White to be playing with this kind of position. Technical difference. This game, Caruana did not play queen c7. He can get back to it, however, with queen back to b7, but it looks like he hasn't resolved it yet, and it looks like a draw in the Adams game has happened. Adams Nakamura, wow, the Brit, 5 games, 5 draws, hasn't lost a game in the tournament yet. That's pretty impressive. 5 draws, saying, I belong, all you guys, I've done it with Carlsen, now I've done it with Nakamura, you name it, I can handle this group. He needs to break through, though. I'm sure that the British crowd is happy that nobody's running away with this tournament and hoping that their guy somehow wins a game or two in the next 4 games in order to maybe pull off one of the biggest upsets. We would have to say that. It's not impossible, but it would be a real upset if he actually won the tournament ahead of everyone else who's been on this tour and hungry for victory. But he's not anybody's victim, that's for sure. Again, Caruana...
Maurice, I'm wondering, this endgame after king d7, can I not trade immediately? Or is it a big difference
In this position? You mean the one with...
On the board. We have the position on the board after king d7.
Well, you could trade, but it's a worse trade with the king on d7 than it is with the king elsewhere.
Right, I wanted to know if it mattered.
So let's do some analysis. Queen takes... Injin's still saying this is very good for white. Bishop... White's going to play g4 in any event. a5 is going to be answered by g4 in any event. And I'm not sure after takes, just checking to make sure this pawn is the right color. So we have that. And it still says it's winning for white.
Yeah, because it seems a lot more natural to just, if I can force the trade, I don't really have to calculate anything, right?
Exactly. But you can force the trade under even better circumstances with the king on f7.
That's true.
It's just particulars. Driving the black king all the way on the other side, it's going to cost it 2 more tempi. So that's just up to Caruana to decide if that's what he wants to try to do or just trade now.
Well, how would it
in
go?
London, we have actually Michael Adams with our very own Tony Rich.
All right.
Thanks, guys. Michael, it seems like safety was the name of the game today on all the boards. Can you tell me a little bit about your thoughts coming into the game today?
Well, not so much really, because actually I played this kind of committal idea against the Berlin, where kind of like Anand played against Giri. I mean, I actually had the idea and I thought it's too ridiculous, and then I saw Vichy played it in a game. I thought it must be a bit better, so I tried it, and my h-pawn got a long way up the board. I mean, I quite like my position, but I couldn't make it work somehow. It looked like all my pieces were good and I had good compensation. My king was always in the wrong place and he was coming up with tactics, and then he was pressing a bit towards the end of the game.
It seems like the Berlin defense has been played quite a bit lately, and I asked a couple of the other players what their thoughts are and why it is so popular these days. What do you think?
I think everyone got sort of fed up with looking at it from the white side, so they started playing with black and made it someone else's problem, basically.
Excellent. And do you have big plans for the rest day here?
No, not too much. I mean, I expect I'll just walk around a bit and take a bit of a break and get ready for the last 4 games.
Sounds like a plan. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Tony.
Definitely a good time to take some rest. 4 tough games still for Michael Adams, but he's easily held his own.
Silky smooth.
Yeah, quite a veteran for this elite event. I mean, I know that he's played, well, you mentioned any elite event that's happened, and he's been part of it at least in one edition.
Oh, yes.
All right, we got Tony Rich with Hikaru Nakamura over in London.
Hikaru, I mentioned to Michael today that it seems like safety seems to be the name of the game. Is there some psychological aspect, being the day before the rest day, that the players consider, not wanting to lose and have to suffer for 2 more days before there's another game?
Maybe. I mean, I think in general it's very difficult, of course, because everyone is so strong here that, I mean, you don't really want to take big risks, because if you take a big chance and you make maybe 1 or 2 bad moves, you're going to lose. Against people at this level, that's just the nature of it. So it's kind of just try and be safe, I guess, try and not do anything too insane, and let the game progress and see what happens from there.
With Mickey being the wild card in this tournament, did you have higher expectations, perhaps, when the game began?
Well, certainly not with black. Maybe if I had the white pieces, I would have wanted a little bit more than I got in the game. But, I mean, okay, Mickey's a very strong player. I mean, that's like saying, if I were to play anyone, at 2,700, let alone him, and expect to win. I mean, let's be honest. Mickey's a very strong player. I think he was number 3 or 4 in the world at one point. So I was just trying to get a game, and I got some chances, but probably never really enough.
Did you feel like you were pressing at any point during the game?
I thought maybe sometime around when I played knight d4, maybe there were some chances, but objectively, it didn't really seem like there was very much. Perhaps I could have tried this move rook f7 to play for f5 instead of going knight d4. But after I played knight d4, which is very committal and straightforward, I think it's probably slightly better, but nothing special at any rate.
And tomorrow's not only the rest day, but it's your birthday. Do you have big plans for your birthday tomorrow?
Not really. I mean, I guess this is the 7th year in a row now that I've celebrated my birthday here in London. Perhaps I'm a little bit unhappy that I'm not actually playing tomorrow, because I have a very good score when I played on my birthday here. But
That being said, it's always nice to be here in London for my birthday to celebrate with my family, and I'll just enjoy it. But there are no big plans. I'll just go out, have a nice dinner, and that's about it.
Well, happy birthday from all of your fans. Thanks.
Thank you, Tony.
Back to you.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you. And let's not forget it's Tony's birthday tomorrow too. So happy birthday to Tony.
Happy birthday, Tony.
Well, I do want to remind the viewers, as Hikaru Nakamura pointed out, I mean, Michael Adams is not, I wouldn't say the wild card. He was number 4 in the world for 2 consecutive years.
Right.
So,
hello.
Guys, that guy's pretty good.
Right.
Results so far of the day, let's take a quick look. We have 3 draws so far, as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave drew Anish Giri. Michael Adams pretty easily held Hikaru Nakamura to a draw. And then Von Aronian never really was able to create anything against world champion Magnus Carlsen. We still have 2 games pending. Fabiano Caruana seems to be headed towards a victory against Alexander Grischuk, barring a disaster. And Vishy Anand, well, he's pressing against Veselin Topalov. It's not entirely clear yet, but it's definitely White that's looking for the full point in that game, despite being down a pawn.
Exactly. All right, let's see. Can Veselin hold? Let me try take a different approach. Let me try rook b8 for a second.
Yes.
I assume you want to
well,
lay
at this
down.
point, I might just check you on h7 if you're going to give it to me for free.
Exactly. I will give it to you for free. So check me on h7. I'll move my king.
Can I play b6?
This is where I wanted to give up the exchange.
Okay. I will take it.
Of course, I didn't want to get mated by the way.
Yes.
Let me
That's very important.
Let me boldly point out the obvious one. Check and mate. And that was why I took with the rook.
So
now,
knight takes b6,
knight takes
bishop takes. Okay, how am I going to win this?
This is dead, right? Simple. So don't go b6, but go instead rook h8, right?
Well,
and
not easy. g4. Well, it seems that Maurice has actually an update for us. Maybe that disaster we were talking about?
And look what happened in the game. Check this out. Queen g6 is winning cold. This is the game Grischuk Caruana. It's over.
We took a look at this variation
Yeah, we saw
earlier with this mating idea, right?
Yes, we did. We did.
Yes.
And it's just over. It's just death. Instead, Caruana played queen to a8 check and allowed bishop to d8, and suddenly the engines are saying smidgen, well, pawn up advantage, and that's it. He's had to play the move bishop to c3 in order to stop the perpet, and he actually doesn't even have to do the perpet. After king h1, he can just go back to d3, and the win is not easy at all. Not at all. Incredible that in this position, he played queen c6, king f8, and he simply missed this bone cruncher, queen g6, a basic move that we would all play in blitz. Caruana missed this move, and it is not entirely clear that now he will be able to win the game.
Well, but queen g6
This
was
is
so
beyond
easy.
shocking.
Queen g6 was such an easy move.
Of course. Because you want to play queen g6, not necessarily to mate the guy, but to stop him from perpetuating you. So you go queen g6 is a great defensive
and
move.
you are mating the guy.
But you are mating
You
your
are mating.
opponent.
I mean, the only move I think is bishop d8, but you
Bishop
pick up the
d6 check,
bishop
or-
after bishop d6. There's obviously no perpetual with the queen on e7 guarding the e1 square.
Let's point out that line. Let's take a look at that exact line. Why there it's absolutely over after queen to g6, and it's just, and Caruana is acting like nothing happened. He just simply missed this idea of bishop. Well, he saw bishop d8 apparently, but he missed that queen g6.
What?
I mean, queen g6. That's a monster move, guarding the check, threatening bishop g7, which is just killer, followed by bringing the bishop back and then nasties. So now you just made the move a5, right? So bishop check, king back, and I mean king to g8, and any bishop move is going to be, that's actually not the most accurate, because you could have played bishop to h6 and made on g7, but this is just one move later.
I think I'll be okay with this.
Yeah, we'll take it anyway. Yasser's greedy. You know him. He likes to chop stuff off the board, but obviously bishop h6 and then queen g7 is mate in this position as well. But backing up, here, the only way to stop this idea is to play bishop to d8, which just runs right into bishop d6 check. Bishop has to go back to e7, and then queen f6 check, attacking the piece, and the king has to go over, and then just queen takes. And when you play your queen g3 check, thinking, oh yeah, maybe I get my propet, the king just drops back, and oops, there's a queen on e7, and that's all she wrote. The game would have been resigned. Queen g6, and his opponent would have resigned on the move. And instead, he's in this mess. Incredible turn of events in this game. Caruana spent time and allowed bishop to d8, and now can't stop the propet except with queen f3 would be the only ugly-looking move to have to play here, and allow his pawns to be wrecked completely.
No, but this is very unclear.
And maybe
this is not that same bishop ending with g3.
No,
I'm not even sure this is winning.
No, this is
looks like a draw.
This is not a position you want to play at all. So instead of doing that, which doesn't look winning at all, he played the move bishop to c3, the only way to guard the e1 square. But his opponent does not have to take this bishop. That's the key. Don't take the bishop. Instead, play queen g3 check, force the king back, and then just hang out with queen to d3, knowing that you can't move your bishop away without propet happening. Although,
well,
let me
you're
ask,
queen f1 check.
Yeah, and you're also threatening queen f1. So the king could not go to g1 before in the line because queen e3 check, I believe. Oh, no, yeah, queen g3 check. That's right. So king g1 in this position, queen e3 check. And now you can't start marching because you drop your f-pawn with check as well. If at least that.
Yeah,
incredible.
H1.
Incredible. I can't explain this one at all. That's just.
Okay, we missed. Okay, Vichy was winning against Magnus. Magnus was winning against
not
Vichy.
to this level.
Topalov was winning against Caruana.
I don't think anybody has been winning the way that this one was.
Well, this is just one move. This is one move resigns. Queen g6 resigns. So something has gone wrong with the players here as they are missing.
It was queen g6
resigns. A failure of this magnitude, boy, I can't recall seeing this amongst an elite player in a long, long, long time. Wow.
We learned moves like queen g6 when we're about 1800 maybe. I mean, consistently find those moves. To consistently find them, experts consistently find queen g6. Like 2000 level players consistently find queen g6.
But he was not in time pressure.
You might miss it as an 1800s. I'm sure there are 1800s in the audience going, oh no. I always see queen g6 in that position. Right. But certainly experts always see queen g6. Always. Wow. For him to do that is just incredible.
Is there
simply incredible?
No, there's a king on f8. I mean, I'm seeing, is there a transmission error?
That's what I thought when I first saw the position. I said, no, he certainly didn't play check again and allow bishop d8. And he's unaware of it at the moment. That's the other thing. He's unaware of it. He's completely unaware of it. So this is something where he's going to be asked afterwards, and he's going to stop, and he's going to say, you're kidding. Now, he had better win the game. If he wins the game, he'll say, okay, whatever. But if he does not win the game, and now Grischuk, no doubt, was alert to this move, and he's thinking, whoa, what's going on? I just got life again? Are you kidding me? Incredible.
Wow.
I'm speechless.
Wow, amazing.
Gary Kasparov, a tweet there from Gary?
No, it was an old one.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I saw the name. I thought Gary must be beside himself. Like, what have the players done? Speechless.
But you know what's bizarre? May I point out something that's like completely bizarre? It's black to move. Black has to go to the endgame with king f7, right? Like, just, it's a lost endgame, but he has to play for this endgame. And it's as though, it's like a bluff. I know you see queen d5 check if king f7, trading queens, I'm going to lose that endgame. But maybe you could fight in that endgame. I mean, it looks lost. It looks academically lost. Instead, he played king f8, which just simply loses horribly. There's not defense. There's not maybe we fight back. It's just boom, you're dead. Why did Grischuk choose king f8? So interesting. Was there a psychological ploy here? Don't play king f7 because it's just too easy. But king f8 is just too easy. I don't get it. I don't get it. I would like to know why Grischuk chose king f8 as opposed, which loses miserably, as opposed to king f7, which is more of a long-term torture. Maybe you might look at it for a while. What an interesting decision on his part.
I think he just thought both of them were completely lost.
Both.
And he's like, oh, I'll play a move, and I'll resign next move. He thought if he plays king f7 and Fabi goes queen d5, he resigns. Because, I mean, the endgame is completely hopeless.
But queen d5 was on the board before. He could have always traded queens. The king was on d7.
No, the king was on d7, but on f7, I think.
Maybe because he thinks technically he's been driven to f7 now. But it's lost on d7 too, though.
It is, but I mean, on f7 it's completely hopeless.
Yes.
And he's like, all right, I'll play a move and I'll resign. And it didn't matter which one. And the fact that Fabi didn't find queen g6 just gives him new hope, but he didn't expect it. He just expected to have to resign.
Let's be clear, yes.
Let's be very clear.
By the way, this is the same Fabiano who played the miraculous rook c8 yesterday, allowing Topalov to play bishop a6, winning an exchange, and then winning a rook for real, and then winning another piece, and then getting in the most majestic perpetual check with pure accuracy, more or less, great accuracy at the end, and getting this draw. This was a heroic, spectacular defense from yesterday. Spectacular, beautiful, gorgeous moves. But the previous day, he was up a pawn and blew it against Nakamura in a game that was winning within like 15 moves. And now, this is a one-mover. He is so erratic right now. What is going on with this young man? It's definitely not the beast we saw win 7 in a row at the Sinquefield Cup last year. Right now, he's just making mistakes that don't make any sense whatsoever.
So irrational. I mean, inconsistent like I've never seen him be.
Yeah, and when, again, you think about that ending that he defended yesterday in a very, very complex position. He came out with like 15 only moves, time after time after time, when there were a lot of ways for him to go wrong.
Yes.
He never erred. Here, he's given an opportunity to win the game on the spot in one move. Can't find it.
With plenty of time on the clock.
It defies explanation.
Guy had over an hour to find this move.
Yeah.
But it's not you can't find it. He just doesn't see it. You know what I mean? It's not like you're trying to say white to move and win. When you're looking at this position, your brain goes queen g6. It's automatic. It's queen g6. It's not even like you will look, so what move should I play now? Should I play this check? Your brain just goes queen g6. It's like the bishop takes a7 sacrifice.
Right.
Your brain just sees it. You've been trained enough that this geometric, your brain just sees it. If you either see it or not. You don't look around. And maybe if you say, look, that happens to some of us, though. I mean, we're analyzing and we make a mistake and you go, what? What about this one? We go, duh. Of course I should see that immediately. That's this kind of situation. Why did this pattern not lodge itself instantly into the brain as soon as the guy played king f8 and you go, no, queen g6. You should have played king f7 and trade queens. That move is death. I don't get it. I just don't get it. It's not about having time. This move you see in 1 second, immediate. You just see it. Yet, if I gave you 15 seconds on your clock, you'd have played queen g6. You'd be like, oh, I'm killing you now. Easy. The pattern just comes to your head, and something's gone wrong with him. And by the way, I mentioned yesterday his heroic defense, but remember the early part of that game, he was crushing Topalov,
right,
running through him, and then he played this move c6, and then he was lost. And only then did he have to come back and have the heroic defense after Topalov didn't play well himself. What's going on here? I cannot understand the low level of play that we're seeing these players consistently play in round after round.
All right, Murray, so we got this bad position, obviously. Let's face it, it's basically blown it. But you said that white's still better according to the engines, and I was curious on how, because I'm having a lot of trouble getting out of the perpetual just by manually calculating it.
Well, the engine's saying that white is up a pawn.
But how?
Like mathematically, well, white's up a pawn.
I know. I get that.
Why is not winning? Why is not winning? Why is just up a pawn?
But what are you
that's
doing
all it's
now?
saying. What to do now? Nothing. Queen b8 is the best move
So just queen
being
b8.
suggested.
Okay.
And, well, actually, there is a maneuver to bring the queen back to e5 and bishop to e7 and then bring it to g7 and then king to e6 and king to h2.
This is not winning.
It's not giving any big, exciting variations for white anymore. White is still up a pawn, though. I mean, that's all you get. He may be at this for another hour or so, trying to win the position, and he may win after all. We've seen strange enough things happen here, but he's not cold-cut winning anymore.
Right, it's not a draw either. I mean, there's still several things that you can try. And white is better, and he can definitely win a position. But we went from resigns to hard work.
We went from plus 60 to slight edge.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. All right, back on the other game, it seems like Anand and Topalov are playing that variation that we talked about, and perhaps because he was afraid of the exchange sacrifice, Anand decided not to push the pawn to b6. We were talking about how we thought after b6, rook takes b6. Position looked pretty dead.
Drawn.
Yeah.
Indeed.
There's really just no way of making progress in such a position.
Yeah, let me just... Even if white, on a good day, managed to collect this d6 pawn, the bishop just maintains itself on the f4 square.
Then g4, g3 is
g4,
going to be a dead draw.
g3 is going to be a dead draw.
Yeah. Nothing to do in this position. So he preferred the move king b4, though. I'm not so sure what that move does.
All right. Me either, by the way.
Maybe it's a tempo move? Black is a little bit of a zugzwang.
Well,
it also moves the king out of checks.
But I like the idea that Maurice gave. When you get to this position and you've got an active rook.
Whoa.
I can't do it in this position. No active rook.
No.
How am I supposed to give up?
No, but then I play b7 and this looks completely lost after king c4.
Why completely lost?
Knight b4.
So simple.
Yeah. I'm up a rook if I queen.
Sure, correct. I'm not even close. I mean, sorry. Yeah, very, very good. So I can't go active, and it's just a tempo.
Yeah, I think
to do something.
Right. I think the point is that black actually has to play, and
g4.
If he plays g4 now, I can capture your pawn because nobody's going to defend it.
And then what about this line?
You probably have to do this. You probably have to sacrifice this g pawn as soon as possible and.
Right, and then activate my rook.
Activate the rook, and I'm not so sure how to do so. I mean, even in this position, I'm not compelled to take your pawn on g4.
This at least is a.
This might be close to a draw, though.
A defense.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, I think that's what Topalov is aiming for.
You don't have to capture the g pawn, and if you did not, then I assume it's b6, right?
Yes.
Okay. And how does this differ from that previous possibility? If I go down, we've seen this movie before. I'm still in the mate box, and you're simply winning, aren't you?
Yes.
It looks completely winning to me.
Right.
Right. Yeah, bishop c7, rook c7.
I might have to just sacrifice it by force and play g3, like before rook a8.
And what's the difference then?
Well, now I can maybe play rook a8 or something.
Right. And if we go back.
Now I can definitely play rook a1. And it's a different type of situation, I think. Now I can play rook e1, give you some checks or something. I really have no idea.
Right.
I'm not sure this works. Just play b7.
That's what I'm thinking too. Well, there's knight c7 check? No. Knight c7 check? No. Okay,
No.
b7. Just do b7.
Let's go for the easy one, Yasser.
Yes.
It's late.
Oops, let's go somewhere like this.
Or b5. I thought it was...
Oh, yes, I still have the knight before.
Yeah.
La, 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 la,
Yeah.
the knight before.
Okay, this looks crushing. I mean, king b4 is actually a very clever move.
By Vichy.
With Vichy, it gets out of the check, so the rook cannot activate itself at the tempo.
Well, okay, we have not been elated by the very bad moves we've seen in this round, but maybe we should be elated by the fact that Vichy managed to take a position that we didn't think he had much, and he achieved a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely.
And finally he's built himself up to what appears to our eyes to be a winning position. Now winning position. Well, a small break.
I think it's a small... We can take a
short break.
Little bit of a break, and we'll be right back.
Thank you. I just lost my voice.
Welcome back to the 5th round of the London Chess Classic. We are on the final stages of these games, and it seems like Vishy Anand has managed to finally obtain a decisive advantage against Veselin Topalov, a player that simply does not seem to be in good shape here in London. Not to say that everybody seems to be in good shape in London, as Fabiano Caruana has pretty much squandered his chances against Alexander Grischuk.
You know, Alejandro, I really do my best to try to remain upbeat and positive about the players, even when they do err. But we are witnessing a blunderfest here in London. I have a very hard time remembering any time I've seen an elite tournament of this level where the players have made so many just horrible inaccuracies. And his own, Magnus is his worst critic. He described the players as punch-drunk idiots. And he's on the mark with that comment, because really...
this is not what you expect from them.
the top players.
The best players in the world. They were invited to the Grand Chess Tour because they're the top 10 in the
right,
world.
Exactly.
And they're not quite acting like it.
No, it's been a blunderfest. It's terrible. I don't know why. I simply don't know why.
I don't know why either.
And sometimes you see mistakes and you like it, right? It's like, it's interesting, it's imbalanced, it's not perfect play. When people play like 2,700 chess versus 2,600 or 2,500, the one, what did Geary call it? Juicy players. But 2,600s or 2,500s or 24 or go down the chain, they don't miss moves like Queen G6. It just doesn't happen. So clearly, something's gone wrong with the young man, Fabiano Caruana. He might be playing the worst chess of this entire field. If you think about it, even Topalov, who's lost 2 games already and might even lose a third, the obvious mistakes that are in his games are just a little bit too obvious. The mistake he made with C6 against Topalov, this mistake with Queen G6, maybe we might call them the single howlers that he's playing, that you just go, no, you can't do that. That's not logical at all. Why would you do that? This one today was like missing a layup, a breakaway layup. Nobody's in front of you. You go right down. All you have to do is lay up the ball or dunk it, and it's thwonk, and you're on a video later somewhere looking terrible. This was unbelievable for him to have blown this one. And incredibly, he'll still be at 50%. But the way he's playing, you might say he should be like -2. Because it doesn't make any sense at all. He's too good for this. Just too good. This is the young man who we saw dismantle Hikaru Nakamura in Blitz here in the showdown in St. Louis with beautiful play, fantastically accurate, machine-like in his efficiency. He just absolutely impressed us all. So it's not like we're looking at a bad player. We're looking at a genius. But how is it possible that he's missing the moves he's missing and playing some of the moves he's deciding to play?
But and not just to pick on Caruana, but also to pick on Magnus himself. The great position, I think just virtually one position against Anand. Anand, a great position, virtually one position against Magnus.
So Anand, I think, did play a fantastic game today. I think it is one of the better games that we've seen
thankfully,
in the tournament. I mean,
Grischuk committing suicide, Grischuk failing to win a completely dominating position against Anish Giri. I mean, the list just keeps going on and on. It's a blunderfest.
Yeah, Caruana was winning against Nakamura. MVL himself had really good chances against Hikaru.
Caruana against Nakamura, pawn and compensation.
Yes, it was.
I mean, it just keeps going on. And again, I don't like to get on my critic hat and say, look, this is terrible. The players are doing this and this, and everything's wrong. But we're just seeing a lot of blunders.
Well, you're telling it like it is. That's your job. That's your job. You're telling it like it is. It's the truth. These are players that we follow all throughout the year. We've seen them in Norway. We've seen them in Sinkfield Cup a few times, in fact. we relish watching the Genius games. Fabi last year at the Singfield Cup 7-0, the way he played masterfully, we were thrilled. I'd throw gold coins at him for how he played and regaled us all. But you can be sure that when he finds out that he did not play Queen G6, that he will be more angry than anyone. It's just shocking to him. He's going to be embarrassed. The word that Magnus Carlsen also used was embarrassing.
Yeah.
And that's what Fabiano is going to say. This is embarrassing. I mean, come on. I'm not supposed to do things like this. But it's confusing. I would be befuddled if I were him. Say, wait a minute. How did I miss that move? That's a baby move. That's easy. How did I miss that move? Why didn't it jump in my head? And it's hard when the chess engine is not working quite well, when your brain is just not doing what it normally does easily, you're confused. How to fix it when you don't even know what the problem is? How do you explain a miss like Queen G6 and also the other misses that he's been doing in this tournament? Very strange.
Speaking of misses, take us through the current position, if you will, Maurice, between Caruana and Alexander Grischuk, and explain why the bishop ending, we've just seen this move A5, why doesn't Queen D5 check in this position now win as it has in the past?
Well, Queen D5 now, unfortunately, the queen trade is simply not the same anymore because of this move, bishop to F6, and it's black who's talking about queening one of his pawns. He's going to play the move C4 and push this pawn all the way down, and white has to be very careful not to go into any pawn-up endgames where he's dead lost. This C4 move is going to prove this king to be just too far from the action, and this is a problem. I mean, you have to now start playing moves like this one to fight back so that you can get your draw, but bishop to D4, and look at this, the way the bishop is fighting to keep this piece in, and now the king is going to come over and chase his bishop off of this square. Not a happy situation for white at all. Despite being a pawn up, he's struggling to make sure that he draws this game. Not good. And with the pawn just being too far down the board, and this king obviously is not inside the box, we know you have to be inside the square, and the square comes down to here, but this king is way far over here, not able to compete with that a-pawn properly. So not a good situation for Caruana.
I think to put it simply, comparing the bishop endgames, I mean, black's up two tempi. One tempi with the pawn on a5 instead of being on a6, and the other tempi with the king on h1 as opposed to being on h2, which is relevant because you cannot play g4 as we used to.
Be able to. Yeah.
Yeah. So two very valuable tempi, of course, changes
a lot
in a pawn race. I mean,
right.
Yeah.
And by the way, Caruana's going to find out that he missed Queen G6 as soon as the game's over, instantly, because Grischuk will be gleeful. Until we saw Grischuk had his eyes wide open and joyously analyzing the game that had concluded between Caruana and Aronian. Oh boy, he's going to instantly want to tell him this move. Why didn't you just play Queen G6? He's going to say in his stentorian Russian accent. And the look on Caruana's face, that's going to be an interesting thing at that moment, and he's going to be devastated. Yeah. I can't see him having any excuse. Before, he said, well, I was unlucky kind of thing. I've played poorly. This one, I cannot imagine him just excusing it away.
Let's take a look at the win that I think is probably one of the better games that I've seen in this tournament. I mean, Anand, truly, let's really give him some credit. He's played an amazing game so far. I thought the pawn sacrifice was quite good, and I thought that he's created a lot of pressure from what seemed almost nothing. Right. And I think Topalov is dead, but let's just make sure that this is actually still true. He's got a lot of pressure with this minor piece, and the pawn on b5 completely dominating the opponent's position. He just needs to find a breakthrough, and I think the immediate b6 might be it. I have to calculate it out, though.
Well, b6 does allow king c6, so my gut move would be check.
Play, yeah.
And I was thinking that maybe I could actually even reposition this knight it starts to look like an attractive possibility.
That looks pretty attractive indeed. It must be one of several ways of winning, though.
Yes. What would your other win, if you will?
Let's see. Rook b7, of course, looks very tempting, simply to drive back the
king.
The king.
Yes. Yeah. Maybe you could even...
Well, rook a7.
Exactly. I was about to say, maybe just play rook a7, rook a6, post up so that you just support the pawn with b6.
Back to the good old idea, but
good old
the pawn's on chiefs on
the king side
just died.
Yeah. So there's nothing, no play whatsoever, and I think that this is probably close to -3 on the in the engines.
Gentlemen, may I point out a variation though that you might want to look at? Rook g7 check, yes, is playable. But king to e6 is a wily little move. King to e6 in this position. The key move, king to b4 by white, runs into the potentially interesting bishop a5, excuse me, check. And after king takes, suddenly rook takes b5 check, and you cannot capture this rook because suddenly the black king is in stalemate. So this is a tricky little line. Of course, white's not going to fall for it, but worth looking at. Is it possible to get out of the perpetual checks? Yes. Going backwards and now check. If you play rook up, of course, the knight will take. So white will just dance around in such a way as to be able to bring his knight back. And now king here, and suddenly rook to c3 is no longer playable because knight takes, and the king gets the f6 square, and the pawn can move as well. So rook to a4 check, and now knight to b4, and there's no more stalemate on the board. And it should be possible to win this position, although still just a tad bit more work, but it does look, to my eyes, as winning. Interesting little tricks there you have to watch out for, so just be careful.
Yeah, but I think
completely
winning, yes. Well, now just putting on the last finishing touches, I think, in this position, he should be able to find one of the, I am assuming there's more than one way to win.
Yes, one would... I'd be surprised if there wasn't more than one way to win, in fact. But I do like this move. And if black is willingly puts his king in the noose, well, that's okay, too. I was not like I was forced to take the bishop in the first place. But
it looked pretty fine.
Look,
take the free bishop, right?
Yeah, it looks like it's very good.
By the way, Caruana has just played an interesting move trying to keep the game alive. He's played bishop to b8. It looks random. Just looks like a move on the board. Bishop to b8. The point being that there is no easy perpetual right now. The perpet is not in the position. Queen f1 check, just simply king to h2, and there's not any direct perpet yet. However, black, he's opened himself up to black being able to play an interesting line. Queen b1 check, king h2, and now the move a4. Now that's interesting. Why? Because it's a pin on the queen. If you move the queen out of the way, then suddenly it's a pin on the bishop, and he's dropping the b pawn. So what is his point here? I guess he knows he can always draw himself, but what is he trying to do? Is he trying to get Grischuk to do something that maybe he gets winning chances for himself? Interesting move, bishop to b8. Grischuk does have queen to b1 check, and there you might even say maybe he's trying to get Grischuk to stop and think a while because that opportunity is there. And maybe if the game gets interesting, there'll be some stuff to play for. Grischuk does get the 30-second increment, however, and he's got 20 minutes on the clock right now, so I don't see that strategy working out. But he does have this chance. Queen b1 check and a4, going for it.
Well, I think he just made a move to keep the game going. We saw queen d5 check was actually not even good for white. I didn't see any real alternatives. I didn't see any way to improve that position either. So I think he just made a move because you got to make a move after all. That's how chess works.
Right. But first of all, I do like queen b1 check. Nothing wrong with that. And if I didn't like the move a4 for whatever reasons, and I think a4 is a good move as well,
so
why not just play queen d3? Queen back to d3, threatening the perpet. Again.
Not sure. I mean, the bishop
why did bishop on b8? Why is that better placed than it was on e5?
And he has played queen b1 check, by the way.
All right.
Yeah, still with the bishop. Actually, instead of bishop b8, perhaps he could have gone bishop c7. I was thinking, in order to attack the pawn on a5.
A4 is on the board. A4 was played by Grischuk
So it looks
very
like
quickly.
Grischuk will draw, right? I mean, I don't really see anything.
There is nothing. Now Caruana has to start thinking about bailing out because queen takes on b3, again reinvigorates the threat of the prepet, and he's just got to pass a pawn. He can also not worry about it because he's well defended, and it's Caruana who has to start thinking about where is my prepet.
Exactly.
I think he really needs to go for a profession right now. I mean.
Now is a very good time to bail out with queen d5 check, king f8, bishop d6, and start making perpetuals after, for example, a b.
This looks like the smart thing to do.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow.
So
Crazy.
bishop b8. What was that? Confusing.
Well, I mean, as I said, I just didn't think anything. But I think bishop c7 was maybe a better try. Because at least in some of these positions, the bishop's not hanging.
Absolutely.
And actually, bishop c7 has the threat of bishop. No, it doesn't have a threat.
But, okay, if we go back to this moment where you were mentioning bishop c7, again, I'm assuming that this bishop ending is hold on.
Well,
Your
actually,
bishop
this is my trap. This was
Right.
what I was trying to do, is to lure you into this.
Yes.
Now I have a dual threat of d6, d7, and your pawn on a5 is hanging. So if I do this, my bishop gets easily back on time after d6. And by easily back on time, I mean I'm not actually sure what I'm talking about. Bishop f6.
Okay.
d7. a3.
a3.
Now I cannot capture your bishop. I can play bishop e5 though. And that should be winning. Yeah, if I play c5, c6.
Oh, if you're in time to play c5, c6?
I think I am.
I think you are as well.
Yeah,
yes.
and I
okay,
capture,
so bishop c6, bishop c7 has a nice little threat.
Little trap there.
Late, yeah. So bishop b8, very confusing move for me.
Oh wait, you can just cap. No, yeah, bishop b5 is fine. It's white to move. Black to move. Sorry.
Black to move. Bishop e5. Bishop takes e5.
No, queen.
Queen.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was thinking. Oh, you're threatening bishop takes bishop right now. That's right. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, this should be winning.
Yeah.
So bishop c7 may be a little bit of a better try. Maybe the computer will find something against it.
Right.
By the way, check it out. Stalemate alert. Very rare we ever see this in play. In fact, when I think about commentary, I'm not sure the last time I saw one of these variations where you could get a potential stalemate on the board. It is now the case in the game with Topalov. The line that we discussed earlier, bishop to a5 check, is on the board. And Anand did not capture it immediately. Did he miss this possibility of bishop to a5? He did not just take it, or is he just checking the variation to make sure that he is indeed winning? He does not have to capture the bishop, that's for sure. He could just move. And that is a win, forcing the bishop to go back and then go back to the rook g6 line. That is winning. But king b4, this line here should also be winning. But, you know, strange things happen. He's going to calculate to see whether or not he should take the bishop or just go back into some other variation that is winning as well. But certainly an interesting idea on the board.
I think the bishop is pretty
I
easy.
think it was the World Championship match, wasn't it? Where between Anand and Gelfand, where there was a case of a mad piece.
So I think it was a rook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. But Maurice is right. It is a rare opportunity, but there's some very attractive studies with
extremely attractive studies with the stalemate.
mad piece theme. So Vishy Anand, as you say, putting on the finishing touches of a well played game. What? We are not. Let's take a look.
Okay. King takes.
Rook takes. King a4. Again, you cannot check here because then I release the stalemate. You can check me here.
Okay. Yeah, and. You always have a way out, is the problem.
Yeah, I always have a way out.
Whoa. Wait, what? Why did you just not play knight d4? Knight b4 immediately?
Somehow I preferred the knight on c3.
But I have rook d4.
Oh, sorry, you are absolutely right.
Yeah.
Knight b4. Sorry, we saw this variation.
Yeah.
I'm tired. I
Yeah.
apologize.
Yeah, okay, I play rook g6 next move. This is completely lost.
Exactly.
You're up,
Hopeless.
You're up a piece. Completely hopeless.
Hopeless.
Yeah, so a piece is too much.
Yeah. And we're in this position expecting Vishy to play king takes a5.
Yeah.
And going back
Seems
to
like
the
this
other,
is pretty much over.
The other pending game,
well, we expect Fabi to have to bail out in this position, right?
yes, Luigi is going to play queen, check, and bishop d6. Wow. Strange event. Strange event.
Right. Definitely not what I expected for this to happen. Bishop was dead. So dead.
Wow. I mean, his attempt at suicide was not fulfilled. What can I say? It's just
Yeah.
extraordinary.
Extraordinary miss. Well, on Topalov, okay, he will be going down, though. I think Vishy still has a couple of
Vishy
things
did
to
not take the piece. He did not take the piece. He moved his king to c4 and reset the board instead of capturing the bishop.
Wow.
Well, and that looks like a winning position. This is still winning, of course.
Yeah, he has several ways to win.
But that looked pretty winning as well.
Well, you're up a piece. He miscalculated, maybe?
I have no idea.
Bizarre.
If Anand blows this game.
No. Stop.
Don't even go there. It would just
no.
be too painful, right?
If he blows this game, I'm not coming in tomorrow.
Well,
I don't think you're coming in tomorrow anyway.
Boom, boom. That's what I meant.
The boom.
Because I would certainly have to come in for the next round, but it's 2 days from now.
I think the players need the rest.
Rest.
Rest day.
It's not. They need a rest day really badly, but it's not like it's the rest day that's had them playing badly since the very beginning of the tournament. This has been going on for some time, but clearly, Anand.
He didn't take the piece.
I mean, it looked like he should have taken the piece. And we're talking about a masterful game, right? And
right.
Hopefully, I mean, did he miss Bishop A5? Did he play King B4 to see if the guy would play Bishop A5? No, I don't think he missed Bishop. I mean, I don't think he see Bishop A5.
Did he miss? He had a way out because, I mean, if you see you have a way out, you just take the piece, right?
Right.
Because it's a piece. What else do you want from the B pawn? How much more do you want from it?
Yeah, exactly.
Is
what you're going to get.
The price you want to extract. That's
right.
correct.
So
that is odd.
That is really weird, right?
That is very, very odd. Odd things happening, things we have not seen happen at chess tournaments. They're happening here. Very odd.
In the anticipation that I and all the players and the entire public had for this, the crowning event of the World Chess Tour, Grand Chess Tour, and the prize money and who's going to win the tour, you know, I came, we all came thinking that we were going to see the best chess of the year, essentially. Yes. And instead, it's been
strange,
shockingly, appallingly bad. Wow, I just have no explanation for it.
I can't believe he didn't take the bishop.
Why didn't he take the bishop? That's what you're trying to achieve for the B pawn.
Because it's Vishy. He calculates like a machine.
And
he has like 20 ways of winning, which is good for him, but
lucky for him too.
Yeah. Okay, he's gonna go for this rook g8 maneuver, which is also, of course.
Okay, so I'll try to create as many problems for white as I can. King back to d7.
Okay, let's see how to win this position for white.
Exactly.
I'm assuming knight b4 looks good.
Knight b4 looks wonderful.
Yeah, I'm trying to trade into a 1 king and pawn endgame, so. Now this actually I wanted to see because I can take on b8 and go
b6.
b6, and I thought your bishop.
Yeah, that must be winning because then your king will get to b5, and you'll zugzwang.
Well, I could even just trade my knight for your bishop.
True.
Your horrible bishop is actually something.
Yeah, well, it's defending, stopping promotion for the moment. Yeah. This is terrible.
I hear you guys. Now let's. I'm going to tell you something you don't want to hear.
Uh-oh.
Vishy missed a huge win. Easy win, and now it's not easy at all. So I will ask you to try to defend this, to try to win this position against the Indian. Although he's thinking that he's winning easily with rook to g8. Play the move rook to c8 check on your board.
Okay.
Rook to c8 check. Let's analyze on that board instead of on my board here.
Okay, rook c8 check.
But let's take a look
have king b4.
at your board now.
King b4 runs into the discovered. That's correct. So I have to go king back to b3, let's say. And then, Maurice? Oh, you wanted to play rook b8.
Well, that's one line. Rook to b8 is one line. What about king to f7? Starting to mess around. But now things are changing with the Indian actually saying that there is an amazing line back here. Hard to believe. Is this true?
Take us through it.
The Indian is saying king b4 is no problem.
Oh, right. You just win, of course. You get your king to...
And now if you play bishop a5, just simply take it.
Hold on.
And then push.
That's very convincing, yes.
And you can't get your king back.
Because of the fork.
Because of this fork on f6.
You don't make it nearly in time.
And so you can't, sorry, I'm here. And so you can't get back. You just can't get back.
Yeah, you give me a tempo no matter what.
So no, in fact, he's still
completely
doing quite well.
Though he does have to find...
I remember a game, I think it was from the Sinquefield Cup, where Caruana went on a streak where he could have sacrificed the exchange.
Against Nakamura.
Against Nakamura, and it was a stone cold win, this type of win, where he just escorts a pawn against a rook and wins very easily. That was a big miss by Caruana in that particular game.
Oh, that's a very nice line. But yeah, not too hard to calculate, though. Yeah, this should be winning in that case. If you don't have rook c8, everything else is pretty crushed. And rook c8 was played on the board, and hopefully Vichy will not disappoint us. He will play king b4, because apparently if he plays anything else...
Well, yes, please tell it why not king b3. After king b3, I guess it's rook b8, which is the problem.
Rook b8 looks annoying.
Looks very annoying, because now if I play b6, then the exchange sacrifice is probably likely drawn.
No, it's winning as well. The same line is king b4. You just go back into the same endgame.
Of course, you go king c4.
Well,
back to
of course.
b4.
No, king b4.
No, of course you can win with king b4, but we're saying if you didn't have this resource...
If you didn't have it, yeah, well, then
this is not easy.
Life is
that's right.
Very different again.
Yeah.
But I would have taken the piece after bishop a5 check.
Oh my god, he went king d3.
He went king d3. Wait, he's still, fortunate for him, he's still winning, but he's trying to make life difficult.
So if rook b8, well, there's no threat on rook b8, actually.
Right.
That's important.
But if king f7,
rook h8,
and king g8, king g7, excuse me. Yeah, now you got to leave the back, you have to leave the rank. You no longer tie him down.
I have to go rook h1.
Exactly, you change the whole position, and now you have to re-win the position by bringing your rook to the other side.
Exactly. Guys, this is really...
Is this really the only way to win now? Well, b6 is a threat.
Right.
Well, now rook to b8 once more.
Yes.
Okay, but then I go rook b1. Actually, putting the rook behind the pawn should make things easier.
Rook.
I hope.
My gripper.
And if bishop to b6, if rook b1?
That endgame is not holdable, is it?
Knight takes, rook takes, king c4. Don't I worm my way to a5?
Looks winning. King is way too far away.
Too far. That
king is too far away. You cannot play bishop b6.
So then what do? You bring the king closer is the only chance?
Yeah, let's go back to this moment.
Does look like he can play b6, however.
Yeah, b6, king c4, king b5. And...
Yeah, we were always saying that once the king establishes, posts up, if you will, on the b5 square, we thought that this was going to be very easy.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, Topalov decided to put the rook on b8 instead of chasing the rook around, and Anand voluntarily put his rook on h8, which I think is a pretty good move.
Just avoiding king f7, king g7 types of ideas.
That seems natural enough.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, now he has to play king d7 or something along those lines.
King d7 indeed.
b6 doesn't work because of king c6.
Exactly, b6 is too soon.
Yeah, too soon. You don't want to play like that.
The Indians are not happy here, though. At least not in the moment. Calculating this position, king to d7, and now rook to h7 check, and king to c8. Although it's hard to believe, after king to c4, the resource is rook to a8, and that feels like it should be losing. But worrying away, the Indians not showing a win. A cold win. It would be insane if he messed this game up. Hard to imagine such a dominant position being messed up. But that's what we said earlier. Take a look at how the great Fabiano Caruana played in not so great fashion.
Maybe that disaster we were talking about?
And look what happened in the game. Check this out. Queen g6 is winning cold. This is the game Grishka Caruana. It's over.
We took a look at this variation earlier with this mating idea, right?
Yes, we did. We did. Yes. And it's just over. It's just death. Instead, Caruana played queen to a8 check and allowed bishop to d8. And suddenly, the Indians are saying smidgen, pawn up advantage, and that's it. He's had to play the move bishop to c3 in order to stop the perpet, and he actually doesn't even have to do the perpet. After king h1, he can just go back to d3, and the win is not easy at all. Not at all. Incredible that in this position, he played queen c6, king f8, and he simply missed this bone cruncher, queen g6, a basic move that we would all play in blitz. Caruana missed this move, and it is not entirely clear that now he will be able to win the game.
Well, but queen g6 was so easy.
Shocking.
He did not win the game. He is back to live action here, and Caruana is sitting there. They're analyzing right now, but I wanted to see the moment when he heard about the move queen g6, but he looks pained right there. Is he just crushed, frustrated? Cannot believe he did not find a simple win. And still talking about other variations. I wouldn't even be able to speak about the later end games.
Right.
It'll be time to get up. Sorry, this is ridiculous. Maybe even toss the score sheet. It's like, I don't want to see this nonsense. Incredible that he only drew this game, that Fabiano Caruana, and amazing he's still talking about it.
Appallingly.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah. I'm at a loss myself.
I don't know if they've even considered queen g6. That's pretty much the end of the topic, right? Maybe they're calculating something earlier.
They can't be talking about queen g6, obviously. They're talking about some end games and some tries. But is he unaware? There's no way. I think they're both unaware.
No,
I think I saw a pained expression earlier, so I'm pretty sure Sasha said, well, queen g6, I have to resign.
He must have.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully we get them, especially Fabiano, on camera pretty soon.
I'm sure there wasn't a transmission error as well. Maybe we were going crazy over something that, clearly he was winning other ways anyway.
Right.
But with queen c7 instead of the queen b7, queen a8 lines.
You know the mistakes are bad when we start thinking of transmission.
It's the only way I can rationalize any of this. This doesn't make any sense.
Anand didn't find king b4. He didn't take the bishop.
Let's see if Vishy can rope in the whole point.
He better rope in the whole point.
The Indians are not happy at all right now. They're saying that this position that they have on the board is not the edge that he had before, not even close. Before he was up pieces. Maybe it'll just take them some time to calculate. But king to c8, that looks like a terrible move. But if you have to play king c8...
He played king e6.
He played king e6. Yeah, it just looks positionally wrong. But the Indians giving king c8 as the most tenacious move with king e6. Is this a repetition? No, because the rook moved over. So it's not a repetition from the earlier king e6 position when the rook was on g7. So now we have this position this position on the board, this one, the king on e6, and we could revisit the king c4 move.
Right.
The king coming over.
Right.
And the same stalemating ideas are present in the position. Let's see what Anand does here. He's not going to blow it. I think.
We're hoping, I mean.
Well, once again.
And in the meantime, we do have Tony Rich with Fabiano Caruana.
Thanks, guys. Fabiano, what a game. Queen D1 was very interesting on his part. I mean, it was a very aggressive attempt to try to gain some play in the position. Now, later on, though, are you aware that you missed Queen G6? After Queen C6 check, King F8, you played Queen A8 check.
I could play Queen G6 here?
Yeah, Queen G6 is winning by forces Queen G3 check, trading into the endgame.
That is very simple.
I can imagine that after 5.5, 6 hours of play that it's easy to overlook something like that. What is the fatigue like toward the end of a game like this?
I didn't feel tired, but somehow I thought I needed to do something a bit more clever. I don't know. Maybe I just rushed, but yeah, Queen G6 is very simple.
And what are your thoughts earlier in the game whenever he does play Queen D1? That seems like he gives you a lot of play, allowing you to play E6 check, bringing the Queen and Bishop battery to bear.
I thought it was already unpleasant for him, and he was in time pressure, so it wasn't easy to defend. He was trying something active, but it's probably not good.
And in a situation like that, do you tend to try to keep the position very sharp whenever your opponent is low on time and you're approaching the time control?
No, I was trying to pose problems for him. I think I also made pretty decent moves up to a point.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for your time. Back to you guys.
Okay, now it's even more shocking because he didn't see it himself, Queen G6. At no
not
time.
him. Grishchuk didn't see
Grishchuk
Queen
didn't
G6.
tell him.
Grishchuk did not see Queen G6. If Grishchuk had seen Queen G6, he would have said, "Why didn't you just play Queen G6?"
Right.
Wow.
So Grishchuk did not see Queen G6.
And well, we can ask
let's
him.
find out. Let's find out now. Tony is with Grishchuk.
Alex Grishchuk, tenacious defense, tough game, your usual time trouble. Can you tell me, did you see this idea Queen G6? After he plays Queen C6 check, you played King F8, he plays Queen A8. Instead of that, if he had played Queen G6, it seems like the game's over there.
What do you mean?
So
at which moment?
So your King's on E8, he plays Queen C6 check, you played King F8.
It is in the very end.
I think it was like move 44 roughly, yeah.
No, but it was not at the very end when we repeated.
Right, not at the very end.
No, of course I thought after time control I'm completely lost.
So it must be tough as a chess player to sit there in a position where you feel like you're completely lost and still try to find accurate moves and aggressive moves that distract your opponent from their plan?
Maybe, but I think it's more difficult to win winning position. I mean, when you are losing, okay, you have nothing to lose, so it's very easy.
Yeah.
And before, I don't know. I mean, it should be, of course, quite an easy draw, this position, because of blockade and everything, but I don't know. I just could not find a clear draw or some clear fortress, and the things were just getting worse and worse and worse until I was lost. Yeah.
And the commentators were saying that just before the time control, when you played Queen D1, if you had played Queen D7, that seems to hold everything together. What was your thought process behind Queen D1?
No, I already did not like my position at all. So Queen D7, I thought Queen F3, and then Queen goes to D5. I mean, maybe even here I can hold, but it was much better for me than here. So I mean, I thought now, okay, I have to try for some activity, and maybe I get lucky. And in fact, I got lucky, but not in the way I wanted. Yeah.
On a lighter note, what are your plans for the rest day?
I don't know, because we have some appointment tomorrow, right? So to make some, I don't know, it's with some kids or with somebody. I'm not sure, but it's the first half of the day. So my plan is to do this and then think.
Thank you very much. Back to you.
Well, I'm really getting the impression that the players never saw Queen G6, either one of them.
I can kind of understand
a terrible blind spot for both.
I can kind of understand it from Grishik's perspective, and it's kind of one of those
He understood
things.
he's lost.
He understood he's lost. He stops calculating. He's like,
let his opponent play.
Let his opponent play. And I kind of understand that approach. Like, why waste energy on how many ways can my opponent win?
Right.
Like, obviously, I'm losing. Let's just make a move and hope he blunders. And that's what happened. He just didn't have to calculate. He was in the mindset that if my opponent finds a good move, there are some chances I'll just have to resign.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I'm pretty sure that he didn't calculate Queen G6, but he's obviously not the one that had to.
Right. But on the other hand, how can you... I mean, you're looking at the chessboard for crying out loud.
I think he left.
Yeah.
I think he
mentally he just stepped out.
He just stepped out and he
Yeah,
was like, whatever. You know, he plays something that is winning, I'll resign.
Wow. Okay. Quite a tournament, I must say. Going back to the Anand game for a moment, Topalov activated his rook after this move.
Okay, but this should be winning, right? I play b6, rook b1, king a5.
Right, b6, rook b. Oops, excuse me. Rook b1 check. What did you say?
King a5. I don't want you sacrificing the exchange, as you have been in the past.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
King a6 is coming.
Wow. Jeez, looks terrible.
Terrible.
Whenever, I mean, I can check you to b7, but that is the end of the road.
Should be lost.
Only because, I mean, pardon me, I want to go check king to b7. But now, thanks to this checkmating threat, this bishop cannot move at all. No stalemate ideas here.
Well, there's always stalemate ideas. For example, if you go king c8, I'm not actually sure that you're winning.
I'm threatening to take the bishop. You might go check. Right?
No, but I can play rook takes b6 against king c8.
Oh, I thought you meant you wanted to play this.
Also, perhaps, but that's also clever. But I think rook takes b6 actually does force the draw. I might be wrong on that.
Well,
actually, you have an intermediate check.
I got an intermediate check.
And then you take the bishop. Yeah, rook
yes.
c1 is much better.
Yeah. But...
You know, so that actually reminds me that I missed a stalemate idea in our only chess game we've played, some U.S. championship.
Yes, that is right.
That is right, actually.
Yeah.
I was in severe time pressure, and I was almost losing the entire game, and at the end I found some resources.
Trick. Yeah,
and I had a nice trick at the end. I just missed it completely.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And we have the results so far with one game pending. Well, let's go game by game. What's happened on round 5? Fabiano Caruana, extremely disappointing. You could see his look when somebody told him Queen G6 was just so simple. Alexander Grischuk survives. That game ended in a draw. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he faced a nice novelty from Anish Giri. That game also ended in a draw. Michael Adams sacrificed a pawn against Hikaru Nakamura. He never really stood worse, and that game ended in a draw. Levon Aronian didn't get anything against Magnus Carlsen, who defended solidly. That game ended in a draw. And now we have Vishy Anand. Hopefully will actually manage to convert his huge advantage against Vasily Topalov, though he's already let go of a couple of what I thought were pretty obvious wins.
Yes.
This, although, does look pretty convincing.
Yes, we're of a shared opinion on earlier misses, if you will.
Yes.
That he's got it back under control, and he is reeling in the whole point.
Yeah, I think this is okay. Topalov took on b6 with the bishop, and I think that
after knight takes,
this is
the simplest.
He will have to play rook e1. I'm assuming to attack. But okay, there's no actual counterplay.
Yeah, so check.
Check, for example, is a good enough.
Exactly. And then once the king is, well, first of all, it's not even sure where the king can go. For example, if you go there, I can almost play knight.
Almost, but not quite.
Why?
Rook takes e4 anyway.
Thank you. Rook takes e4. So just to avoid one last trick, check.
And of course, once I ran out of pawns.
Rook and knight versus rook is a book draw?
It's a book draw, yeah.
But yes, there is this check, so and then you just drop back.
Yeah, just drop back and...
Or maybe I should just drop back right away.
I think drop back right away makes a lot of sense since the king
if you go king f6, then I can no, your king can't get close.
Yeah, to rook
And then-
g4. Yeah.
And then comes knight to the blockading square, and then your king will go after.
Completely 180.
Yes.
Apple piece. Maurice, do we agree?
We agree, but I'm going to tell you a tale that resembles this one incredibly. A game of mine when I was an IM. Actually, I was not yet an IM. I became an international master at this tournament. This was the very last game of the tournament. I'd already secured the international master norm and title when I had to play this game against Paglietti, Nicola Paglietti, in fact, of Italy. And I had this position. Does it resemble anything to you? Knight and pawn and rook against a king, rook, and 2 pawns, just as we have on the board now. And he played king a7, I played rook e7, offering a trade. He played rook b4, king g3, king g6, got your pawn, king f6, rook h7, going after the second one. He played king to g5, and I played what I thought was a subtle move, king to h3, getting ready to pick off this pawn. If he takes mine, I get a check. And he said, oops, and took it anyway. And suddenly I realized my blunder that rook g7 allows king to h5, and the win is gone. Rook takes rook, of course, is an easy draw, and knight to g3 allows rook takes, also a stalemate. I had to concede the draw, and I still got my title. I'd already assured it and all that, and did well at the tournament. But terrible flashback. I have to go to that. But oddly, in the same material distribution as the game we have right now.
Maurice, when your opponent played rook takes g4, did you just feel that chill, that wonderful feeling that we all...
My brain exploded. I was just like, what just happened? I remember the feeling even now. You see, the memory of it is still fresh.
Right. Oh, yeah.
This happened in 1993. So
a strangle.
It's the one game that I ever blundered a stalemate. I've tricked people in stalemate myself. I have a pleasant memory of one right off the top of my head as well. But this one is the one I remember, and it happened oddly at a tournament where I got my International Masters title. I think it even happened on Martin Luther King Day of that year. That's how clear their memory is.
We have a few moves in the Anand game as Topalov keeps checking Anand around, forcing him to go to b7. Yes. Not entirely sure how that helps him, but now the king is on b7 instead of a5. Shouldn't really matter.
I don't think it should matter at all, no.
No, okay. This looks pretty lost. I mean, the knight having such a stronghold on d5 makes it very difficult for black to actually keep his structure alive without getting mated in many occasions.
Right.
Yeah, and it's impossible to trade pawns.
And if we push White's king any further into the camp, it might end up being taking part in a checkmating pattern. Soon White's king could play a very useful role.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's going to try to lock out the king on the c file, but okay, I fail to believe that this isn't winning.
No. Well, indeed.
Right?
Yes, indeed.
Maurice?
I don't understand what the engine is saying right now. Oh, it's fixing itself. Take a look at this variation, guys.
Don't scare me like that.
Yeah, but you should be scared. You should be scared. Take a look at this variation. Rook to e1. How do you play?
Rook h4, you defend, of course.
You defend the pawn. Now, king to f6, how do you play?
Now we play rook g4. Just to
you play rook to g4. Now, king e6, how do you play?
Knight d5 doesn't actually stalemate anybody. So.
Knight d5 doesn't stalemate anybody.
Oh, wait, rook e4.
Rook e4.
Ouch, yeah.
And suddenly, it's a king and 2 pawns against rook with this king back here, and the engines are going 000. Be careful for little tricks. There's still tricks, and I'm sure Anand is not going to let that one happen. But in this position, rook e1, rook h4 is forced. King f6, rook g4 is forced, and now king to e6, and he's still winning with king to c7. If he's careful, he still has his advantages with this move, and there's no easy chasing or anything like that. And eventually it should win, so I'm not even going to go into more of the analysis.
Right.
But boy, it's always tricks in chess. You have to be careful. At least he's not in any time pressure. And Anand should see that pretty easily. But with the way this tournament has been going, it's like Halloween, not Christmas.
Yes.
And
actually, Topalov played the move for rook b1.
And Topalov did not go down that route at all.
I thought this was a lot easier for
his life.
Anand to simply hide the king on d8. I thought the king on d8 was actually well placed.
Absolutely. Yeah, this was a very, very nice square for the king. My goodness.
Yeah, and to point out just partially why, for example, if you attack my knight again with rook b1, I no longer have to defend it with my king. I can play simply rook h6 check.
And capture this pawn.
Well, I'm not sure, actually. Because if I play king f7, rook takes on d6, rook b4.
Right.
I might be unable to defend that.
Sorry. Yeah,
right.
That is true.
But I do have, after rook h6, simply, I thought knight c4. That's good enough.
Yes. And I also thought knight c8.
Looks good.
With the idea of rook h6 check and knight takes d6 was pretty convincing.
Very convincing.
Yeah.
Yeah, king c7 looks completely
He still
crushing.
has the same trick, by the way. He can still go for the same idea, even with the king on c7. And you have to find only moves. So if you back up a few moves from this position, he does not continue the checking sequence.
He plays rook e1.
So after king c7, rook e1 instead of this move.
I see.
And again, you must play rook h4.
Right.
And now king f6,
rook g4.
which forces this move because king g5 will chase you away from the pawn, and then king back to e6. And again, you cannot you cannot play knight d5. You cannot try to improve this way.
But king d8, as we
But king
pointed
d8
out.
going straight into the line changes matters, and then black is in some kind of mating net, or is getting there very quickly.
Exactly.
Well, after king e8, you will be.
Yes, that's what I was saying. That the king can. So just to show that the king, the white king, can suddenly play a role in setting up a checkmating pattern.
And Topalov sitting there going to his third loss of the tournament in 5 games, 3 losses, tumbling down the rating ladder.
Wow.
The tour leader, when he won Norway Chess, he was number 2 in the world
at
28-20.
20, yeah.
He was at 28-20. I believe that was his highest rating ever, his peak rating, and now dropping like a rock. That number of being the 17 tour points, that's irrelevant. He's not catching anyone. He's not finishing in second. I don't think if he wins 4 in a row, he'll only be at +1. Well, maybe if he wins 4 in a row, but that doesn't look like it's going to happen at this event. Now it's people like Nakamura, who's sitting really pretty. Giri as well, sitting in a nice position. Vasilia Graf, not quite as advantageous. The 3 leaders at the top of the tournament table. Caruana could have joined them as well.
Right.
But not after his...
Yeah, and Anand will not be joining the leaders as he is currently on -1, as he did lose to Hikaru Nakamura previously.
Right.
He will simply be getting himself back to even. Veselin Topalov, well, not only is his position lost, he's also down to 3 minutes and 48 seconds, living basically on increment. And Anand is not losing any time. Now, interestingly, after rook b1, he can actually play king e8, I think. Kind of
That's
a cool
actually
move.
cute.
That's actually really cute.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
Just to show that after rook b1, king e8, and the threat of checkmate in 1 is immediately decisive.
Right.
Yeah.
That's kind of nice.
Yeah. That's actually a sweet finishing touch.
Yes.
With this win, Anand will leapfrog Topalov into the number 4 spot in the world, and Topalov will drop most likely below Giri and take over the number 6 spot in the world, maybe mathematically even below Aronian and Caruana. It's possible he might be number 9 in the world after this loss. Number 9 from number 2 just, what is it, 8 months ago? Wait, this was in June, Norway Chess, right? So barely 6 months ago, he was number 2. He might be number 9 and tumbling quickly. We thought we saw a resurgence of Topalov, but his recent play has shown something completely different. and not a good situation for him. By the way, Carlsen, with all those draws, he's clinging to the 28-30s. He's now officially at 28-30.1. The next draw drops him into the 28-20s.
Wow.
I mean, just shedding rating points dramatically. You can see all that at the site 2700chess.com. And that might be literal. If Carlsen keeps doing that, we'll only have a bunch of 2700s in the chess world. The way he's playing, certainly not the sterling chess that we have come to see. Something's going on. Something's going on in the chess world right now that is very hard to explain.
When we have a hard time understanding it, imagine the poor amateurs and journalists of the world who are completely fathomless.
Well, imagine not only the players and their coaches.
Right, as a coach.
I mean, you sit down, you're Rustem Kasimjanov, who's the coach of Fabiano Caruana. You're Peter Hein Nielsen, who's the coach of Carlsen. I mean, you're Ivan Cheparinov, who's Topalov's second. I mean, you're just looking at it like...
You start analyzing the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, taking chemical samples. This is just amazing.
This is amazing. Well, we do expect a result pretty soon here. Anand seems to be just completely winning in this decision. This seems to be the easy version of the lines that we looked at previously. You should find Rook G4 rather easily. This is Vishy Anand we're talking about. Yeah, there you go.
Right.
And, well, with so many threats on the board. Yeah, there you go. Topalov resigns.
Right.
And, well... Topsy-turvy day. We expected Caruana to beat Grischuk. That did not happen in one of the biggest blunders I've seen from Caruana.
Yes.
I mean...
Shockingly so. But as critical as we've been, justifiably so, plaudits to Vishy for playing a very, very well-played game.
Topalov.
And Topalov. Critiquing his own play.
Right. I mean, Vishy did play a fantastic game. He spoiled it a little bit. I mean, he tainted a beautiful win, I think, by not finishing off the game when he should have. I think if he had taken the bishop, it would have been very clean. Maybe another one of the earlier wins when before Topalov had a little bit of counterplay. But I mean, he managed to at least pull it off. He never really let go. It was not like Topalov ever had a clear draw or anything like that.
Right.
And he managed to, finally win. Brings himself back to 50%. And Topalov, Topalov has 1 point out of 5.
Yeah.
So, is anybody on -1? Just Topalov on -3?
Oh, no, pardon me. Vishy climbs to...
So is Topalov 1.5 points behind anybody?
We'll have to look at the standings.
The reality of the tournament is 4 wins so far in the entire competition.
All of the
Topalov has been responsible for 3 of them. Topalov has been the victim in 3 and Anand in 1 against Nakamura. But Maxim Lagrav's point was against Topalov, so was Giri's, and now Anand's point. It's Topalov who's just been the victim in the tournament, and we see the standings there. 3 players at 3 points, MVL, Giri, and Nakamura. The rest all at 50%. Everybody else doing okay, except one guy sitting in the cellar right now.
Okay,
feeling
with an asterisk, by the way. As we see that result-wise, I mean, somebody has to pick up the points, but the games themselves, very questionable quality.
So Vesselin Topalov playing an early Santa Claus player as he is gifting away quite a number of rating points as well.
Yeah, Topalov only has 1 point out of 5. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Hikaru Nakamura, and Anish Giri sitting comfortably on +1. And everybody else on 50%.
Yes, all undefeated.
Yep. Except Anand, who has 1 win and 1 loss. Interesting set of results, but not something I would have expected. And we got the pairings for Thursday. Remember that tomorrow is a rest day. Thursday, the coverage starts 10 a.m. Central Standard Time, which is 4 p.m. in London. Anish Giri, a very important matchup, will be the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. A win for Giri would be huge. Giri has never lost to Magnus in a classical time control. Hikaru Nakamura will be playing against Levon Aronian, definitely a classic matchup. Vesselin Topalov will be playing an old guard match against Michael Adams. Alexander Grischuk will be playing against Vishy Anand, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will be trying his best to increase his lead against Fabiano Caruana. The rest of the tournament, the top 3 players, well, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he will be playing Caruana, Anand, Adams, and Aronian, an incredibly tough lineup, but it's actually the easiest of the 3 leaders, as Anish Giri still has to play Carlsen, has to play Caruana, has to play Nakamura and Anand. Hikaru Nakamura himself, of course, will be playing Aronian, Carlsen, Giri, and Topalov. And, well, Topalov's not in the best of shape, so perhaps Nakamura looking forward to that last round game with White against the Seller Dollar here in this tournament.
Yeah. And I just say that whenever there's an elite tournament like this, you know, somebody has to lose,
Yes.
okay? But these guys are sharks.
Yeah.
And they smell blood. So Vesselin's in big trouble in his games to be played.
And speaking of Topalov, well, we do have Tony Rich with him from London.
Vesselin, a tough game. What happened?
Well, just played horrible in the beginning, and then it was unpleasant. I don't think Vichy played the best way, but I think it was so unpleasant that even in the ending with pawn up, probably I could have defended much better, obviously, but I missed some line, and then it was probably lost already.
Psychologically, whenever you play such a long game like this and you're under pressure for so long, how do you keep finding the energy to find the best moves in the position and continue to play the best that you can?
Well, okay. I'm not sure I really defended well again, but it was also a very tough game yesterday, so I had 2 days like this in a row. I just really disgusted with my position, especially at the beginning. I played some very bad move, and then it became just unpleasant, I think.
Do games like this impact your overall tournament, or do you think you'll be able to let this go as the second half begins?
Well, I hope, but honestly, things are not looking good. Yeah.
On a lighter note, what are your plans for the rest day?
No plans yet, yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you, Tony.
Tough tournament for Topalov. He'll try to recover on the rest day, I'm assuming. Come up with
Sure.
some kind of new ideas, new batteries coming into round number 6.
Yeah, well, I would just take some rest and exercise and just clear the head of chess for a whole 24 hours.
Do you remember how he said that he only plays to win tournaments? Remember that statement he said back in the Sinquefield Cup? And when he's no longer able to win the tournament, he has no heart to play. And he still has to play 4 more games. So I think it's going to be very hard for him to come back. He has now tumbled to number 8 on the live rating list. He's number 8 in the world, but Vishwanathan Anand has surged to number 4, and Tony Rich is with him now.
Thanks, guys. Vishy, a nice controlled win today to bring you back to 50% before the rest day. What are your thoughts on the game?
It was just very long and tough. I mean, there were many phases. The first phase was when I get the small edge on the queen side, which I don't know if the way I developed it was the best, but I get this pass pawn, but then I have to deal with this rook, so which means I drop the g pawn and then try to go for my own pass pawn. I was very happy when he played f5 because I'd seen this idea that the rook could go from the back. And there's this very beautiful tactic where if he plays king c8, I don't know if you need a variation, but I go rook h8, rook g7, b6, g4, king b5, g3, king c6, g2, and knight c7 wins. Though he's queening a pawn, I'm winning with b7 check. And if instead of pushing the pawn, he goes king b7, then I do the same. Rook takes d8, g3, knight b4, g2, knight c6, g1 queen, and rook b8 mate. So exactly these 2 variations were critical to enter that line. Afterwards, I was very proud that I caught him in zugzwang once. He played g3. He had to ditch the pawn because he doesn't have a single move. I took the pawn, and then later on, I thought I'm just going to get the same position again, and now he has no pawn to chuck, so he can resign. And then he played bishop a5 check, and I almost fell to pieces because the stalemate ideas then, of course, that's the big difference with the pawn and without the pawn. Anyway, to cut a long story short, he looked at the score sheet to see if we had repeated twice. And this scared me, so which is why I sort of maneuvered my rook one square to the right so that we wouldn't repeat thrice. But then later on, I realized that at a certain moment, I would need to go back to g7 because I don't have any other convenient squares to move my rook. But that seems to have been enough. I mean, I was going to go rook g7 somewhere. He goes bishop a5 check, and now I can't run away for the third time, but I can play king takes a5. Because in the meantime, I had calculated that I could have taken the bishop, walked to c4, and blocked with the knight on b4, and I'm winning. I assume it took much longer than it needed to, but I mean, of course, a win is always welcome.
A win is a win. On changing topics, not only are you a great ambassador for chess, but also a great humanitarian. The recent floods in Chennai, it's been reported that you've opened your home actually to the flood victims in Chennai. Is that true?
That's right. Yeah, we gave some of them a place to sleep, just till their own homes settle down. To be honest, I was already here, but I'm happy my wife, took the trouble, and even Akhil seemed to have had fun playing with all the other kids.
Hopefully, by leading by example, we see other great humanitarian efforts from not just the chess world, but the world around. Thank you very much, Vishy. Back to you.
Thank you, Tony. Well, definitely a long, hard-fought game, and it was another long round for us here in London Chess Classic. We'll be returning with you guys on Thursday, and before we leave you, we'll have one more comment from Maurice Ashley.
Incredibly long rounds, incredibly long games. We're seeing things that we simply have not seen in years. I can't actually tell a tournament that these kind of mistakes have been made. Somehow, though, the players have to plow on, get a rest day, clear their minds, maybe get out of the London fog. Maybe they had to fly somewhere and come back. I don't know, get to the countryside, because this is not the kind of chess we're used to seeing them play. Lots of mistakes, but we get a rest day, and there's going to be a round 6. Looking forward to that and some wins. We need some victories, not one per round. We should see that coming up. And guys, I'm glad we get a chance to rest for a day. See you then.
Well,
thank you, Maurice. You said it well.
Said it well. We need that rest, and we'll see you on Thursday. I'm Alejandro Ramirez here with Yasser Seirawan.
A pleasure.
We're signing off, and see you in a couple of days.